At long last, after weeks, months even of teasing, uh, we finally now arrive at OK Buddy Time, and I thought that I would be dressed for the occasion. Hello. I had to go suit shopping because I lost too much weight to fit my old ones. So now we're I thought, how appropriate would it be? You get it tailored? Yeah, of course. You have no idea how carefully I had to eat my chicken nuggies. What do you need a suit for? For OK Buddy Time. Why do you have a dark wine red suit? Because I love burgundy. Is it in a nice color? There, see? I think it fits well enough. Wait, look, I got a brown one too. 1 second. You'll have to ignore the fact that it's not matching. Anyway, we got the fit. Yeah, it's a professor suit. There we go. I prefer red. Burgundy is like my favorite color, so I'll stick to that too. Oh, thank you, Tempest. But yeah, I think that is that a turtleneck? Yeah, isn't that esteemed? Plus the, you know, makes me look like a big boy. Hold on. Plus, I'm going to Free or Future Fest in early October, and I thought, libertarians like wearing suits, right? Isn't that what they're always doing? Didn't you literally just say you hated wearing turtlenecks? Yeah, I did before, but then I got an expensive turtleneck. So it feels different. Also, I got some nice shirts, but I'm not going to unbutton and re-up button all that. There we go. Is it black or slightly darker black? My turtleneck? The turtleneck is just black. Anyway, uh, looking ready for an interview. Don't show up for your interviews wearing a turtleneck. Personal recommendation, okay? Not advisable. But you can do what you want, you know? Jesus Christ, I look like a fucking professor. Uh, yes, the CEO of Coconut Island. You said you hate having your neck restricted? Well, obviously I feel better about it now. It might just be because the material is nice and soft. It might be... Oh, it's a large, too. The turtleneck's a large, not an XL. Yeah. So, we're definitely there. Or in the ballpark. What's with the inside? Oh, yeah, isn't it cute? It's, Birds of Paradise. That's the pocket square as well. It's a beautiful suit. Thank you. It wasn't actually that expensive. Paisley and gray slim fit. It's not actually super expensive. The jacket was like 200. Please don't cancel me for this. Expensive suit jackets can get in the thousands. Yeah, here. There's the design. Do we wanna... There we go. What a rip-off, thousands? Yeah, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't pay thousands for a suit jacket, but I'll pay 200 for one. Or 200 for 2 suit jackets each, I guess. You know how it is. No, it's gotta line up. There we go. There we go. Yeah, this is exactly like that time Azan bought a house. You hurt your hand? That's Artemy. This was when Artemy did his big death roll from like a week and a half ago. Please do the pose. The you had to, I had to do it to him pose. Didn't I just do it though? What I mean, you can't even see my whole body like the. How does he? Is it like? You can't even see my whole damn body. The camera points down, you know? Your arms fit right from the rack? Yeah, it just fits me well. I think this is a 42 chest. It says on the back of the neck. Wait, 200 for the whole suit? No, 200 for the jacket, 80 for the pants. Which is a fine price. What is this for? Okay, buddy time. Of course. You know? Yeah, 280 is totally fine for a full suit. It's just Men's Warehouse. I don't go anywhere fancier than that. I think Men's Warehouse is like the standard place that people in America get their suits from, you know? Right? For me, it was when you want to buy a kid a suit, like middle school graduation, you go to Macy's. Because Macy's, you can just get that shit right off the rack. And like, whatever, they'll grow out of it in a year. And then when you're older and you want to get like stuff tailored, you go to Men's Warehouse and they do cheap tailoring. Not cheap like bad, but like inexpensive hems and stuff. And then when you're, I guess wealthy people go to like custom clothing place. I don't know. Yeah, the socialist haberdashery, exactly. Well, I've never been to one of those. You know? Big step up from the dick pants, Vosh. Well, the real drip is this, the turtleneck and the dick pants, you know? We're going to get back to dick pants season 2, by the way. It's getting cold over here. Did you like the way you looked? Did they guarantee it? Well, they have mirrors at the establishment, so I suppose if I didn't like the way I looked, I would probably have not bought it. You going to wear this fit to the Met Gala next year? Absolutely, I will. I'll be over there. AOC will be wearing like booty shorts and a tube top with like fuck the rich printed on both in like big Brazzers text, you know, and I'll be dressed like this. Why don't you have a tobacco pipe? Because I already feel Okay. I look fine. However, we are on the cusp of being pretentious. We are on the cusp of being pretentious. With the turtleneck, you know? So we have to be careful. Vermin, just show it to me. Say tobacco again. No, you're not catching me in that slip up twice. Shut up. You're one of those pipes that blows bubbles. You know, like SpongeBob. On the cusp of looking like Nathan J. Robinson. Well, I have a pledge that I would like to make to all of you. So long as I am in control of this channel, I will never, ever wear a hat. That's my promise to you guys. So no matter what else happens, we will never cross that. We'll never cross that bridge, you know. You wore the Biden hat. I wore it for like 2 seconds once a year ago. I will never include a hat in my fashion retinue. You know, when I was trying on that brown suit jacket at the store, the guy picked up a fucking cowboy hat off the rack and was like, "Here you go." And I put it on my head, and I looked like a goddamn goofball, okay? God damn it. Who's that well-known content creator I'm talking to? Yeah, it's not working out today. Maybe next week? Nice meme. Vosh would actually pull off a cowboy hat. My head's too big. I can't fit in any hats. I gotta get the sides of my hair trimmed. I gotta get Vermin to do that for me. You know? If you don't wear hats, explain this. We're getting there. This is from the Fat Ian era. Does anybody have that old photo of me wearing the cheeseburger hat? It's out there somewhere. I know it's public. It's on your Insta. Yeah? Hold on. Wait, the what? It's my goddamn cheeseburger hat, you buffoon. Hold on. Damn, dude, there are so many cute pictures of my Insta. What is wrong with you guys? Why don't you follow my fucking Insta? Look at this. Look at this baby grip. Here's me at the Met Gala this year, you know? We got some stuff from the Planned Parenthood stream, the Vosh Pee stream. Of course, I can't open any of these because I'm not logged in for some reason on my professional account. Sorry, your password was incorrect. Really? Is that true? I'll deal with that later. Anyway. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these webbed beans. Oh, gotcha. I have the hat now. Look at her chicken beans. Here's me in the cowboy hat. I was in college at this time. You recognize the shirt, though, huh? Kept that one around for a while. Look at how powerful I am here. I could kill any one of you effortlessly with a thought. You look like a wizard. True. Is the raw shirt gone? No, unfortunately, it has a small Gorilla Glue stain on it. That from when I was assembling the Warhammer miniatures, a little bit of it got on the center of the shirt, and you can't really get that off shirts. Yeah. You can joke all you want, but cum washes out. Look, you can see Lulu. Yeah, that was our friend's cat. Well, still is our friend's cat, but we don't live next to our college friends anymore because we all moved away. Look at all this sick-ass Dude, look at my goddamn Geki. If you aren't following the Vosh V Instagram, what are you even doing with yourselves? What are these stupid-ass memes that get posted? What the fuck? Oh, damn, Shoe repping the merch. It's crazy. I lost a bunch of weight for this, but I've lost so much weight since. Is that Shoe? Isn't this Shoe? Yeah. And a dog. What that dog doing? That dog learning about politics. How long ago did I go to this sushi place? When was that? What did I weigh back then? Have I lost a bunch of weight since then, too? How does that even work? I'm like exactly 230 pounds right now. And that would have been right after your parents left, right? When did my parents visit? That would have been late July, I think. I lost 15 pounds since then. How tall are you? I'm 6'2". There are actually... Oh, shit, that's a painting. Oh, that's so nice. This is such good shit, dude. What the fuck? Okay, can't get distracted. Oh, it's funny, by the way. In the far-right circles where they post about me all the time, there's actually a rumor that I lie about my height, that I'm not actually 6'2", which, by the way, I've admitted that I lie about my height, okay? I'm 6'1.5" or something. 6'1.75" maybe. I do lie about that. Anyway, there are people who lie about that because of the photo with me and Charlie Kirk, right? So Charlie Kirk is 6'5". There are photos of him with Hassan, Donald Trump. Charlie Kirk is really tall. However, when you Google Charlie Kirk, a football player comes up, and that football player is like 5'9". So people are like, Charlie Kirk's 5'9", and Vosh is shorter than him, and they don't even bother to look at which Charlie Kirk it is? Wait, Vosh, really? Yeah. Here, if you look up Charlie Kirk height, if you look up Charlie Kirk, you get Charlie Kirk. But if you look up Charlie Kirk height, you get... Oh, this is Charlie Kirk, but it lists him at 1.7 meters and 69 kilograms. This is transposed from somebody else's information. He's not 1.7 meters. He practically had to bend down to like fit in the studio with Tim Pool, you know? He's fucking colossal. If he's 5'9", that means Tim Pool is like 5 feet tall. He's massive. What a great demonstration of your point. Okay, is this what I'm thinking of? Oh my god, they say he's 5'7" in this one. This is Charlie Kirk, but they say he's 5'7". If he's 5'7", then Tim Pool is like 4'11". Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, these goddamn websites, dude. These fucking websites, man. Yeah. Got lied to by his doctor. He's actually 5'4". Yeah, Charlie Kirk's 5'4". I'm about 3 feet tall. Am I taller than I guess you're taller than Tim Pool, Vermin. Hey, sure. Oh yeah, sure. We went suit shopping. Why are they shrinking him? I literally think that just they've transposed some of the information from another Charlie Kirk onto this. Okay, this site says that he's 5'10". The only thing they all get consistent is his fucking age. He's a shapeshifter. Look, Charlie Kirk is fucking huge. Okay, that's all I've got to say. He is a big boy. You can see it when he sits next to Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is 6'4", right? Charlie Kirk is about maybe slightly taller than him when they're both sitting up, and he's even leaning here. We believe you, Vosh. Yeah, pardon me desperately covering for the perception that I'm shorter than I say I am. How about okay buddy time? Yes, at long last, you all are going to be so disappointed because I still have no idea how to react to this type of content. No idea whatsoever, you know? It is just utterly lost on me. But we're going to try anyway. Of course, we're dressed up for the occasion, you know? Got to get the audio memes in there. Let's see. The best my community has to offer, i.e., people making jokes about me that are the same as the mean things people say about me, but ironically, maybe. You know how it is. True! Our ivermectin has been classified as not safe for work as users spam horse porn to combat misinformation. Do you have any idea how many people were tagging me in that subreddit when people spammed it with like horse hentai or whatever? Like big furry horse girls? I was getting tagged, like every day I'd wake up to like 6 or 7 people tagging me in those threads. Like, thank you, comrade. Irish laddie. I am known. Oh no. I hope this is fake. I'm 14 and I've watched every Vosh video. Can I call myself an expert in politics and debate? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes. Yes, you can. Every Vosh video. That's a lot, you know? That's a big number. I ruined an entire generation of teenage boys starter pack. What? Okay. The person who made this has some serious personal beef, okay? How do you form a 6-point list which includes me, Shoe on Head, H Bomber Guy, and the Surfs? How do you... either are you including everyone online? What? How? Yeah, this is a large range. This is a wide berth that we're casting with this one. Also, Sean, what the fuck did Sean do? Sean has a Twitter account, much to our collective misfortune. Oh yeah, I saw this. This one was a good cross promotion because it guaranteed a post both in my subreddit and Destiny's. And it's true, by the way. It is true. My political analysis of the nature of coercion on Coconut Island has led me to the conclusion that in any plane crash scenario, I need to race to assemble the coconuts as quickly as possible. Nobody else can stop me. What fucking chads? Look at these goddamn road warriors. Look at these avenging sons of the earth. Look at these motherfucking Fury Road Mad Max dirt crusaders, dude. And by the way, yes, 196 is like a constant front line. I don't know what 196 is. It's probably the best meme subreddit, at least the best large meme subreddit on Reddit. It's pretty left-leaning, and it's not anywhere near as cringy or obnoxious as the other meme subreddits. And there's a constant front line between pro-Vosh and anti-Voshers. But for the most part, I think that sub likes me, and I like them, so that's fair. That's back and forth, okay? It's back and forth. Oh! Da feels. When the worst person you know makes a great point. So many leftists want to be in a marginalized subculture and hate to see one of their own gaining cultural power. AOC wearing a dress to a fundraiser for her local art museum isn't selling out to the left. Please, I beg you to talk to one normie this year. Now, call me a cynic. Do you think the only reason he had this take is because Hassan did as well? Just wondering. I'm wondering a little bit if he just didn't want to cause friction with Hassan's community. What was his take on the Hassan House thing? Does anyone know? He supported Hassan? Yeah, Because he's really gatekeepy otherwise, you know? Voshites actually endorse bestiality. Fucking disgusting. From OKBUDDYVouch. Hey, that's this subreddit. Hey, Vosh, drink my horse dewormer. No, you stupid fash, you will die. Humans weren't meant to handle that. Hey, Vosh, drink my horse dewormer. Pog! True. Craigasm. I'm craying and gasming. Actually endorsing bestiality. By the way, is this it's a horse furry. That's a human body. Is that bestiality? Is BoJack Horseman full of bestiality? This is BoJack Horseman, by the way. What the fuck is this? These filthy Twitter capitalists are stealing our surplus labor. Xavier's online. What are you doing? Vouch was killed by the CIA, replaced with Skinny Ian. Curious. It's true. I really don't look... I look different enough that it looks like if like a season had passed, then I would have gotten a different actor playing my role. You know what I mean? Like between seasons 2 and 3, like it's like, oh yeah, here's Vosh, and they bring out this guy, and you're like, wait. Stolen valor. Vosh when someone brings up decolonization. Dude, by the way, can we talk about the Chad confidence that I demonstrate in having the balls to deliberately make faces like this on stream? All of the clips that people make where they're like, soy face Vosh, cringe Vosh, I preempted it by saying, here's my face, and then I did the face. Most people, you won't see Hassan doing that. Pretty boy Hassan, Instagram model Hassan, okay? He can't do his own big, like, soy face. He can't play into it. He's not committing himself to the method because he's got to look handsome all the time. Me, I'll give you soy content. My soy face rage is one of the top Discord gifs that you can find when you search soy. That's actually true. You can type soy in the Discord GIFs, and it'll be one of the first ones to come up. Me. Is that true? Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up Discord and, like, tune it to a channel that's not an issue. How about my stream discussion channel? Oh, yeah. They're all posting it right now, see? Now gonna move this away before you guys post pornography to get me banned. There we go. But yeah, it's right up there. Yeah. Now let's get this not real photo of me off the screen. Stop! Jesus Christ. Okay, buddy Vouch is literally, let's find whatever they're posting on Kiwi Farms and then post it. But, like, ironically. Fuck you guys. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is an old one. The 4chan Doomer post. Leftists are laughing at us. They're not afraid. They're gloating and filled with joy. Oof. Mega Doomer fuel. Can you believe there are probably, like, people on Poll who have killed themselves after thinking, like, they're right, we can't stop trans people. What a dumb thing to get sad over. Jesus Christ. Touch grass. What's... Can you... It's like... Of all the things, you know? Do you think there's ever been, like, a fiscal conservative who killed themselves because their country was pushing for, like, better public health care? God, man. Your priorities. Oh, God. Oh my God, this even is tagged copyright. Mods, you're doing good work. Oh, but the music adds so much. What is this from, by the way? Is this from Doctor Strange? This is from Doctor Strange, right? You know, I remember actually liking Doctor Strange a lot more than I tend to like Marvel movies. I felt like they got a lot more creative license with the, you know, with how they presented stuff. Maybe a little more. I thought it was okay. What was with the white Asian lady thing, though? Wasn't that a thing? Where there was, like, an Asian character, but then they were like, no, it's a white lady? I don't know. Nothing. Do you watch Vosh? Yeah, he's based. Beginnings of a relationship to last a lifetime. Nothing makes me feel more white people happy about this community than the knowledge that my content has probably united hundreds of people. Isn't that fucking weird? Not because, like, I gave them love or what, but because, like, they just found each other because they like my community. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that Dylan and Kat? Yeah, they said that, right? Dylan and Kat literally met and divided hundreds. Oh, divided thousands. Look, hundreds of people have met romantically in my community. Thousands, millions of divorces, okay? It's, look, a schism the worldwide, all right? And so let's talk about the positives here, okay? Well, here we are for this one. God, he looks like such a fucking dork in this, dude. He said this was an extra large shirt. This has got to be like the tightest extra large shirt. Looks like a fucking... He looks like Big, you know? He looks like that shirt... What was the guy? He was like an 8-year-old in the body of a 30-year-old or something. Like he's wearing little baby clothing, you know? The movie? You know what I mean? Yeah, like it's painted on. Dude's got fucking beef, though. Look at his back muscles. They're like slabs of meat. Just sort of lumped on top of each other. Jesus fuck. Next to Hassan, I guess the top of my head would be right here at his forehead. So I'd be right here. But dude, right now in my current state, he would mog the fuck out of me. Before we ever get anywhere near Hassan, physically, okay? We gotta finish cutting, and then we gotta bulk like crazy, okay? If I go like insane gigabulk, you know, maybe we can not get mogged. Probably not gonna be bigger than him, but we can not get mogged. You know, that's the goal. It might be an XL in Asian sizes, which is basically a medium at least. There's no way Hassan could fit in a medium anything. Though, it's true, when I was in Japan, dude, I was like, when I went over to Japan, was trying on clothes. First of all, they do not carry XLs normally, because they're all tiny. And second of all, when I did find XLs, double XLs, triple XLs, they, like, barely fit me. And at that time, I was about as fat as I am right now. This wasn't a fat thing, it's just, they're all really skinny in Japan. Ah, the original. God damn. We also improved the lighting. We improved the lighting significantly. That also makes a big difference, you know. Your face gets so much fat, crazy. Mine stays chunky no matter the weight. Yeah, I wish my fat didn't go to my face. I wish all my fat just immediately went to my cock and balls, you know? That could be like every pound that I gain. I could go out a night drinking and eating, and I could wake up in bed, you know, like sprawled out naked, and I can go look at my fat, chunky nuts and, like, grab them with both my hands and sort of hold them up and go, yeah, this weigh a couple pounds more than I did before. It's a lot. That's a lot. Unironically true. Very, very true. And by the way, we still believe this today. Go online anywhere and look at femboy discourse. Is it gay to fuck a femboy? A lot of people think it isn't, but getting taught by a femboy, a lot of people will say that's gay. We have not really evolved beyond this paradigm. These are Trump staffers. This is Charlie Kirk's TPUSA team talking with all the people they bust in for the January 6th Capitol riot, you know? Afterwards, they're pulling away. They're like, thank you for not Sieg Heiling when the cameras were on you. I know that must have been hard. Thank you for your restraint. Ah, yes. People getting angry at Big Joel and resorting to calling him a pedophile rather than acknowledging his arguments. Ah, yes. Welcome. Welcome to the nadir of internet discourse, the swirling toilet around which all other discourse takes place. The 2032 presidential debates are literally just going to be two WrestleMania actors calling each other pedophiles. And honestly, it's going to be about as substantive as our current political debates, so, you know. So true. So fucking true. I hate these memes so much, dude. Oh, God. The most based thing here on the bottom is Last Week Tonight, by the way. The most based thing by far is Last Week Tonight. I've said it before, Last Week Tonight is the closest you can get to just being a fucking socialist without getting canceled. Okay? Does he fuck up sometimes? Yeah, sure, okay. I don't like all of his foreign policy stuff, but, like, oh my God, like 99% of the time, he leans as hard as he can into it, and I love it, okay? It's good. It's good info, you know? The West Wing is massive lib shit, dude. If you ever want to find out what liberals think politics is like, watch The West Wing, okay? The West Wing is like, the president's in the Oval Office. The cameras are off. He has, like, the minority leader in Congress with him. The president's a Democrat, and he's like, now listen, you and I may not agree on everything, but we do agree fundamentally on one thing: the American people. Now, will you join me in defending the American people by signing this bill into law and enacting what we can all agree is a necessary step in the progression of our nation? Free maternal leave for all businesses, mandatory. And then the Republicans are like crying, and they're like, yes, Mr. President, all right, just this once, and they go ahead and sign it, you know? Yeah, the West Wing, like, after every interaction, the audience claps. Wait, that's good. It's just, it's so idealistic. Harry Potter is bad. Fuck you. And honestly, Hamilton, the weirdest thing to me about Hamilton is that they made King Henry white. Does anyone else think that's a little bit weird? It feels like they're analogizing the American Revolution to like slaves being freed. King George, sorry, King George, not King Henry. All Brits look the same to me. You know what I mean? Like America breaking free from King George was like slaves breaking free from slave masters. Meh. Fuck is this? Oh yeah, Kanye got retweeted by Hassan for this. A piece of shit went viral. I haven't gone viral in ages on Twitter. Well, I've gone trending, but never because of anything. Never because of anything I tweeted. Hassan can't stop himself. He's at it again. I can't believe he does this, dude. Is this why? What's the Has mods? That's the emote, right? Has mods. You bring like hot industry chicks over, and you get them to watch your fucking Joe Rogan clips. It's like a flex in all of you. He's laughing at you. 2 retweets, no follow. Cancel. Cancel, Hassan. Cancel. That chick admitted to having a fake vaccine card live in a stream. Oh yeah, and Hassan didn't even push back, right? What do you do in that situation? Imagine you invite someone over and they're like, yeah, dude, I actually killed 2 preteens in Azerbaijan at the behest of the Secret Service there because their parents were spreading, you know, dissenting political propaganda. And you're like, oh, really? Cool. Azure by Hassan? Ha! Shut the fuck. Stop. Wait, is this spoilers? Whoa! Spoilers. Is that in the anime? I don't know. Is that spoilers? Wait, no, this looks fake. Is it fake? Manga spoilers? No, it's just wrong. I think it's fake, dude. I think that's fake. I think that's fake. Is that in the movie? No, it's not. I've seen the movie, and it's not in there. So somebody faked this screenshot. It could be them doing an anime screenshot of something that happens in the manga, and it could be totally made up. I have no idea. Least... Okay. My favorite is when you don't even repost, you literally just link to enough Vosh spam. That's my favorite. Hey guys, it's Professor What is this from, by the way? Rammstein? Is this metal music video? Well, will I get canceled if I say she's got the drip? Real Nazis never looked this good. So they were all white. True. Maybe true. Possibly true. Maybe, possibly, perhaps, a little bit, maybe. Hard to say. God damn, that's a good painting. That is so good. Hey, who here's tried to do this pose IRL? I can't do it. I know I can't do it, so I have not tried. Yeah, he bussin'. He's popping that bussy. That's Biden pussy, by the way. I'm not doing it on stream. What the fuck? No, okay, it's faked. Okay, 8.3 million. I don't know, dude. Voshite sometimes the Voshite thumbnails sometimes. Amazing. I do not endorse these messages. Megamind was a really good movie. This slaps. This would be the day, wouldn't it? I can't believe John Oliver made a segment on Vosh. One of these days, okay? You know the bit that John Oliver does when he points at a country and he's like, you know, this is Zimbabwe. No, it's not. That's not even close to Zimbabwe. Oh, yeah. He PDF file and stinks. But you know the meme he does say, that's not even close to Zimbabwe. This is South America. Zimbabwe is here. And then he points to like Syria. He's like, that's not even Zimbabwe, and so on and so forth. He could do that except with like fat guys with red beards. You know what I mean? Fat white guys. Like, here's Vosh. Except that's not actually Vosh. That's Seth Rogen. This is Vosh. And it's, and it's the quartering. Oh, God. I still can't believe I got done dirty like this. I'm sorry, folks. Cope all you want. There's a jawline. Cope all you want. There's a jawline under it. You can literally see the shadow. Cope hard. Cope hard. Then shave. I'll shave when I'm ripped, okay? I'll shave at 190 pounds. Thank you. Why is Vosh in a suit? Because it's okay buddy time, motherfucker. We'll get there. Anyway, this person callously and cruelly made strategic edits to maximize. Oh, thank you. Yeah, just leave it, yeah, right there. Thank you. I'm unsubbing if that's your actual jawline. There are literally photos of me without a beard. There are literally photos of me clean shaven. I clearly have a jawline. They, like, bulged out my... You know, this right here, you see the point where my face gets more gray? Like, right here? This point? That's where they erased my beard, okay? This area right here, this, like, round bulge out, this is beard. The face line is a straight line. Ah, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Yeah. Eh? What did I click on? True! I saw this on Twitter. I liked this on Twitter. Yeah, they expanded my face outward to meet the edge of my beard. This is actually the shortest I've had my beard in a long time. Can you guys see? It's like, there's barely... My beard tends to be longer when I'm fatter and shorter when I'm skinnier, just because the skinnier I am, the easier it is to keep it in line with the jawline. Man, when I trim the sides of my hair, I'm gonna look so fucking hot. Holy shit. Hey, Discord stream posting. Post that GIF where I say cope harder. Post the GIF. Post that one. That's another GIF where I'm on the official Discord GIF registry. Post it. I'm waiting. Oh, there they are. There they are. There we go. Stay mad. Redo the GIF now? We can't. We need to have the sides of our head shaved. When we get the sides of our head shaved, we'll do it. Okay? We'll do it in the suit. All right? Gotta cut the ponytail. Next haircut I get, we're going to severely... the royal hour. The stream hour. I'm gonna get this cut down significantly. We're cutting off like 3 or 4 inches. Off of the actual ponytail. Nice reference, Cicada. Good ass meme. Let your hair down this second for an outfit? But I've got, like... There. Hair. You look like a libertarian? I don't think libertarians generally have hair like this, right? Alright. They do? I'd like to think that I don't just look like any old ponytail dude, but look, we'll get it cut shorter soon. Don't worry about it. Vosh looks gay right now? Good. That's the reason why I didn't get a tie, because ties are very heterosexual. Tried the coconut analogy on my dad, and he said he's just kill and eat the guy who's hoarding the coconuts. Now I've converted him to anarcho-capitalism. Now I'm converted to anarcho-capitalism. Bye, guys. No! That means they bought the analogy. That means that you can morally justify violence against people who hoard resources and only offer them to you through coercive exchange. You got it. You're almost there. Or you could just eat your dad, I guess. I don't know. Dude, we should watch the Caleb Maupin infrared discussion sometime. That's got to be like top tier memes. That I doubt anything could even come close to that in terms of meme value. That's got to be very, very up there. If only this was a real video. Is it? It might be a real video. There's no way that discussion exists. This one or this one? Because this discussion literally happened. Now they had hot ass peppers. Okay, gotcha. Doesn't this look sick? Was this done manually by an artist, or is there like an algorithm that takes people's faces and makes it look like it was carved out of marble? What's up with the eye? The eye makes me think it was an algorithm, because the eyes don't look like they were crafted by a artist. Still great. You know, these memes, in hindsight, have gotten a lot more awkward for me to react to now that Natalie is lesbian. You know, it feels like it's extra crass. So I can't, I will acknowledge nothing. This is probably what would have happened, by the way. Travel back in time. Hey, King, you're gonna make some analogies that are gonna look really bad in retrospect. Suck my dick, you stupid fucking piece of shit. I would have said the F slur too, because I wasn't on Twitch back then. Very realistic. Accurately predicted my my mannerisms. Ah! Salute. Salute, everyone. If Vosh's charity stream was so good, why isn't there a Vosh charity stream too? Well, dude's been doing numbers lately, by the way. Doesn't Mike get like 3,000 fucking like viewers or something? He was at 1.9K. Dude is rocking it. Big numbers. How? I think a lot of it is that he gets, yeah, he pulls from Hassan, right? He gets a lot of Hassans from, hosts from Hassan. He's like, yeah, he's like the Hassan waiting room. Because he doesn't stream at the same time as Hassan, because he's a fucking coward. I'm concerned about these images. How to trick Vosh. Step 1, walk up to Vash and say, hey, Voosh, I'm a hater. Step 2, Vosh say back, what do you want, hater? Step 3, respond with, look over there, Vash, it is a horse cock. Step 4, Vosh responds, oh my god, where? I want horse cock. Step 5, laugh at stupid Vosh and say, hi, idiot, there wasn't a horse cock there. Step 6, watch as liberal Vosh cries. This is very mean and hateful and peepo sad. I had no idea, by the way, when talking about this early in my stream career, that this would end up being one of the most enduring memes, but in retrospect, it might be one of my favorite, because it's so fucking funny. Do you still have that tank top? No, this tank top got ruined by even more fucking Gorilla Glue. This one got enough Gorilla Glue on it, I had to throw it away. The Vouchjack version 2, the Black Sun, is supposed to represent Vosh's true political beliefs, by the way. Is this a joke? Was this hold on, there are several layers to this. First of all, this was posted to enough Vosh spam. Hold on, let me see. Is this person a memer? They post in Super Sentai, enough Vosh spam, the right can't meme, a lot of Super Sentai, Yu-Gi-Oh! Damn. Nope. Enough Vosh spam. Yeah, no, this is unironic. This person unironically was like, here's a Wojak. I'm going to put the Nazi symbol on it to represent his true beliefs. Now, I have to say, and I've said this before, by the way, this is supposedly a Wojak about me. It doesn't look anything. There's literally no resemblance. They took a pose that I did, and they just drew another person on top of it. It doesn't even look like a good Wojak. It's too detailed. No Wojaks have beards like this. And different line thicknesses for the facial hair. It doesn't look like a Wojak. And it doesn't look like me. You know? It looks like Bad Empanada, kinda. It does look... It looks more like Bad Empanada than it looks like me, that's for sure. Yeah, I have no idea. But there, I think this was even posted by like the Quartering, or was it in the comment section by the It was somebody on Twitter posted this, was like, haha, we got him. Here's Vosh. But if you have to make the person look this not like me to own me, then I like got him. But look, they have keloids. This is supposed to be me, you know? I don't know. Low effort. Stupid shit. What the fuck is this? 16 images? Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you guys doing? What? Part 3? This is from a mod? Okay, hold on. You post constantly. How am I supposed to... Okay, hold on. Posting my nature pics every day until OK Buddy stream number 32. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Okay, here's part 2. And then there's part 3. We haven't even reached part 1 yet. Was part 1 posted like in fucking June or something? There we go. 2 months ago. This is like an ongoing saga. Wait, why did it just get rid of the things that I looked up? What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, part 2. It doesn't even link to the right page. Okay, here. There we go. The CIA was trying to keep it from us, boys. All right. Now we can appreciate the true saga. Forward, Voshites, to the Capitol building, where they keep all the capitalism. Angry emoji. Not if I have anything to say about it, Jack. Oh shit, I forgot Biden was a capitalist. What can me and my Voshers do alone? You're not alone. Destiny, Nani, I thought you were on my side, Jack. I did some reading last night. Politics 101. I'm gonna get a stomachache. God damn it. You shot me, Jack. You know, good trader. Oh, that's 102. Sorry. 102. Gotta keep up the distinction. Thank you, comrades. Let's end capitalism together. Do you think one day I'll ever have a positive conversation with Caleb Maupin? I wonder. I gotta wonder. But we're not done yet. 1 year post-revolution. Oh, by the way, this stream does not endorse the assassination of the United States president. Implied through that meme, that's not what we... Literally just looking at meme images. Thank you. Also, it wasn't even me that did it in the fucking comic. 1 year post-revolution, the American government has disassembled. Hello, Vosh. Ah, Sake. It's good to see you. Many of the breadtubers validate their power through the military force of their fan bases. The country is a confederation of various political theories and breadtubers. Do you trust me? Yes, you gave the revolution your iron golem tech and socialized Tanuki Industries. Be based and take over the military. The council said so. No, because anarchism. This was decided by the people. You must accept. Fine, let's sort out the details. Yeah, the Magi said so. The Magi. Citizens of America, too. In the last year, we have achieved a full distribution, transformation of the means of production, and in another year, we will finally have Medicare for all. Wink. If only my personal friends Comrade Bernay and Comrade Morales were here to see this. While the crowd chants Vosh Rad, Vosh Rad. We got the flag in the fucking audience. Also, I have been elected as the war representative of America too, sad face. This means I will only have the time to stream once a week. Vosh bad. Vosh bad. To be continued. No. The final chapter. My God. Now the collage made sense, huh? Yeah, we're finally getting to it. See, now we have all the context. See? All this shit, now it makes sense. The command center of America 2's military. Sake, you there? He's been missing for weeks. Meanwhile, deep in the Mojave, the fascists remain. Sarkhan and fucking Candace. So, I'm thinking we use this red golem tech to retake America and establish a fascist dictatorship. Starry eyes. All email Vosh our declaration of war immediately, milady. What the fuck do we do? I don't know. We only have a week before the fascist army arrives. Yikes. This is the stupidest shit I've ever read in my fucking life. Pull yourselves together, maggots. Yes, Commander Shu. Is Shu here? She would resent this take char's role. Since Sake is nowhere to be found, we need to look for allies elsewhere. What are you suggesting? We have 2 places to go. Coconut Island and Trans Island, also known as Britain 2.0. Coconut Island, the last legal place for trillionaires. Apparently, America 2 is taken over by VAC? Crazy, bro. This is stupid as shit. I'm gonna get a fucking stomachache reading this shit, dude. God damn it. I ate Nuggies right before stream. What the fuck? How'd you get past the gate? We need your help. You know, about the whole fascist invasion thing, I'll give support if what? You need to stop being a military dictator. It's not a good look. They'll cut your head off. Sweaty. Why do you think I have to live on an island? Sad face. But I was elected. Angry. That doesn't make it base, bro. Plus, the election was probably rigged anyway. Okay. The fucking saga. This is stupid shit. I can't. Where's the next part? The next part doesn't exist yet. It exists only in the mind of a creative. What even happened? Please don't ask me for context on any of this. This is the dumbest shit. God damn it. Better than the MCU? Unironically. We've seen this. Reposting. All animals want to live. Where do you draw the line? Rabbit meat probably tastes pretty good, so does horsecock. True. Allegedly. Also, good argument on this billboard. Stay mad, carnivores. Girls with the time machine. I am your granddaughter. Really? Boys with the time machine. No gamer words, no glassing Israel. Understand? Thank you, comrade. May I borrow your time machine for a moment? Here you go. I went back and fucked your mom. I am literally your dad now. Oh, God. Solve the real problem. That fix the actual issue. The real concern. God damn it. How dangerous of a timeline would this be, dude? Can you imagine if I did like some Michael Knowles shit and I was like, you know, like some fucking tradcon religious fascist or something, and I dressed up before all my shit Yeah. You should get some gun holsters. Well, I mean, I want to get a nice stand for the golden gun. Oh, dude, wait, hold on. I need to see if the gun looks cooler if I'm holding it while wearing a burgundy suit. Hold on. Not brandishing, etc., etc. Oh my god, that makes it look so much cooler. Holy shit, dude. That increases the fucking vibes. Now I look like a goddamn Bond villain. Absolutely. Bond villain shit right here. Goddamn right. Why are you not wearing shoes? Why would I wear shoes in my fucking house? I'm not going to wear shoes in my house, okay? Jesus Christ. Why do you have a golden 1911? Why do you not have a golden 1911? Also, it was for my grandfather. It's commemorative. You're wearing a suit, though? Yeah, for OK Buddy. Americans wear shoes in their house? Not this fucking American. Do a silly Bond pose? Doesn't that come off like kind of dumb and larpy? Maybe not, I think. The vibes are improved tremendously. Okay. We'll keep going for a little more. A little more, okay? Are you changing after OK Buddy time? Honestly, I'm comfy. I'm comfy and I'm warm. I might honestly just stay in the fucking suit and turtleneck, you know? From enough Vosh spam. That was the worst racism I've ever seen from Vosh. The worst racism so far. True! You never know, right? I'm kidding, of course. But you never know, right? I'm joking, obviously. But you never know. Ironically. From Vosh is bad. The mic keeps hitting its limit. Me too. Fucking Christ. It's not TOS, don't worry. It is, however, stupid. Chef not mentioning Warhammer 40k for 5 minutes. This is from 4 days ago. We're really in like the modern 40k slog. We are. Dylan Burns tuned into the stream. Oh no. Don't judge me by these moments, please. Not during OK Buddy time.
Apparently Vosh is covering your Hickle debate. Might be a stream to jump on. Damn, man, I seem to be the talk of the town. How's that going? Let me see. I'm the talk of the town. Well, that's going great. Wonderful content. Thanks for the suggestion.
What? Wait, did that just happen? Wait, did he tune in right when I was going to grab my gun? Was that he literally tuned in during like the 15-second period I was getting my gun from the case? Okay. That's perfect. That's fantastic. That's amazing. I know it's a filter, but still, I love it. God damn, he got me here. Holy shit, he fucking beefed me. Everyone who dislikes us has a derangement syndrome. Trump supporters and Voshites. True. The only correct thing Trump ever did. The one thing. I feel like we are giving off the exact same energy here. You know? Who's that on the left? Dude, that's me. I was 15 years old here. And as you can clearly see, in possession of a strong jawline. Thank you. It was Halloween. I dressed up as an emo. I didn't really have a costume, so. Nah, that shit weak as fuck. This? Okay, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, sure. Yeah, fine, whatever. Goddamn beauty standards these days. Yeah, culturally appropriating emos. Sorry, you degenerates are not going to get me into choking. It's just not my thing. The only choking that's okay is like gagging while deep throating or whatever. But that's not really choke. The Shinji on fucking no. Sorry, it's just not my thing. What's with the suit? It's okay, buddy time. The more you get out, the better it gets. You fuckers. You fuckers and your goddamn jokes. Thank you. Always throwing together the best optics for me and my community. You ever get tired of people saying stuff like that about you? How much can I really complain? You know? Why the fuck does this have 84 comments? Oh, I get it. The original post was implying that this isn't the case, and the people in here are like, well, yeah. Discourse. Posting the human rights flag till that weird 40k streamer does another OK Buddy segment day one. Oh, well, look at that, huh? Now you can stop posting it. Enough Voshbam. We only support Biden for harm reduction, Voshites. Who doesn't support this? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? That's funny as shit. Like for Pierre or something, I don't know. I don't watch Vosh. If only. About as awkward, though. Dude, they're actually, that's crazy. They're the same amount of cringe. That's like the line that connects the two, except one of them's an actor and one of them's a guy. That's fucking amazing. People got sucked in the anti-SJW craze in 2016, now coming out as queer and allies. We were bad, but now we're good. Is this part of like a song beat? I've never heard it spoken, you know? Yeah. It is? What's the beat? Is it like, we were bad, but now we're good? It's the sex offender shuffle? Oh, well, you're all sex offenders. Congratulations. I'm not. I never got sucked into the anti-HW craze. Fuck you. Roguelike players, when they see a pile of shit on the floor, it's a Binding of Isaac reference. This was posted on Gaming Circle Jerk. 337 comments. Boom. What are they talking about in here? Boom. Vouch. Voosh. Oowoosh. It's voosh. Vish. Voosh. Vokes. Vouch. Vosh bad. Vosh bad. Can't believe everyone's getting so political over a Bloodborne indie streamer. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you coming out to my defense. I really... Wait, hold on. If I go down far enough, how many comments removed or comments hidden by downvote threshold will I see? Oh, not that many. There's a lot of stuff in here, though. Please don't let this comment section turn into a Vouch bad circle jerk. Vouch is a based socialist streamer, as well as the first and only person to beat Bloodborne. Vouch is an anarchist, fascist, liberal pedophile who forcibly transitions cis people into the opposite of their preferred gender, but leaves trans people as they are. First comment, horse. All right, never mind. I take it back. I doubted you guys, but Gaming Circle Jerk is a good sub, and good subs have my fans in them, because that's what makes them good. Nicely done, team. Taiwan Communist Party. Although the party includes communists in its name, Wang has stated he does not fully understand Marxism-Leninism and only chose the name because he thought it would attract more interest. Fucking Chad move. I don't know what it means, dude. Just... I appreciate the honesty. Let me expand. This is a good emote. I will consider it. Based. Their generation destroyed the planet. It's up to ours to fix it. Do you think one day Shoe-on-Head and Hassan will ever have an interaction of any kind? I don't know. They might have already interacted. I don't know if they have. That'd be kind of funny, though. That'd be dope. Shu needs to do the thing that Hassan does sometimes where he brings e-girls over to, like, sit next to him while he goes over Joe Rogan. Because that would be funny as fuck, dude. That would be incredibly good energy. Yeah, bimbo, himbo, solidarity, exactly. Azan never talks to women over 25. Oh, does he have Leonardo DiCaprio syndrome? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm kidding, maybe. The fucking liberals. Does Pete Buttigieg still exist? We need to cover Pete Buttigieg more these days. I feel like he's probably up to some really funny stuff, right? Please don't, Vosh. His father is actually super based. Yeah, I've heard that. How is Mao liberal? Dude, he's a liberal. Yeah, he's a lib. It's true. That moment you realize. Is there something here other than the unedited photo? I didn't. Yeah, no, this is real. Yeah, this is the unedited photo. Haiti's first president, Jean-Jacques. It's just Jacques, right? In French? Jean-Jacques, right? Look at the hands. Well, there's just somebody holding it up from below, right? Jean-Jacques Dessalines called Polish people the white N-words of Europe, which was then regarded as a great honor as it meant brotherhood between Poles and Haitians. Yeah, because there were Poles in Haiti at the time who sided with the slaves, right? No. Saying Polish people have the N-word passed like saying autistic people can have the R slur. True. Absolutely. Oh, I thought we didn't want to get cat hair on my threads.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Did I not?
You got to get pigeon.
She's in the blanket, but yeah, I can get her.
Yeah, you got to get pigeon. Artemy, I love you. Me at VoshCon. Me at VoshCon. Fucking video hosting service. The goddamn CIA.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
The build-up made it a lot better. Hello, pigeon. You don't have fur with which to ruin.
Evil mastermind with your hairless cat.
Yes. I am now a Bond villain. Hold on. Okay, pigeon. Hold on. I don't normally hold her like this. No. Damn it. All right, well. Almost. That's why I normally hold them on their backs. They really have zero fur. They have a little bit of fluff on their nose, but they have no real fur. They certainly don't shed. Banisher of Tankies. Oh, God, if only. Send them all to the goddamn... What is it, Gab? What's, like... reverse Twitter? I don't know. Isn't Mel back now? God fucking damn it. Oh, God. Uh. Oh, God. Literally Vosh. First principles. The original meme. The fuck is this Wojak? Okay. Okay. Does anyone else think it's a little bit weird that there are people who will, like, actually spend time in Paint making original Wojaks for me? Like, can you... Does it need... Why are you obsessing over me specifically? Like, this is really weird. Couldn't you, like, just type literally Vosh underneath or something? This just strikes to me of, like, parasocial. I'm not reading all this shit. That's way too much to read. Fucking leftist meme. Ah! Attacking black people for being unapologetically black is a goal both conservatives and Voshites agree on. Attacking black people for being unapologetically black. Please don't do ethnic cleansing, guys. I love this, though. Look, the little meeps going in there. Racist, separatist, genocide, Nazi. Yeah, they got you, bro. Oh, they got me. This is just, yeah, a poor, innocent YouTube channel casually advocating for ethnic cleansing. And we roll up. How'd we do in this debate? I'd say I won this debate. What is this, a fucking 8K image? Holy shit. Jesus fuck. It's not, it's a regular 1080p image, so I don't know why it's... Okay. Vosh for the Nazi he's debating starts saying the phrase, the N-word, instead of just saying the N-word. I'm gonna do what's called a pro-gamer move. Do you think one day, you know that photo of me that's always used as like the pre-N-word, like right before I say the N-word? Do you think that's ever gonna show up on the Twitter account, images that precede great things? Or what, you know that Twitter account, like images before legendary moments or something like that? Or like images before disaster. Just any one of those gimmick Twitter accounts, you know? Jesus Christ. Oh, God. True, but also not okay, buddy Vouch. I don't even see Vouch in this meme. But I do like red pants. We did it, boys. The anti-vax movement is no more. God, these fucking photos of me. You even got different photos for them. Jesus Christ. You guys are utterly depraved. These people are utterly depraved. Oh my fucking God, how many nested images are there here? Nobody, not a soul. Vosh to trans people who criticize him. Since you don't seem willing to do the world a favor and kill yourself, I guess I'm gonna have to do it for you. Is that something I say to trans people who criticize him? Is that a quote that I'm known for? Is that my action figure phrase? Vosh, every moment of every day, I like killing minorities. He actually said this. He actually told trans people who are critical of him they should kill themselves. When did I say that? Oh my God, Voosh blew up Megaton in Fallout 3 and lost karma. Vouch bad, Wich bad. These people are utterly depraved. Nice. You ever get tired of people saying stuff like that about you? I mean, sometimes it's so stupid that it's, like, funny. Like, this is funny. Like, this channel has probably put out dozens, hundreds of pro-trans videos. I've had pro-trans segments clipped on TikTok that went viral, like, so hard that they're probably some of the largest and most widely distributed pro-trans content on the history of the website. And they're like, yeah, dude, you know what Vosh likes doing? Like, he's like killing trans people. I don't know. That's what he's about. You know, as at a point, the difference is comedy enough. You know. It seems I've been caught in Dylan Burns' chat. Hey! Where's my hair? This isn't of me. There's no glasses. I have hair, goddammit. Average Jimmy Dore fan. Yeah, the meme here, this is actually the socialism is for figs shirt. This person's full on right wing. It is kind of funny seeing a person in right wing stuff when he's got like 14 piercings and gauges and like venom bites and stuff like that. And also, his hat does look ridiculously big. It's so stupid how big his hat looks. He really looks like a child on a train who like got given the conductor's hat. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is the fucking Mario Odyssey hat. Yeah. How is he allowed to wear that at work? Maybe the people who he's working with agree with him? I don't fucking know. Maybe he's just a bad employee. Gotta get a feeling this guy's probably a bad employee. See, this is from 196. See, 10,000 upvotes. That's why it's a good subreddit. Okay, we gotta pull it in. We gotta pull it in soon, folks. No! Stop! Stop!
I forgive you.
Stupid ass. 14-year-old communist when China bans anime femboys. Literally Waluigi on literally Waluigi on Twitter. Never let your family know. Never use this terminology in front of your family, okay? Do not be a disappointment to them. What the fuck? Why did I do this on stream? That slapped.
I know, but she's gay and you blatantly said you don't support LGBT or you don't support gay people. Oh, so you don't support LGBTQ. You realize LGBTQ isn't only gay. You know, it's lesbian, trans. If you're trans, that doesn't mean you're still gay. So you're saying if you're trans, you're basically just still a guy? No!
No!
No, it's not. Maybe they didn't want to be a woman or a male. It's their decision. What's the matter with that? Let's say someone was...
Crashed on an island.
No, like I genuinely do care because I do want to have this argument. That's fucked up. Because let them... So you don't like them. Like, if someone was gay, you'd stop being friends with them?
What a little Chad. What a little king. I noticed that this is on TikTok cringe. 50,000 points, 5,000 comments. I wonder what valuable discussion this TikTok video produced. Now I know the 12-year-olds destroying me in Warzone are also having casual conversations while killing me. Okay, fine. No, I genuinely do want to have this argument. Wow, that was awesome. Clap. Aw, okay, maybe it's more supportive. There's probably a ton of arguing here, but wow, these 12-year-olds are a lot cooler than the ones I played COD 4 with back in the day. Aw, that's nice. Okay, maybe maybe we're positive here. Kudos to these kids, impressed by how he's playing. Yeah, the kid's form seemed pretty okay, you know? I'm not a big FPS player, but kid's a good listener. Seriously, some A+ active listening skills. Damn, all right. White people happy, boys. The cringe part in that sub's name is basically dropped these days. Okay, then we're good. Wait. If it doesn't just cover TikTok cringe, do you think they would have my fucking trans segment there? I never actually looked that up. If I look up trans and TikTok cringe, do you think? There are probably way too many to look through, right? Like, it probably did get posted at some point. It's just... Wait, I could just type Vosh. Because any comment section where I do something, I'm there. I don't see it. That's okay, one day. Huh?
Didn't you show Scream the Whisper for some reason?
No, I didn't want to. It's for my purposes. True. Although you must remember no Reddit post contains a comment with Vosh spelled correctly. That is true. I do have like 74 legitimate spellings of my name. True. Good faith. What? What is this in reference to? Vosh after a long day drawing his own lollipop. Is this the one time from 4 years ago where I said I drew a lolly Destiny and I just drew Destiny doing like a derp face on like a skinny body, and it wasn't even lolly, it was just Destiny is... He had a beard in the drawing. Is that what we're referring to? Me after a long day of drawing stupid drawings about... Oh yeah, I saw that, Demsuck, yeah. Show it? I don't fucking know where that is. Oh, yeah, here it is. He actually said this. He actually told trans people who were critical of them they should kill themselves. He also called them subhuman. He's the real leftist, though, guys. Wait, what is this from? Oh, shit. Am I going to get canceled if I open this?
Calling me, like cis-centric.
Hold on. What bastard modifications have been made to this clip that have led to it sounding like this? We have modern web video, okay? This was encoded in MP4. There is no excuse. Is this even my voice? Is this a dub?
I was called a Strasserite. That's a left-leaning
No, that's my voice. It's just, how did it get edited so much?
Nazi or a socialist Nazi. I was called pretty much every negative thing that you can call me.
Huh?
And the same thing happened here. And this was just in response to Thoughtsline blocking me. These people are subhuman, and I want them to kill themselves. I'm not...
Damn, pretty edgy. Now, hold on. We need to cut something out of this, okay? I wasn't telling trans people who were critical of him they should kill themselves. I was telling everyone critical of me they should kill themselves. Big difference. I've talked about that video clip 1 trillion times. We're not doing this again. Get me out of here. In Roblox, I would never say that today. Because I don't believe it. And in fact, I never believed it. So true. So true. Friends, we've had a good hour and 15 minutes of OK Buddy time. But I think, like all good things, we must eventually abate. I know Jason in chat is very upset because they wanted me to get to their meme. They're just gonna have to repost it. Or DM me or something. Remember, folks, it's always time for OK Buddy Time. Never forget. Good segment. We've still got plenty to do. We need to go over the Burns-Hinkle debate, and we're going to do it while playing Mario. I actually am a little bit warm. I'm going to change out of my dress clothing. So while I'm doing that, hold on one second. Let me give you something to watch really quick. You can watch Dylan Burns. We're going to shamelessly steal content here. Literally, just
if he said that about if someone's
Destiny versus Zerka. Is this Zerka? You know what? I don't even care what the context is. Just steal this for a second. I'll be right back.
It's just like this is like the way.
Tails, shut the fuck up. Do some work.
I can't believe I defended your husband. I'll never defend that guy again in my life.
Okay, I mean, hey, dude, like everyone can see like how the way it is, except you and your little community. It's
my little
pretty
community.
different. Yeah.
One in the chat if Mel knows I'm right and she feels bad, but she has to side with her husband.
So Infrared came in here and he was like, debate me on the Destiny, whatever. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And now he's over in his thing complaining about the Jackson Hinkle thing. My God, they're still coping about that, okay? Beautiful. It's beautiful, man.
Wait, no one is siding with you. Like, no one is. Like,
It's a
everyone
Bosch is streaming. Why is he streaming me right now? I'm just looking at this nonsense. This is literally garbage.
Hey,
can see,
Melina,
like, how crazy this
Melina,
shit is.
here's the problem.
Mhm.
When we do hook up, it's gonna be awkward now.
There's no way.
Oh, nice, good one.
What?
Sorry.
Very nice. Mhm.
What?
You should spin that.
That was,
harassment.
Wait, that was weird. That was pretty weird.
You know what's funny is when I make jokes like that, DGG actually thinks he's flirting with Sereda and Melina.
Why is Voss streaming me right now? I'm looking at this garbage. I'm looking at this drama garbage. Why are you streaming me? Why? Why? Why am I in front of these many people for this? I'm not even involved in this. I'm not. I just was like, I'm kind of curious. And then I opened this up and now there's like now it would be with Vosh looking at, I got 1.5K here. That's probably another 3 to 4K. I don't know why. Well, while I got you all here, I'm trying to get to 50,000 YouTube subscribers. So if you went to Dylan Burns TV on YouTube and subbed real quick, I'd really appreciate it. And we always need more people in the Discord. Just go under anime YouTube videos, check that out. You get the whole gist. Or into my chat, just put !Discord. He said his folks here while I'm away. Okay, well we're reviewing, just be clear, chat. We're reviewing literal garbage, okay? I'm actively giving you all brain tumors. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mel. You know what?
That's enough content stolen. All right, we stole enough content. What happened? You missed the comedy? Well, wasn't the point to give you guys comedy? We got brain tumors. I mean, he just promoted himself. Okay, all right. He was confused why you were even there. I had to change clothes. And by the way, I'm wearing the same clothes I did yesterday. I did change underwear. You're welcome. Because it was laundry day, and we forgot to do the laundry. Smelly boy. Are you smelly? Are your shirts smelly after wearing them for one day? Yes? Okay. What are you doing? Goddamn goobers out here. Whoa! Where does the horsecock thing even come from? I don't know. It's totally random. There's nothing I ever did or said that I could ever imagine playing into something like that. Hey, is White or Methaldo up? The admin feed, I can't access it. I can't see people's no-nos. I know they're backed up there somewhere. I just can't. It's just, it gives me a gray screen whenever I try to open that. Dono time? No, this is the opposite of dono time. Those donos aren't gone. Don't worry. I'll give them a look soon. I just need for the back end to work properly. Probably somebody just typed an extra comma or something like that. I don't know how coding works. Fitting meme for Burns versus Hinkle. Oh, that's good. That's a good photo of Dylan right there. No copyright of Reno, but we will get a retweet Aroni. All right, a couple things that I want to do. First of all, I can't believe Tempest got this video out this quickly, but try restarting things to see if that helps. What is restart? How do I restart a web page? You mean my entire Google Chrome? You want me to restart my whole Google Chrome? No, I will try. Oh, sorry to bother you. Anyway, I can't believe Tempest got this out so quickly, but the fucking Vosh Pit video on my geography, I have mastered all geography. You guys are gassing... Whoa! You guys are gassing me up in the comments. And I appreciate that, by the way. I've been doing some more practicing. I'm trying now to do the, geography quizzes where you just type it, like you don't click on it. You know what I mean? Like this. Hold on. Can I get the Europe one? Europe, countries, type. This one. See? Where you just have to type it and get the spelling right and stuff. I'm not perfect at this yet, you know? So that's the Isle of Malta. That's Vatican City. That's Russia. That's United Kingdom. That is Hungary. That is... Doesn't it start with an M? It's not Andorra. Andorra is the one between Spain and France, and there's the reset. Monaco? Monaco. Wait! You guys shouldn't be helping me! Oh, well, there's Andorra. Looking away from chat. Ireland. That's Switzerland. Greece. Portugal. Spain. Romania. Gotta spell it right through. Romania. That's the Isle of Cyprus, which was the name of one of my dorms. That's Slovenia. That is not Holland, damn it. Denmark is up there. Netherlands is down there. And then you have... No, it's... I'm not looking at you people. Belgium. It's Belgium. All these damn countries. Italy. That's Luxembourg. Thank you. Poland. That would be Belarus. Croatia. That's... Latvia is the one above it, so this has to be Lithuania. Yes. That's Serbia. That is Moldova. Nice. Montenegro? Yeah. Montenegro. Nice! Very, very, very nice. Now, this is Slovakia, right? Slovenia, Slovakia? Slovakia. Latvia. And that's Estonia. All the ias up there. These is the Czech Republic. But hold on. This, I will look for the spelling, because with this one, they include both of the spellings. It's up here. Czech Republic, Czechia. Okay. Czech No, it's with an H. Yeah, it's Republic. Right? Is it Czechia? Czechia? Okay, thank you. Ukraine. That would be Netherlands. Germany. That's Bulgaria. That's Finland. That's this one. It has two names. Who gives a country two names here? Bosnia and Herzegovina. Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? Thank you. Iceland. What is this one? It starts with an A, doesn't it? Algeria? No. Albania. Thank you. That's Kosovo. San Marino. Did I type that right? San Marino? Did I type San Mario? Austria. The other one is Luxembourg, so this is Liechtenstein, which I don't know how to spell. Liechtenstein? Ah! Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein. North Macedonia with Novi. France. Norway. Sweden. Denmark. Well, apart from the misspelling, also my chat seems to have broke. Well, apart from the misspelling, I think I did well. Anyway, chat, what are you up to right now? Why are you dead? Oh, wait, you're not dead. I just had to refresh this entire time. Your subscribe button isn't working? Ooh, probably something also worth looking at. Here, let me refresh you guys real quick. Welcome back. Welcome back. There we go. Africa next. We can try. What do we do? Africa, then we move on to the debate? How about we do Africa pins, so we do it quickly? Harder difficulty? This can only get so difficult without just removing the borders, which at that point, you're just doing it for the sake of challenge. Here, we will do the pin version. Very quick. Very, very quick. Okay? Okay. Benin is here. South Sudan is here. Sierra Leone is here. Djibouti is here. Senegal is here. Namibia is here. Gabon is here. Liberia is here. Eswatini is this little one right here. Mozambique is here. Angola is here. Mali is here. Ethiopia is here. Burkina Faso is here. Mauritius is here. Seychelles is here. Tunisia is here. Zambia is there. Libya is here. Chad is here. Algeria is here. The Comoros are here. Sao Tome and Principe are here. Mauritania is here. Cameroon is here. Western Sahara is here. Togo is here. Nigeria is here. Egypt is here. Morocco is here. Tanzania is this one. Zimbabwe is here. Somalia is here. Burundi is this one right here. The Gambia is this tiny sliver over here. Uganda is this one. Rwanda is this one. South Africa is here, obviously. Guinea is here. Ghana is here. Malawi is here. The Ivory Coast is here. Guinea-Bissau is here. The Central African Republic is here. Niger is here. Lesotho is here. Republic of the Congo is here. Equatorial Guinea is here. Madagascar is here. Sudan is north of South Sudan. Eritrea is here. Democratic Republic of the Congo is here. Kenya is here. And Botswana is here. Oh, and Cape Verde is here. There we go. Do Asia? Asia is easier than Africa. There are fewer countries. But if you want me to, we could do Asia and then we will be done. How can they call you racist now? Shut up. Okay, I'm still going to get these two mixed up. One of them is Kazakhstan and one of them is Kyrgyzstan. I think the T is down. Tajikistan is the southernmost one. The stands. Tajikistan is the lowest one. Sri Lanka is here. Cambodia is here. Lebanon is here. The Philippines are here. North Korea is here. Japan is here. Tajikistan, we are tested immediately, is there, yes. Afghanistan is here. What's up?
Oh, I wanted you to show chat something weird.
What?
I wanted you to show them the armadillo.
Oh, sure.
I like it.
A brief break.
Look, he's made.
Look,
You want to know?
Vermin has a cute armadillo that they ordered, and it is admittedly extremely cute. And I think that's nice. And it's from GabbyZapata.com. An independent artist, no doubt. Look at the thank you card. Isn't that sweet? Gabby Zapata. Very cute stuff. Set that there. Yes, Gabby with a Y. So the second spelling there. Got it. Anyway. Laos is here. Kyrgyzstan is here. South Korea is here. Jordan is here. China is here. East Timor is down there. Syria is right over here. Myanmar is here. I always think of it as Burma, but that's not its name. Brunei is here. Uzbekistan is here. Bhutan is here. Nepal is here. Pakistan is here. Turkey is here. Malaysia is here. Oman is here. Thailand is here. Qatar is here. Armenia is right over there. Turkmenistan is this one. Bangladesh is right here. Iran is the big one right there. The Maldives are down here. Bahrain is this one. Yes. Kuwait is right here, invaded by Iraq. Mongolia is here. Israel, disputed, is there. Kazakhstan is here. Saudi Arabia is here. Yemen is here. Russia is here. Vietnam is over here. Azerbaijan is here. United Arab Emirates is here. Indonesia is here. Taiwan is over here. India is over here. Singapore is over here. Georgia is over here. Iraq is over there. I'm going to need to find a new planet to name countries on. South America. South America has like 9 countries. Enough. Anyway, I just, I committed to learning this, and now I know it. And now I know it anywhere and everywhere. Here, I will demonstrate this. Look. Observe. Chat, name countries. It must be of the 150 largest by land area, because that is the perimeter of this map. Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is this one right here. Vatican City, right down there. Madagascar is right over here. Uzbekistan is this one. Tasmania is this one. Tunisia is this one. Oman, but the small part. I only know the big part of Oman. Sorry. There you go. Angola is this one right here. Uruguay, that's over here. Paraguay, that's above it. Djibouti, that is right over here. This tiny one right here. Suriname, I believe that's right here. Colombia, right here. Venezuela, right next to it. Florida, not a country, but also right here. Finland, right over here. Kurdistan, not on this map, sadly. Terribly sorry. Sealand, I'm afraid I don't know where Sealand is. I'm sorry. I know. In our hearts. Kurdistan exists in our hearts. Kekistan? That's probably somewhere in Florida. Norway is right here. We've already done Paraguay. Alright, shut up, all of you. We've done enough. Mauritania, that's on the west coast of Africa. Alright. Your next test is to pronounce all the countries correctly. I will never learn to do that. Anyway, I'm just trying to learn all this stuff so that it's ingrained in my brain permanently. You know what I mean? If I learn it all permanently in my head, then I never ever have to worry about it in the future. I think it's time for us to get around... Somebody tweeted a banger about you. Oh yeah, are you sure this wasn't you tweeting this? I legit have no idea how people memorize that much shit. It's just the power of autism, unironically. This isn't even the best screen cap of me. From this fucking stream. We'll get there. We're not even close to losing weight either. Gonna have a jawline that can cut glass. Sorry, but stunlock time? Not a chance in the world. It's time for us to do a debate review. Haha. Sorry, Vermin. Sucks to suck. By the way, whatever you did on the back end did not fix my ability to take a look at the feed, Mythaldu. It's not a big deal. I can take a look at the donations as they come in through Streamlabs. There are other sites that I can use to track them. But I'm afraid I still can't see them. You don't need to fiddle too much. It's probably some minor thing. It's always some minor thing. All right. Let's get that debate out. Now, has Dylan Burns uploaded it yet? It only happened yesterday. Yes? My man. 2.5 hours. Don't we have content? And we're listening to it all, too. By the way, I was talking earlier with somebody, with a friend, and I think I know the perfect term to describe, like, Jimmy Dore, Jackson Hinkle, Aaron Monte, and stuff like that. They're literally liberal tankies. Is that not what they are? They're liberal tankies. They don't push the full-on communism thing. They don't LARP in, like, Soviet aesthetics. But they're liberal tankies. Aren't they? Tell me I'm wrong. That's actually what radlibs are supposed to be. Well, the people who say radlib tend to like people like Jimmy Dore, right? Hinkle trying to bait Destiny in debate. God, he is such a thirsty little fucking clout goblin. He'll probably get it, too. I'll spend like 30% of the debate agreeing that I'm a bad socialist or something. All right, we got the debate, but do we have the Mario? The answer is no. But we can fix that. Does this button hotkey to anything? Okay, this button isn't hotkeyed. Let me do a hotkey real quick. Hold on. What's after Mario? We'll find out. Hold on. Where are the settings? Hold on. File, settings, hotkeys. Okay, here. Start Charity 2. Switch to Charity 2. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. As is the case with previous fucking memes that we've been doing like this, you're not going to be able to see the debate people, but you'll be able to tell who's talking because they do not sound alike. Hold on. Crazy how that works, huh? I love being a streamer. I love it so goddamn much. We're so close to 100%ing this, by the way. We're, like, on the fucking border. Can you imagine how much less trash your stream would be if you just window capture the Chrome window you're watching on? But... where would I put it? Below me? Like, covering the chat? Fine.
Welcome. French tropical paradise of Isle Delfino. We're so pleased to welcome you to our beautiful home.
Add. Window capture. Capture. Okay. The name's already in use. Capture these nuts. Choose Chrome. Debate with Tanky over Taiwan gets heated. Accept. Move it down here. Wow, we sure are adding a lot of information to this. The window is so tiny that half of it is fucking taken up by the goddamn hotbar. Fuck you.
It does name one thing that an embassy does that the American Institute in Taiwan does not do.
I'm just telling you, it's not an embassy.
So you are conceding that it does function as an embassy, though?
I'm not conceding anything. I'm just saying.
You just said that it doesn't function as an embassy.
I'm saying that it. No, I said it's not an embassy.
But then you said that it didn't function as an embassy.
I'm saying
just
it's
pop
not
out
an
on
embassy,
YouTube?
and for that reason, you can't claim that it functions as an embassy.
But it
because
does.
It's not an embassy.
Then what thing does an embassy do that the American Institute in Taiwan doesn't do? One thing, anything, literally anything, anything in the world. One example.
It would be.
How do you pop out? Pop-up player.
Be an embassy if it was an embassy.
That's
it's not
Bazinga?
not an answer to my question. I
Operations.
never alleged
Bazinga?
that there were structures in
You
place.
said that they were going to be used for defensive operations only. That's what you said, Dylan.
Yes,
You
and
said
so
they're going to be used for
and
defensive
they are,
operations.
and they
So
are,
tell me
and
how
they
they're
are.
gonna be used
Jackson,
for defensive
listen, you gotta
operations.
calm
Tell
down
me.
if we're gonna have a
Tell me.
conversation here.
Tell me how they're going to be used.
Jackson, they are going to
Either
be used.
concede that you're wrong, or
Jackson,
tell me how they're going to be used for
You
defensive
gotta
only.
calm down, okay? You can't just be a
Tell me.
mini Haas, okay? How's it going, Jackson?
How about that, huh? Look at that professional setup. Look at that, huh? We got a little YouTube video. Look at that, huh? 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 Amazing.
I'm doing okay. I have a bit of a sore
We're ready.
throat. Other than that, I'm fine.
No worries.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm taking my day off because I had to go to a board meeting, but I'm happy to be here.
Cool. What do you want to talk about? Because I feel like we could talk about. You see, I used to have this mindset.
Oh yeah, context. Okay, Dylan Burns, cool guy. I don't agree with him on everything. First of all, it's gonna make a homophobic joke. I'm also gay. It's not real. It was gonna be a. Never mind. Anyway, Dylan Burns is cool and I respect him a lot. Also, Jason Hickle is Jimmy Dore type. I debated him once. He said that you can survive what was it, chlorine gas by opening windows, even though the gas is heavier than air. Right? That's what he said, right? This thing has been memeified to hell and back, so I don't actually remember what he said. He said that, right? Just open a window? He's this guy, yeah. So his main thing is, like, basically think like Tanky, but like a lib. So he's not even got, like... He doesn't even wear nice hats like the Ushanka. You know what I mean? He's just, like, pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-Assad. Is that the guy with the container in the roof? Yeah. He's pretty... I don't know, far right. It's just a flavor of far right. Being a tanky just means you're far right for a different set of geopolitical interests. Assad is far right. Modern China is far right. You know, modern Russia is far right. So it's just you defend those, and you're like, you know, if you don't support these countries, that means you're an imperialist American supremacist. That's like the line, you know? He also said you were faking an echo. Oh yeah, this is the echo dude. Anyway.
That because I'm new to debating. Vosh was my first debate, so I was like,
oh, that explains it. Okay, we need to up the speed a little bit. Up the speed a little bit. Can we do that like this?
I was like, my first debate, I was like, you know, I only want to debate like actual fucking big fish. Hence why I was like, you know, who the fuck is Dylan Burns? I'm not going to waste my time on this little shitlib that is an imperialist. I'm going to waste my time on this shit. So now I have you here because I changed my strategy. I'm going to literally run through all of you. I'm going to run through all of you one by one. So you're the first one on the talking block tonight.
I can't see you.
Good to have you here. So what do you want to talk about?
I can't see you, Jackson. All I see is gray.
Tune onto my Twitch stream. You're not going to see me on Discord. I'm streaming right now.
Okay, then I'll turn off then. Okay.
Does he not know how to split inputs?
I'll tune into your Twitch stream.
Just leave your camera on. What the fuck are you doing?
I thought you did. Hey, babe, I can't see you on Discord. Why?
What did you just tell me?
I said I didn't call you anything. I said if I can't see you on Discord, then why am I gonna join myself on Discord?
Because I'm putting your face on my Twitch stream.
Ah, okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for the guest appearance. Okay, so first off, you say like a lot of things.
Babe?
What?
Did you say babe or did I mishear that?
I think you misheard that. You're not my type, Jackson.
I was here already mad. Yeah, these dudes, like, I don't know what to say about this type of energy apart from, like, wife beater energy. I don't know what else to say, dude. They're trying to be me so badly. You know what I mean? I know that I basically invented the, like, lefty debate bro confident, like, masculine posturing, but you guys have to understand, okay? You're aping an art form right now, all right? You don't understand. You don't understand the nuance. It's just an infrared impression? Yeah, and no, infrared was inspired in part by me. Like, there's a reason why the, that hyper-alpha masculine debate bro shit is like this whole aesthetic now, and it's filled with a bunch of insecure man-children who unironically think that you can posture masculinity by unironically just, like, doing the fake wannabe, like, bro shit, you know? They all act like goddamn Jersey Shore characters. Jesus Christ. It's good entertainment, though. Sadly, they just haven't reached my level.
You know, sometimes if we want to hear things, we hear them.
No, everyone in my chat heard it. Go on, though. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, whatever. The first thing I wanted to talk about is your claim that I have, like, proposed myself to be, like, some foreign policy expert, right?
Bro, it says it in your bio.
What does it say in my bio?
It says you are a foreign policy advisor to a congressional candidate.
Okay. And?
Well, it's true. I mean,
that's what an expert would do. If you're advising the nation, congressional candidates on fucking foreign policy, that's what a foreign policy expert would do. You're providing an expert analysis of foreign policy to someone who wants to sit in the halls of Congress.
Okay, so I don't like to use the word expert. I've never proposed myself to be an expert. You and Bad Empanada have both said this. People have claimed I've made this before. I've never claimed myself to be an expert. I've advised people. I'll just tell people my experience with foreign policy, and they choose sometimes that I would be useful. For example, I helped Jill Carter, state senator, when she was running for Congress, get ready for an interview about the Israel-Palestine conflict on the issue of BDS. And I told
Would you
her,
concede that non-experts typically do not provide analysis on foreign policy to congressional candidates or to state senators?
Sometimes. I don't know. It's when people call themselves an expert, I just have a high
You
barrier.
wouldn't concede on that point? Because I would. I
Are
would
you
say,
willing to
yeah,
concede?
like, non-experts.
Sure. I just want to make sure that,
advise on those
that it's
sorts of
not
things.
perpetuated that I've called myself an expert of some sort. I want other people to go to other sources to hear anything on my channel. I just want to make sure that's perpetuated, and I don't want anybody to take my word at face value.
Okay, I don't really care, but I'll abide by your terminology of being an advisor.
Okay, so want to talk about Taiwan?
I'm down to talk about Taiwan. I'm down to talk about AOC. I'm down to talk about anything.
Okay, I want to talk about Taiwan because this is the thing that everybody's been really badgering me over, right? This is the big thing. Okay, so number one, I just want to ask, do you agree with Bad Empanada that I'm gonna be like a Kissingerian type of some sort?
Bro, I don't know. I want to talk about Taiwan. I don't want to.
Okay, then as long as you didn't make.
Does he know what Kissingerian means? I actually have to wonder. I actually have to wonder. Nopers. Oh, hold on. We can get the only blue coin specific to this level if we get this little guy. I don't know what it means. Please inform me. It means being like Henry Kissinger. The foreign policy American dude. Kind of a bad guy. Kind of a really extremely, absurdly, mega, super bad guy. Yeah. The worst guy, maybe? Possibly. There it is. Whoa! I love this game. Is the audio balance good, by the way? Oh, for those of you who are just like chilling in chat, don't really know what's going on, this is the type of content. I think I'm going to try dipping into this content a little bit more. I really like going over other people's content because I think I can add a lot to it. I kind of like reacting to it. I feel like I have a lot to add to that, you know? And I like playing video games. So I think there's going to be a little bit more synthesis between the video game content and the politics content moving forward. If it's super bothersome or distracting to have Mario flipping around over here, I totally get that, but if it's too loud, let me know. If it's acceptable, though, I hope you'll give it a shot, because I think it's, you know, I think it's fun. Have you seen the people complain about it on Reddit? People complain about... My subreddit exclusively is full of people who complain about me. There's only so much I can do about that shit, man. God, the people on my Reddit hate me. Anyway...
They're not your
Fine. So what's wrong with my tweet? Because that's the big thing that everybody's obsessed about. What's wrong with it?
I do not believe that we should be propping up other militaries, especially in an effort to try and wage a new Cold War against China and turn China against Taiwan. I don't think we should be doing that. And I think it's antithetical to the principles of American government to do that.
Okay. So you believe that us funding this
What you elaborate on your opinion first. You elaborate on your opinion first because you're the one who put out the initial tweet about Hassan. What was your principal concern over Hassan's take? Because I thought it was pretty reasonable.
My principal concern is that he uses the word escalation extremely incorrectly. The idea that us sending these arms to Taiwan is an escalation, I find to be quite silly. Definitely, since this has been a policy of the United States since 1979, and that's only officially under.
Context to those who don't know, sorry, I think it's important to know because this debate's going to be a little info heavy. So, remember, if you just saw me do geography, you know where Taiwan is. It's an island just off the coast of China. When China had its revolution, a bunch of supporters of and architects of the old Chinese regime went over to what is now called Taiwan, basically conquered the place, and now they're sort of set up as a separate entire country. So Taiwan is a country in almost every measurable sense. However, it's not legally recognized as a country by many other countries, including the United States, because China does not recognize Taiwan as a country. China thinks that it's currently in a civil war with Taiwan, so they don't consider Taiwan to be like its own country, right? However, pretty much every country, in spite of the official designation, knows that Taiwan is a country. We don't have embassies to Taiwan, but we do have facilities that serve the same purpose as embassies. They're a country in all but name. Does that make sense? So what they're talking about right now is a response to something Hassan said, where he said that it would be escalation for the United States to send arms and troops over to help defend Taiwan if China invaded it, when America has pledged to do just that for decades now. Doesn't Taiwan still claim to be the legitimate government of China? Yes. And mainland China says that about Taiwan, you know? So, yeah. That's politics. That's wacky guys over there, you know? Having a wacky time. Yeah, there are some countries that officially recognize Taiwan, yeah. All right, anyway, that's the context. Let's go.
The Taiwan Relations Act, we've been sending them aid much before that. So to consider it an escalation when we're continuing a continuation of American policy is just not factually correct. It would be the status quo. It would be the perpetuation of the status quo.
So if you, well, actually, it's an increased sum of armament that we're sending. But also, if you think that that's some sort of a non-escalation, then what do you think the explicit purpose of the United States providing military support in general for a sovereign entity that's trying in some ways to disassociate itself from China and become its own sovereign nation? Or the United States goal is to, you know, cut Taiwan off and away from China. What do you think the goal is of the U.S. in intervening there?
So first, about the first part of that, it is an increased sum, but a big reason why it's increased is number one, inflation, and number two, because the defensive needs of Taiwan has increased over the years. As the Chinese military increases its capabilities,
defensive needs, it's a part of China. The U.S. recognizes it as a part of China.
No, you're getting two things.
U.S. doesn't have an embassy there. They recognize it's part of China.
We do have an embassy there. We do. It's called the Taiwan. It's called the Taiwan Institute, the American Institute in Taiwan.
That's not a fucking embassy, Dylan. That's not a fucking embassy.
Mad.
We don't have an embassy there because it's not a sovereign country. If it was a sovereign country, we would have an embassy.
Okay. Do you want to calm down?
Do you want to have like actually reasonable takes?
Well, I want to finish my statements. You're not even letting me finish, Jackson.
It doesn't function as an embassy because it's not an embassy.
But it does function as an embassy.
No, it doesn't.
It does everything an embassy does. Wait, can I finish?
An
it does function. It deals with passport issues. It's what our number one negotiating and talking to of Taiwan. It functions as that. It does name one thing that an embassy does that the American Institute in Taiwan does not do.
I'm just telling you, it's not an embassy because it's not a sovereign country.
I'm telling
so
you,
to label it as such would be very disingenuous.
So
it would be towing the State Department line of saying that Taiwan is in its somehow own way a sovereign country. It's not.
Oh, that's another thing they like to do too. Whenever there's a piece of information they don't like, they call it the State Department line, you know? It's actually really similar, and I'll bust this one out because I think it's totally comparable. It's basically the same thing that Nazis do whenever history is inconvenient for them, you know? They'll say like, oh, it's the Jewish media line that XXY. You know what I mean? They do it in the same way. They don't do it about the same things, but they do it in the exact same way. Where whenever like a very obvious piece of historical information is inconvenient to them, they yeah. A country doesn't really need recognition by other countries to be a country. Yeah, but the thing is, pretty much every country recognizes Taiwan as a country in all but name. They're like, yeah, China, Taiwan's not a country. And then they go ahead and deal with Taiwan as though they were another country, you know? They're only doing it because China gets angry when Taiwan is recognized as a country by others. But in terms of the actual behavior, this is all like giga copium, you know? Mega copium. The copiist, even.
So you are conceding that it does function as an embassy, though?
Looking for those
I'm not conceding anything. I'm just saying.
But you just said that it doesn't function as an embassy.
I'm saying that no, I said it's not an embassy.
But then you said that it didn't function as an embassy.
I'm saying it's not an embassy, and for that reason, you can't claim that it functions as an embassy.
But it does. Then what thing does an embassy do that the American Institute in Taiwan doesn't do? One thing, anything, literally anything. Anything in the world. One example.
It would be an embassy if it was an embassy.
That's not an answer to my question, Jackson.
It's not its own country. It doesn't have an embassy.
It does everything that an embassy does. Just like there's another example.
Not an embassy. It's just exactly the same as an embassy.
That has basically what would be a Taiwanese ambassador that was there, for example, at Joe Biden's inauguration.
An institute.
Yes,
not
an institute. But it does everything an embassy does.
If it was a country, and if the United States recognized it as a country, then we would be calling it an embassy, correct?
We don't call it an embassy because we wanted to warm up.
Because it's not a country and we don't recognize it as a country.
Why do you keep interrupting me, Jackson?
Because you keep going on these illogical paths that that deviate from what the truth of the situation is.
Jackson, you gotta let me finish my statements or I can't talk to you.
It's not a statement if it's a lie, but go on.
Lies can also be statements, and you haven't proven that it's a lie. It does function as an embassy. You're the one who said it didn't function as an embassy.
You're
so
the
I'm
one
asking
who
you, what does it do?
Doesn't recognize it as you know part of China. You started pushing back on that.
Well, yes, here's my statement. There's a difference between the one China policy and the one China principle, right? The Chinese government holds the one China principle. What the principle is that the mainland government, right, the PRC, is the sole governing body over mainland China, and that Taiwan is a part of China, right? But the Taiwan, but the one China policy is very similar, but the key distinction is that we don't really necessarily say that Taiwan is a part of China. We do not make that statement. It's ambiguous, just like most of our policy on Taiwan is to give us wiggle room. Even the Chinese recognize this.
The Chinese do not recognize.
No, they recognize that's our position. They recognize that that's our position. I'm not saying they recognize that Taiwan's its own separate country, but they don't pretend that we have the one China principle.
The Chinese recognize that Taiwan is a part of their country.
Okay, that's what the Chinese government.
Taiwanese call themselves the Republic of China. The U.S. doesn't have ambassadors in China. We don't have an embassy in China. It's not its own sovereign country. I know you want to try and spin it. We can talk about Dylan.
We can just go through all the things that make it its own country.
I just let you go on for like a minute to talk about all the dumb shit that you just put forward. So now let me talk. So it doesn't have...
The only dumb shit he put forward was, hey, this not an embassy does the same thing as an embassy and is exactly the same as an embassy in every way, except they don't call it an embassy. That's all the dumb shit that he put forward. Damn, Oh, no! Okay, we landed on land. Somewhere out here, there is another red coin, lads.
Its own embassy. We don't have ambassadors there. They call themselves the Republic of China. China recognizes that it's a part of China. So, I mean, you're just avoiding the principal debate that we were starting to have at the beginning of this live stream, which was, what is your excuse for saying that it's reasonable for the U.S. to give an increased supply of armament to Taiwan at this point in time when there is increased aggression towards China from the U.S. and our Western allies in a myriad of complex ways?
So first, I'm going to assert why I think it's a country. When it comes to what most countries would designate what is countries, whether you go with Webster Dictionary, any dictionary you put in front of me,
it's not a country.
Okay, you can say words. Now can I finish?
The U.S. doesn't recognize it as a country. So are you saying that you personally recognize it?
Wait, I'm sorry. Does Jason Hickle's definition of a country rely on what the United States considers a country? Does he not think Palestine is a country? But wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that America's like say-so was the determining line for what is or isn't a country. This is a weirdly imperialist take, you know? Very strange.
As a country, or the U.S. recognizes
I personally recognize it as a country because
Okay,
not
so
recognizing
Dylan Byrne-
wait, let me finish. Can I
Dylan
please?
Burns recognizes Taiwan as a country, but the United States doesn't.
What
Go
did you
on.
get?
Okay.
Like the U.S.?
Yes, I concede that because the United States doesn't recognize it as a country out of formality and trying to keep ties with the Chinese government, right? It's ridden a tightrope for a very long time, right? For example, Kissinger wanted to throw Taiwan under the bus. Many American administration wanted to throw Taiwan under the bus, and it was Congress that stepped in and stopped them on many occasions.
No.
Sometimes it was the opposite. Now, when it comes to why it's a country, it has its own functioning judiciary, it has its own military, it has its own flag, it has its own anthem, it has its own currency, it has its own identity that has formed over years, it has its own history separate from China, it is part of multiple international organizations, not all international organizations, but the United States isn't a part of, say, the International Criminal Court, even though we should be, and that doesn't make the United States not a real country, right? I don't believe that just like this isn't a country, this is a country. It's just the America gets to determine what is and isn't a country, and the China gets to determine what is and isn't a country. That's why when we didn't recognize mainland China, I still consider that a country.
So you're saying that you know more than the leaders of the U.S. government and the international community, which all define Taiwan as being a part of China. That's just your opinion. That's just your opinion. I get it. That's just your opinion. You just say that Taiwan's a country and no one fucking agrees with you.
No, that's not true.
Isn't it interesting how, despite being a conspiracy theorist, his only argument here is deferring to mass opinion? Like, remember his discussion with me? Where he was like, oh, yeah, dude, sure, the entire fucking universe agrees with your position, but if you take a look at this one guy's document, you'll find that the chemical buildup on this piece of glass was off, you know? And in this conversation, he's like, oh, yeah, it meets every definition of a country, and that not embassy meets every definition of an embassy, but, like, I don't know. The United States doesn't think that's true, so... Sorry, the U.S. gets to decide. It's kind of weird, right? He's posturing a lot more in this debate. Yeah, because he's fake, and also a fucking pussy. He kept things together a little bit in the convo with me, because he knew if he made any affirmative claims, which he never got around to, that he would, look foolish. But now he's talking with a person of comparable size. You never should have debated the guy. You know, I go back and forth on that. It's true that he loves the attention, but, like, the attention, the positive attention that he's getting, isn't it mostly just from the type of people who'd already agree with him? Like, is he getting bigger because people in my community are agreeing with him, or is he getting bigger because he's just getting noticed from the Jimmy Dore community? In which case, the community's not actually growing, it's just consolidating, you know? Maybe there is some value in, like, actually, like, dealing with these people. I'm glad that Dylan Burns debated him, for example, because Dylan Burns is super, 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 super educated on this stuff. And it really throws the two into a sharp contrast. Where is that last red coin? It's not down below the town, is it? Oh god, it might be. He hasn't responded to anything that Dylan Burns has said. No, he has not, and I doubt he will, but we're gonna watch it anyway. Oh my god, dude. I'm sorry, is this a banger? Dude, I look sweet as shit over here. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Bond, I have all the coconuts. Dude, this slaps. That's good. The game was rigged from the start. Someone needs to drop the fan art. Yeah, I'm giving you guys quality primo fan art content, and I want to see some delivery, proper trigger discipline. I have stellar trigger discipline, okay? Every time my guns are on stream, my index finger is rigidly pointed forward, okay? I do not ever have it in the guard. Oh, you want to copium me? Find any image of me with my trigger finger in the guard anytime I've had a gun on stream. Any image that you haven't photoshopped, because that's cheating.
Chat agrees with you. No one on Twitch agrees with you. The U.S. government doesn't agree with you. China doesn't agree with you. The majority of people in Taiwan don't agree with you. Type of one in chat
that's definitely not
don't
true.
agree with Dylan Burns because I don't think any of you agree with him. So Dylan, go on. Explain why the United States, you know, in your eyes, should be providing an increased armament to Taiwan that is not its own country.
Number one, you're wrong again. The United States, in all function, recognizes it as a country, does not state it because they know it would piss off China. This is true of basically every other. Let me finish. I've let you go on your spiel. Let me go on my spiel. Just because somebody doesn't recognize it as a country does not mean it's not a country, right?
They don't recognize.
I already said this earlier. Can I finish? Can I? Jackson, calm down, okay? I understand
because
he's very obviously not a good faith actor. Oh no, this dude, this dude's 100% lying through his teeth. You know, I don't know if he's like a legit state agent the way a ton of these guys seem to be. Like Aaron Mate literally presented at the UN on behalf of Russia. You know, shit like that. Or if he's just an unbelievable moron. Oh, yep, there's the fucking red coin. Oh fuck, I've got to rock it up to it, don't I? Son of a bitch. Okay, I should have done this first. It's just, the thing that's most embarrassing to me is how desperately he's trying to posture like the masculinity shit. After he lost this debate, he went on Twitter and like flexed. I can't believe I didn't die there. He got caught in 4K on Twitter saying he does everything for clout. He's also very creepy about women. Really? This guy's creepy to women? Son of a bitch. That's fine. We can do this quickly. We just need to get this red coin first. The rest of them are freebies. All right.
You're in your point. No, because you're interrupting me.
DM it to me, Hyperaggressive.
You just said that the U.S. sees it as
the United States does not rule the world. I don't know if you believe China and the United States are the only two powers that dictate what it is and isn't a country, but you know what? There are nations on this planet that say it's a country and have formal embassies with it. It's not a lot, but it's changed with time because the mainland's influence has grown. Yes, we have changed with it, but we treat it in a country.
does not have embassies.
I said we have a functional embassy in Taiwan. We have a functional ambassador in Taiwan.
That the U.S. is one of them. We don't have an embassy there.
No, I said it's one of them. No, I said that the United States is one of them. No, you're not listening to me. I said it's one of those who changed its policy when it comes to embassies and national recognition officially. I was trying to tell you that it does not officially recognize it as a country. But I don't believe that just a number of nations recognizing something as a country means that it becomes a country. Definitely when the reasons they recognize it as not a country, even though unofficially many have a similar policy as the United States and having private institutes act as ambassadors.
So what Dylan Burns could do here, and by the way, there's no way to like get Jabson to not act like a colossal dumbfuck because he is, and there's no way to like make this conversation not painful. However, what Dylan Burns probably could do here is say, what do you think makes a country? Just the approval of other countries? What about Palestine? And get like Jason to like define what characteristics he thinks make something a country. Any characteristic he lists will enable Taiwan. You know? He does mention that later. Well, yeah, pushing into it now. He wouldn't answer. Yeah, he probably just wouldn't answer it. Yeah, he probably would just literally like not answer that, you know?
In all ways, act as embassies in all ways, is because they want Chinese economic power in their countries. They want the Belt and Road Initiative. They want these things, which I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of the Belt and Road Initiative. I want trade. I want international prosperity. But just because you've been strong-armed by the Chinese government to get rid of your embassy does not mean you automatically now are no longer a country. Because if that was the case, then would you agree that in 1950 the Taiwanese government was the official government of China, and we should treat that as the official government of China just because less nations recognize the mainland? That would be ridiculous.
So you do realize, though, that, I mean, your preferred strategy here of, like, providing increased armament to Taiwan, which you claim is a sovereign country, but no one else does, and that the U.S. increase aggression towards China. You say that that's, like, what we should be doing, right?
No,
you say that that's a good thing, that we should be providing this increased armament, which is an increase in aggression. And if you believe that, that's obviously going to... that's going to potentially one day, when the aggression reaches a certain peak level, is going to splinter potentially, if the U.S. gets its wishes, Taiwan from China. That would be the U.S.'s wishes here, right? Or at least economically splinter Taiwan from China. Now, China makes up a greater portion of trade with Taiwan than the U.S. currently does. Taiwan makes up a greater portion of trade and imports with Taiwan than the U.S. does by a great sum. So why, if you are claiming that you want to increase trade with China, you want these, I mean, I would assume this is accurate, you'd want more mutually beneficial trade agreements between countries all across the world. Why would you want this U.S. policy of increased aggression, which will only inevitably result in the splintering, at least economically, of Taiwan from China, and which will result in more harm for the people within Taiwan?
So first, I just want to say you're wrong that nobody recognizes the official government. Guatemala does, Haiti does, Honduras does, Paraguay does, Nicaragua does, Belize does. There's many countries that do. Not a ton.
What do those countries have in common?
What?
So wait. If that's the no,
wait, what?
If it's they all have it in common, then why does the American position on it matter? If the idea of only American allies doing it, then why would the American recognition of Taiwan matter in this case then?
I didn't push back on your assessed motive of the United States for not recognizing Taiwan as a sovereign country. I just said that they do not recognize Taiwan as a sovereign country.
Okay, there. Anyway, let's get to the main point again. So I do support, when it comes to China, I want to de-escalate. I agree with Joe Biden's, even though it was milquetoast speech at the UN, that they should come together, kumbaya style, and try to find resolutions. I didn't agree with Trump's tariffs on China. I didn't agree with that at all. But just because I want to de-escalate doesn't mean I abandon my values when it comes to Taiwan.
You don't want to de-escalate. You want the U.S. to give more arms
but it's not
to Taiwan.
How is it an escalation if we're just continuing the status quo when it comes to Taiwan? Because that's what we're doing when it comes to the Taiwan Relations Act. It hasn't changed.
It's an increase in armament.
It's an increase
and
in
it goes hand in hand with AUKUS. It goes hand in hand with everything we're doing in the South China Sea. It goes hand in hand with all of the military placements we have surrounding China. It goes hand in hand with the economic warfare against China. You can't look at just one policy alone without assessing all of the other things that the U.S. is.
I'd do anything to hear him substantiate any of the claims he's made. Like, what policies is we referring to, you know? Like, economic aggression. Like, elaborate to me, sir. Can you explain to me, like, the economic aggression that's taking place? Or are we just gonna, like, posture super hard? We have no idea what's going on and we're just saying words. Yeah.
Is doing on a global scale to counter China and increase aggression against China. You can't do that.
You can ask me about those specifics, about any of those things if you want to. But right now I'm talking about this specific policy on whether we support or not support it. And when it comes to this, the Taiwan Relations Act is very clear.
Tasty.
What?
I got a sub.
Oh, okay.
I said thank you.
So,
okay, that's a pretty Chad move. Thanking subs during a debate.
Arms to Taiwan, it should be purely and only determined by their defensive needs, and we provide them weapons of a defensive character. Now, when it says that, it means its needs, whether it has to do with inflation increasing or its strategic needs. That means that the policy of it increasing some years and decreasing other years has been constant for the entirety of our relationship with Taiwan post-1979, which, by the way, was the same time that we had one of the most one of the best relationships with China because it was the midst of the Sino-Soviet split, and they wanted to open up to the United States, and we wanted them to open up to us. And so if we had this policy, through
Jason
both
does
hard
not give a
times when it
fuck
comes to
about
Chinese
any of
relations
this,
and easygoing times when it comes to Chinese relations, I don't understand how this is an escalation if it's a continuation of what we've been doing for years.
Well, I have two things. First of all,
Jackson 2018 before the tanky pill. I actually want to see, was he did he still do the posturing like male debate bro shit?
a handful more of people that are not
Oh, that's crazy, dude. He was like a soft boy or whatever. Look at this.
not only just supporting us for this campaign, but they want to see us, you know, regardless of the outcome, continue to keep fighting, and they will continue to keep supporting us. You know, maybe we don't see eye to eye on every issue. That's common.
Wait, we can't see? Oh, sorry, I had pressed the wrong button.
But there's like a lot of there's, you know, a handful more of people that are not only just supporting us for this campaign, but they want to see us, you know, regardless of the outcome, continue to keep fighting, and they will continue to keep supporting us. You know, maybe we.
Do you think he saw my debate on the kill stream and he was like, this is what I want? I'm gonna be alpha from now on. I ruined this kid. Here's a threat of Jackson being a dumb fuck. Let me see. Hold on. Jackson Hickle does everything for clout. You will never see him do something not for clout. That's the only way he operates.
I did it for the clout. I do everything for the clout.
Nice.
You will never see me do something not for the clout. That's the only way I operate. That is the only way I operate. That is the only way I operate.
There is a great flip though. Like
You don't have any character.
You don't have cap detection?
Oh my god, did Inkbites just say I don't have character? I've been carrying the stream the entire fucking night, and Inkbites just said I don't have character? Chat.
No, I
did
don't
you
mean
hear
like
that?
content. I mean like morality. Like, how can we trust anything you say if you do everything for content?
I did it for.
Wait, I want to hear his answer to that. That's a fairly salient question, I'd say. Reeks of insecurity. He literally acts like a Guido. Are you guys too young to remember Guidos? This was big back in like the early aughts, you know? Like they were like New Jersey inspired, like blonde spiked hair, like big tan. Yeah, like Jersey Shore style shit, like Pauly D. Yeah, like that's actually, I don't even know if he's Italian. This is like cultural appropriation.
The biggest. You don't know my name. I'm going to be the biggest political Twitch streamer. I'm gonna dethrone Hassan, and you don't know my fucking name yet. What the
Jesus
fuck is that?
Christ!
You are nobody to me.
no, that's
No,
he's got this guy's got I like it. I like it. I don't know.
Haslam. I know
Hassan look like a
Haslam.
bitch.
I know
I'm gonna make
Haslam.
Hassan look like a bitch, and you don't
But
even
I
know
don't
my
know
name
you.
yet.
I don't know you.
This is very embarrassing.
No,
Jackson Hickle's going to go on Joe Rogan right after he blows some backside. Okay, this is a 2-minute clip. We don't need to listen to this guy for more than we have to, okay? Is this what you meant by exuding confidence? This guy drips insecurity, okay? This guy, look, this isn't just like subtly bad confidence. This is like obvious, evident insecurity. Like any reasonably adjusted adult should be able to look at this behavior and think, yeah, this is pretty fucking insecure. Here's his post-debate Twitter cope. Yeah. Here is him on Twitter afterwards. I've said it before, he does not look good enough to be doing this, okay? If he looked like Dwayne Johnson or something, maybe he could pull that off, but he really does look like, you know... Is he younger than me? He was 19 in that video, and that came out in 2018. Is he 22 years old? He looks like he's spiritually balding. You know what I mean? Like, he's not balding, his hairline's strong, but spiritually, like on a vibes level. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's spirit balding. His ethereal form is balding, yeah. His soul is bald. God. Jackson Hickle suggests women sleep in front of his apartment.
Adriana. Adriana.
Teach me a lesson. You know what I mean?
I am never going to be your man. I'm never going to be your man.
Yeah.
No.
I saw that.
Here's what's gonna happen.
Can we put some money on
Buy
this?
your own plane ticket out to Los Angeles. If I like you enough, maybe you.
Well, the world is so unfair. This is unironically 10 times more embarrassing than the Tacoma Web thing, and the Tacoma Web thing was literally a fucking joke. What? why are all the fucking lefties on the internet like dogpiling on this as the most embarrassing fucking like faux masculine shit?
You don't have to sleep on the street in front of my apartment. You can come up to my and stay in my living room, and we'll see where it goes from there. But I will never be your man.
Okay, let's place our bets, guys.
Okay,
We're playing
fast
a little
forward
bit
2
of.
weeks later.
There's no bet.
You guys
There's no
see
bet.
your
You don't-
relationship
No, because
on
when I told you
Facebook.
stand up, I want to see your outfit. You
in
said yes, mommy,
relationship.
and you did.
You don't have enough followers for that. You don't have enough followers for that.
Now, Jackson, what if she just gives you like the most bomb head in the universe? Then will you reconsider?
I actually don't like that,
bro. She wouldn't.
Dude, okay. I've met a lot of people who don't like receiving head, and 98% of the time it's because they're insecure. All right, I'm sorry. This guy's like an open book to psychological analysis, okay? This guy is like this guy has like emotional problems tattooed on his forehead. We need to chill. We need to chill out. We need to stop. We need to just stick to this debate. We're a fifth of the way through this debate. Not even close. We're not even a fifth of the way through. We're playing it on fast forward. We need to focus, okay? We need to focus.
You have to look at the relationship that the United States and the leadership within, the relationship the United States had with Taiwan and the leadership within Taiwan and what they were doing to people within Taiwan during that period as well. But also, you have to assess the fact that the U.S., in my eyes, should not be providing, we shouldn't be bankrolling these countries in military aid. We shouldn't be bankrolling countries in military armament and just like completely stuffing them full of all of the military weapons that we could, squeeze out of the military industrial complex in a given year, because that country should be able to defend themselves on their own. They shouldn't have to rely on U.S. taxpayer support to wage their own alleged defensive wars, which I would argue, given the U.S. motive for
alleged defensive war. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that that Taiwan was planning to mount an offensive against China. What do you mean alleged defense? I'm sorry, was there like an invasion force massing on the fucking edge of the China Sea? What? He said country? Oh shit, he did say country, didn't he?
For escalating tensions in all the ways they are with China, this aim that the U.S. has with Taiwan is not to support any sort of defensive measures. Again, my principal concern would be the U.S.'s goal to splinter Taiwan, if not only economically, but geographically from China.
Okay, so we're moving away from the idea that it's an escalation then, and we're going on to the motives behind it then, right? Okay, so when it comes to Taiwan and these arms, you say you question whether it is defensive. So
I'm not okay. So no, I'm saying in general,
no.
I question the motives of the U.S. government in bankrolling countries in military armament and stuffing them chock full of military weapons, right? Because the U.S. doesn't just do that because we have a sincere care for a country's defensive operations. I mean, you have all of American or modern American foreign policy precedent to back that up.
Wait, say that last part again. Before you
definitely
said...
just heard me. I'm not gonna fucking repeat
No,
myself. Just say what you're gonna say.
I just wanted to hear it.
He can't remember. Okay, he just talks and hopes he doesn't get called to repeat.
All of modern American U.S. foreign policy history backs up the precedent that the U.S. is not gravely concerned with the defense of any given nation or any given people.
Who's talking about how
we
nice
do things
America is?
So as to exert further dominance as an empire across the globe and to achieve our foreign policy goals and aims.
Okay, so I will first just say that the weapons that we're providing them, none of them are going to be like purely offensive weapons. These are weapons that could maybe be...
How do you dictate that? Tell me how you dictate that. What sort of mechanisms do you have in place to dictate that?
The mechanism... Wait, you mean mechanism I have in place?
No, that the U.S. government is providing these weapons. No. The weapon, the mechanisms that the U.S. government and their relations with Taiwan have in place to control that they're not going to be used for offensive means. Tell me.
I don't have that information.
You want to know why you don't have that information, Dylan? You want to know why you don't have that information? Because the same thing was said when Biden entered office about Yemen. They said they're only going to be providing defensive weapons, missiles, and military supplies for Saudi Arabia, and it just so happens that they use them for offensive operations in Yemen.
So you found offensive weapons that Taiwan is in control of that we gave them?
I'm asking you to provide the.
No, you're.
I'm sorry. Wait. What is an offensive? What can't literally any weapon be used offensively or defensively except for like what ICBMs? What? I don't think we're giving Taiwan like nuclear submarines or whatever. I mean, weapons are weapons, right? I don't know what. Yeah, the Iron Dome would be like a purely defensive thing, but that's not really a weapon. It's like a whole system. It's a whole goddamn thing. I know that like weapons can be used in either direction, but if you give tanks to a country, like they can stay in or out of the country, you know? I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. I'm not a fucking foreign policy advisor like Dylan.
Making the claim. You're making the claim. I'm making the claim that they have offensive weapons.
Where's the last coin?
I'm making a claim. I'm asking you to provide the structures that are in place that will guarantee that these weapons are not used for offensive operations.
I never alleged that there were structures in place.
You said that they were going to be used for defensive operations
I would
only.
have.
That's what you said, Dylan.
Yes,
you
and
said
so
they're going to be used for
and they
defensive
are,
operations.
and they
So
are,
tell me
and
how
they
they're
are.
gonna be used
Jackson,
for defensive
listen, you gotta
operations.
calm
Tell
down
me.
if we're gonna have a
Tell me.
conversation here.
Tell me how they're going to be used.
Jackson, they are going to
Either
be
concede that you're wrong, or
Jackson,
tell me how they're going to be used for defensive.
You gotta
only.
calm down, okay? You can't just be a mini Haas, okay?
Tell me.
Look.
Okay, you're not going to tell me.
You're making the claim. No, I don't concede the point. You're just being anal for no reason. Because I am telling you, you would need to provide me evidence that we're providing them offensive weapons for me to be like, wow, that's terrible. We shouldn't be doing that.
Claim, Dylan.
My claim is we're giving them defensive weapons. I have checked the weapons we're giving them. I've personally,
I asked you, what structures do they have in place to guarantee that? And you
but just
provide
because there
them.
isn't a structure in place to guarantee it doesn't mean we haven't given them defensive weapons. Are you alleging that the artillery we gave them is going to shoot over the Sea of China?
Yes.
They're going to shoot over from the mainland of Taiwan? Is that what you're alleging? Are you alleging that the F-16s we gave them are going to do bombing runs on mainland? You got to show me offensive weapons if you're making the claim.
Dylan, I didn't make that claim.
Sure.
Tell me when I made that claim. Tell me the claim I made. Tell me the statement I said.
You are asking me to provide an example of structures in place to stop us from selling offensive weapons to Taiwan, and I responded, I don't know of any, but I have yet to see us sell what I would consider these purely offensive weapons to Taiwan. So please, if there is a concern about this, instead of yelling and getting your dunkaroos, I'd like to see that because that would be very concerning to me. That'd be something I would call my congressman about.
I just told you, Dylan, I just explained to you that we don't have those increased armaments in Taiwan yet. The future has not taken place yet, but what we can do is look at modern American foreign policy precedent and look at the fact that that same exact thing has happened in Yemen, where Biden said that he was only going to provide defensive weaponry for Saudi Arabia, and they go on to use them to bomb innocent Yemeni children. So what I'm saying is, unless there's a structure in place to guarantee that, then maybe we shouldn't be providing them with military armament, because this is the same fucking thing we do every time the U.S. empire engages an intervention in another country.
So you're yelling about something that has yet to occur, and I agree politicians lie sometimes, and that's bad, and I think we should immediately end our support.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Yes,
Not like this.
Politicians lie sometimes, many times, 90% of the time. We don't need to be anal over that. I'm acknowledging that Joe Biden lied. You want me to? What else do you need me to say?
So do you recognize the inherent flaw in the system? You don't recognize it.
Holy shit, Hickle actually thinks Taiwan is going to bomb China. Yeah, it's actually insane. And the idea that Taiwan would lead an offensive war against China, one of the most powerful, the second most powerful country on Earth, Taiwan, that tiny island nation, would attack China, the most populous country, one of the physically largest countries, with some of the largest like, it's unironically delusional. Wasn't Hassan making similar statements? I never actually saw Hassan's thing, but I don't think Hassan is, like, at 100 on foreign policy stuff, you know? Not always, at least. I mean, I'd have to hear some pretty fucking good arguments. Tinkle, everything is just America doing it secretly. There is nothing that America could do secretly to make Taiwan want to invade China. America could give 1,000 nuclear weapons and ICBMs to Taiwan, and Taiwan would still not want to fuck with China. Any war between Taiwan and China leads to the annihilation of Taiwan, okay? It's not even like a loss. Like, Taiwan would be razed. They would sink the ocean back to the seafloor. You know? Jason Tinkle. True. Hold on, I'm pulling up the star info. Look at the military difference. No more links! Infra's restreaming you. He's probably... No! He's miring my my gains. My losses, actually. Let me get the rocket nozzle to get back up there. Anyway, I need to get the secret shrines next. Shines. Shines! Not shrines. We're not playing Breath of the Wild. Also, if giving Taiwan weapons the threat to China wasn't... Why doesn't China escalate to full-on assault? Well, China might eventually escalate to full-on assault in daring, like, the rest of the world not to do anything. Like what Hitler did with the Sudetenland, you know? Where they clearly, blatantly invade another country, but, like, dare people to not do anything about it. And what Russia did to Crimea? Yep. Authoritarian countries love to do this shit. And by the way, the supporters of Nazi Germany back in those times were making the same lines, you know? You would really attack Germany over the annexation of the Sudetenland? Do you want war? Like, pretty wild stuff, right? You know, like... You would go to war with us over that? Dude, that's crazy. They did the same shit. It's always the same lines. Always the cry-bully stuff. Anyway, we need to get 100 coins, which we can probably get... You know what? Let's just get it on episode 8. We can do this for sure, right? There's no way we can't get 100 gold coins in the map we were just on. I think we can.
You see it happening, Damon, but you don't understand how that could happen in another country.
I understand. But listen. If you know what, I agree. So you and me, let's go to DC and say, hey, put checks on this, official checks on this. Which both, by the way, I don't know. Have you checked if there's official checks on this or not? Have you gone and checked?
Dylan.
No,
Dylan.
I'm asking if you have.
Exactly. You're asking me a question, and I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
There might be official checks on it. There were official checks on
Dylan,
women.
I don't
there were
know.
Official checks on
Dylan,
the arms that were
I
going to
don't
Saudi
know.
Arabia as it related to offensive
Dylan, shut up.
operations
I'm
in
trying to
Yemen.
tell you I
But
don't
the
know.
checks don't matter because there's no system in place to actually guarantee that those checks are upheld. Hence why we shouldn't just be providing armament to entities within sovereign nations that could potentially try and sow discord with those weapons.
So the interaction we just had is that you asked me a question on whether there are official checks in place to make sure they're defensive. I say I don't know because I'm trying to...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said, what are the structures in place to guarantee they're not used for offensive operations?
And I tell you, I don't know. And then you go on this rant about how terrible and bad it is. And then I ask, well, do you know? And then you say, well, I don't know. So wouldn't the solution here, number one, to be go in Google and find out if this is the case, since neither of us seem to know this. And number two, if this doesn't matter to you either which way, why even talk about this for any amount of time?
Because, Dylan, my principal concern here is that the U.S. is giving an increased supply of armament to Taiwan.
Okay.
And there is no structure or system in place that has been...
Yo, this dude looks like a Darman actor. Oh, shit, you're fucking right. What do you think? What would the lesson be? Would he be like the bad guy or the good guy in the Darman YouTube video? You know? Bad guy for sure. He's got like the bad guy forehead, you know? Oh yeah, that's a lot of coins. You missed the red coin. We're not looking for red coins. We're looking for gold coins. Start out bad, then turn good. Yeah, you're right. Maybe he'd be like the double agent, you know? Like he'd come back around or something.
Put forward, as I know of yet, in any country that could guarantee that military armament isn't used for offense.
Sorry, no, I got it now, dude. He would be the guy who learns it's not so bad to eat pussy. Okay, he'd be like with his girl, and she'd be like, "Can you go down on me?" And he'd be like, "No, that's gross." And like she would leave him, and people would make fun of him and stuff. And later he'd have a conversation with Darman himself, and Darman would be like, "Dude, there's nothing bait about eating pussy. It's awesome." And later he'd do it, and then the girl would like it, and he would like it, and he would like learn. Come on, does that not track? This is like dead set casting, dude. Put me in Hollywood.
defensive operations. So regardless of whether they take
what's
the
your
Yemen
standard for
approach,
that?
the Saudi Arabian approach, and do the same thing here, it doesn't really fucking matter. Even if they did it, it would be a nice gesture, but it wouldn't really fucking matter because at the end of the day, Taiwan's still going to use these weapons in whatever way the U.S. empire says they should use these weapons. Hence why we shouldn't be giving fucking Taiwan weapons.
Wait,
Don't you
we
get it? Don't
we
you
give
fucking get it?
military directions to Taiwan?
Okay.
No,
Please,
I
I can't.
saying
You gotta.
delusional
Yes.
takes.
Well, no.
How do you
you're-
not understand?
Wait,
you
Get
haven't
this through your
researched.
They
head.
follow our
head,
chain
and
of
you're-
command?
Through your head.
Okay, Jackson. Look. Okay, is this like press TV talking points? Like I don't like. Why are you so angry about this? Okay, you
Get
need
it through your head.
to calm down so I can talk to you like a rational human being. Okay, there's only one Haas on Twitch. Okay, I don't need there to be two.
You're right. It's a fucking empire, and it's crashing upon the gates of breadtube.
I noticed
you are going down with these absolutely delusional takes.
Number one,
say your next
I'm
thing.
not even.
Say your next
Number
point.
one,
Say
why,
your,
am I part of bread?
say your next point.
I'm not.
Say your next point.
I'm not part
say
of
your
bread
next
too.
point. Say your next point. Explain why we should be giving an increased military armament
Okay.
to Taiwan.
So number one, what you allege that there's like basically no standard that could check this. Da da da. Okay, what standard would you even have? Basically, if
He's got
because
that
obviously you don't wanna
Onision
do this, period.
confidence.
But you're
No,
saying
wait,
there's
the
standard
Leafy
that you can
confidence,
possibly
sorry.
have to make sure this is the case. So like, what percentage likelihood would you need to like? Would you need like 100% assurance that no one could like jilt the system? Like, what system would you put forward and that is different when it comes to checking to make sure that these weapons are defensive? I know you don't want to send them in the first place, but if you have a problem with the system in place, you got to tell me what system would you like in its place if that was the case. If that's one of your problems with it.
Okay, we got to get the blue
No,
coins
I don't want
from
to send
Yoshi.
them at all.
Well,
I'm
yes,
just saying
I'm
that
saying I acknowledge that.
I'm just debunking your bullshit
But-
argument that these are only going to be used for defensive operations. I
Yes,
don't want
but
them
they
sent at all.
but they are, and you have no evidence otherwise. You can just say, well, let's look at Yemen, looks at there, okay, but this is the Pacific. The strategy for Yemen is that the United States wants the Houthis to lose the civil war because we want our allies, Saudi Arabia, to have a beneficial government in Yemen. We do not have, or under any delusion, that Taiwan is going to invade and retake the mainland. The Truman administration gave up those hopes a long time ago. The Sheikh and his offspring failed miserably. The White Terror is over. There's no auspices to the United States or Taiwan is
Dylan.
going to do an invasion. So I need
Imagine
evidence.
knowing
Tell me when-
things.
Tell me when
Unironically.
I thought that I ever said that I thought that was the explicit goal of the United
Okay,
States. Tell me
but
when I said that.
I'm not,
Tell me.
but it doesn't make sense for us
Where
to
did-
show them a
And why are you-
Let
why
me-
are you
because let me-
creating a
because
straw
let me-
Where'd the
man in a
pineapple
class
go?
that I'm
Let me
fearful
finish.
of?
Let me finish.
You're creating
So-
a straw man.
No,
You're acting in
you gotta
hypotheticals.
let me finish.
I know you like Vosh, but you probably shouldn't like take every single
You
debate
gotta
strategy
look.
that he's
Why
put
were
forward,
you
'cause they
so
don't
more
work.
nice to Vosh, and you're such an asshole now? What
Well, you haven't
changed?
called me a Nazi yet, so there's that.
Oh god, I need to watch more of these, dude. Holy fuck! I've been leaving so much content on the table. Holy shit! God, that is funny. Rent free, lads. Rent free. Wait, can't I get 5 coins if I do this right? Isn't there a way to kill them that gets you 5 coins? Is this the Where'd the damn pineapple go? Is it a ground pound? Does a ground pound do it? Hold on. No. Jump on their heads while they're still standing? Maybe. How can you keep talking to people like this? Oh, that's 3. Okay. 3 coins if you jump on top of their head before they fall down. We need to get that pineapple, get the 3 blue coins that only Yoshi lets us get, then get the 100-coin star. We got a plan, boys!
I will be a little bit nicer to you.
I'm not gonna call you a Nazi because I don't think you're a Nazi.
So, Dylan, you
But
say
let me
that...
finish can I finish my point?
Okay.
Keep in mind, I also never called him a Nazi. I just said that his logic, rhetoric, and political positions were Nazi-esque. That's true! Professor Flowers did the same thing. She was advocating for ethnic cleansing, and I was like, dude, that sounds kind of Nazi-esque, and she was like, I can't believe you literally called me Hitler. And I'm like, I never called you Hitler. Hitler was white.
Okay, I'm trying to be nice. I specifically, when this Taiwan discourse started, I was like, I'm gonna be as good faith as possible. Man, you're testing me, man. Look.
Well, you're not being that good faith because you say that you're asking me if my principal concern is over whether or not they're defensive or not. I've said it like 20 times. My principal concern is that we're sending arms to Taiwan.
We're trying to have like somewhat of a discussion here, and since you brought it up, I wanted to talk about it.
I'll get it, Lenora. Don't worry.
My thing is, I don't even think the United States would have a large interest in giving Taiwan offensive weapons at this point, since offensive weapons is not really that could strike the mainland or do any of the civilian damage about the mainland that the United States could provide them would not benefit our strategic goal, which our strategic goal is to make sure that Taiwan stays independent from China as its own
China.
entity. If you don't want to call it government, we'll use the word entity to just move forward. So if there's no evidence of us giving offensive weapons at this point, if neither of us know if there are checks in place, right? I don't understand why we're talking about this, and we can just like.
Why we're talking about this again is because you said that they were going to be defensive arms, right?
You objected to that, and so I wanted to see the offensive.
And I
arms
proved
that we
you
provide.
wrong.
No, you didn't. You haven't proved that we've given them offensive arms. Show me evidence of that.
No, I proved you were the one who made the claim that these are defensive arms.
Yes.
You could not prove that these are only going to be
I went and the weapons that I have seen are weapons that are going to be used for defensive purposes. For example, the F-16s. That's probably the thing that you could maybe make the most hubbub about. That is being given to them because of Chinese. You can call it infringement. You can call it liberation. I don't really care. Chinese aircraft are going into what Taiwan considers its airspace on a frequent basis to test it. They're like prodding it for seeing if there's weak points or just.
You mean China is flying into Chinese airspace?
Yes, Taiwanese airspace, the separate country.
Chinese airspace.
Taiwanese airspace. But again, let's use. I'm trying to use
United States government recognizes that Chinese airspace.
No, that's not true.
Wait, so he's lying now. The U.S. government does not recognize that as fucking Chinese airspace. Even if you didn't think Taiwan was a country, you have to be delusional to not think there's some kind of material distinction between Chinese airspace and Taiwanese airspace. China literally doesn't fly directly over Taiwan. They fly close. They don't fly directly over Taiwan. Why would they not if it was Chinese airspace? He's being deliberately bad faith here, obviously. You know what I mean? Also, like, guys, the Confederacy was never a real country, right? That was a rebellion, you know? They didn't have a legal right to secede or whatever. But, like, imagine if you, like, pressed down into, like, Mississippi, and you're like, I'm in Confederate territory, and some Confederate supporter was like, they were like, you know, well, actually, this is U.S. territory. You're like, well, I mean, even if I think ultimately yes, this is still there's clearly some meaningful distinction here. A term which we can use, Confederate, to describe, like, the difference in geopolitical interests. And they got, like, super duper fucking hung up over it. It's just, like, dumb for the sake of being dumb, you know?
Wait.
Dylan,
Wait.
Dylan,
You just made a claim that's not
Dylan.
true. Prove that.
No,
Prove
you
it.
made a claim
You
that
just
wasn't
said that the
true.
American government acknowledges that it's Chinese airspace. That's not true.
We'll get to it in a second. Give me one second.
He's never gonna get to that.
You said that these were going to be used for defensive operations, and they're not.
Okay,
you
evidence.
can't prove that.
Well, no,
you can't prove that.
I'm saying, wait. I said that we're giving them weapons of a defensive character that can be used for defensive purposes, and I know they're going to be used for defensive purposes because
You don't know that.
Okay, show me any intention otherwise. I made a claim. Disprove my claim.
Points.
How are they going to be used for offensive purposes?
There's no guarantee that these are going to be used for defensive purposes. I cannot see into the future, Dylan. There's no way.
So
But also,
you have
I
no
would
evidence.
argue- I
You
would
don't
argue-
know if we
I
have
would
checks in place. You don't know if we've given them offensive weapons. In fact, you haven't even disputed that claim. You don't know
No,
about.
I have disputed that claim. I'm
Okay,
saying
so
that
show me
we claim-
evidence of that.
I'm
Show me
saying
that we
that
sent them offensive
I'm
weapons.
Jesus
saying
Christ.
that we claimed that they were going to be defensive operations only used for Saudi Arabian arms in Yemen, and that didn't end up happening. So how can you guarantee, based on the words of the same administration who guaranteed that,
Because
that
the
these arms are
strategic
only going to be
priorities
used
are
for operations?
completely different. The strategic priority in the conflict in Yemen was that we want the government in Saudi Arabia and their allied government.
If the aim
you're not, why are you not going to let me?
If the aim, no, because you've already said this. So if the aim of Taiwan is to allegedly protect their own airspace, that you call it Taiwanese airspace, if you will, which is a part of the Chinese country, then they would be protecting themselves from their own country, which would mean that they'd be trying to secede if that's how they're going to be using their military against their own country.
The Taiwanese government has said that we don't need to declare independence because we're already an independent country. That's a statement from the president of China, who has won.
So
the
why
last
do you
two
think the
elections.
United States would be having its puppet regimes across the world?
Is there any? You
recognize-
got any evidence that we can?
Dude, the way he talks, holy shit. This is how propagandists talk. Everything he says has to be loaded with as much incorrect implicit meaning as possible. Taiwan is the Chinese puppet state. There is no Taiwanese space, only Chinese airspace. This would be a secession. Oh yeah, dude. If Taiwan and China started fighting now, that would definitely be the first secession. That would be the beginning of a secession. You know, now in 2021. No signs of it beforehand, you know. But now, yes, finally, at long last, the Taiwanese secession. I still can't believe he said he's going to bring down the gates of BreadTube. He meant me. You guys know that, right? Despite me having very little in common with the rest of BreadTube, like, he meant me. He doesn't talk. He's not talking about fucking ContraPoints. He's. Oh god. I fucking love this shit. I hope you guys are having fun because I'm having a goddamn ball right now. I love this shit.
The government in Taiwan through like puppeteering or anything like that, or are we just using this government as?
I don't. We have foreign policy aims. We didn't control Iran before we started warmongering in Iran and trying to commit regime change in Iran either, or any other country for that matter. That's kind of how regime change works.
So you think we're gonna do what is that? How is that relevant to Taiwan? Are we gonna do regime change in Taiwan, or what's the allegation?
I never made that explicit claim.
Okay, so
I said that it could just be economic splintering from China. It could be trying to, get China to place some sort of like economic sanctions within.
He'll never commit to any affirmative positions.
Know that the U.S. has sinister goals there, and they are increasing the aggression towards China and increasing their support for Taiwan in a myriad of ways.
Okay, so
specifically the political groupthink within Taiwan who would like to either secede or have limited engagement with China.
Okay, again, this government of China.
We have two secret stars to get. Then it's just blue coins.
That is their position. That is your position. But the government of Taiwan has said they don't even need to declare independence because they already consider themselves independent. The people of Taiwan have elected Tsai Ing-wen on 2 occasions, and she is one of the most separate country, quote unquote, independence candidates you could possibly think of. So do
you understand though that there are people within Taiwan who would love to have Taiwan secede in the same way, in the same way that on year after year after year, Bolivians resoundingly elected Evo Morales to serve as president. But then you had a very, very, very small faction of individuals led by Janine Áñez who led a coup in the country. The popular will doesn't matter when the U.S. empire is involved.
Okay,
what?
So the popular will does not.
Wait, what the literal fuck does that mean? What? What was the connection there? Hold on, let me see. Wait, hold on. How many Taiwanese people support independence? Would that be the term we... 77% of people who responded to a poll made in 2020 support independence under peaceful conditions. So not fighting with China and being an independent country. So more than 3/4 of the country. So apparently the will of the people is in favor of Dylan's position and the United States position, interestingly enough. I want to see, though, it says 77%. There are other groups within that polling that might be pro-independence, but like pro-invading China. I don't know, some like crazy warmongering boomers. Let me see if I can find this. Support for independence or unification under 4 conditions. Okay. Okay, yeah, I see. Only about 1/5 of the country support unification. And only 7% of the country supports unification if it meant changing the conditions of their country, which would inevitably happen, as we see with Hong Kong. So, if China was intent on making Taiwan like China, only 7% of the Taiwanese population would be in favor of that. That is a vanishingly small... There are more people in America who are opposed to interracial marriage than there are Taiwanese people who are in support of what China would do to Taiwan if they reintegrated. That is insane.
Not matter.
And that's after only like 60 years apart.
Now, let me just say, the people in Taiwan that want to be back part of China is a very, very, very small minority. The same way that the population...
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. So the will of the Taiwanese people does not matter is one of the things you're saying here.
The U.S. empire does not matter. To me, it matters.
Well, you just see it as an arm of the U.S. empire, but I don't see it simply as that. I see it as also
arms to Taiwan, or is the U.S. empire providing?
The U.S. empire is parting terms of Taiwan, but just because the United States supports arms, weapons, whatever you want to call it, just because the United States supports a country through military means or economic means, does not mean we need to just disregard what their people want to say. That's very dismissive of the Taiwanese needs. What is that?
So again, I've said this before, but their only political position is opposing American hegemony. That's it. So the will of the Taiwanese people is irrelevant to them. In reality, so is the will of the Chinese people. It's just about opposing America. That's it. These guys are authoritarians just for the different geopolitical bloc, you know? The sort of broader, like, yeah, it's just anti-Western imperialism. Pro-imperialism when they're not doing it. I mean, this guy's in favor of... This guy literally saying that, like, Taiwan can't be a country because China says it's not. So they're not anti-imperialism. They're just anti-America, you know? Or as I like to call them, goddamn treasonous yellow-bellied chickens. The funny thing is that Jinkle actually has an American flag in his background, so I guess that's like an ironic flourish.
Like, why would you
That's not what
dismiss
I'm
their
saying.
population?
That's not what I'm saying at all. You're misconstruing my words.
But it is dismissive.
What I'm saying is the U.S. empire. No, I care more about the needs and the wants of the Taiwan people than you do. What the U.S. empire wants is to exert dominance and expand.
I know
their
what the
empire
Taiwanese
in
people
every
want.
way,
It's not what they
shape,
say they
imaginable.
want. It's what I
and
think
they're
they
gonna do
want.
that by countering China in their eyes. Now, I think that's actually a very, very short-sighted approach. I think the U.S. should be working in a mutually beneficial way with China to expand their reach across the globe. I think that makes far more sense for the longevity of the U.S. empire and our country and our prosperity of our people. But the U.S. empire currently is engaging in a campaign of all-out aggression with China, and this is just a piece in their puzzle. Taiwan is a piece of their puzzle.
So, if that's the case, then would you be in support of the Chinese military backing off, the American military backing off, and the Taiwanese people having a referendum that is monitored by both Chinese, American, and international officials, so they can all make sure that it goes by the books, there's no interference of some sort? Would you be in favor of that then? A referendum, and the Taiwanese people can pick their own future?
He would not.
I am...
Dude,
I'm not sure I would support that. No, because I think if you would look,
imagine believing you're an anti-imperialist progressive and being like, no, I don't think these people should be able to like democratically decide what like their country, like how they should live. Holy shit. This guy's so fucking pro-imperialism. He would make a Kissinger blush. Jesus Christ. But he can't answer that because he knows the Taiwanese people like their independence.
looked at, I think if you had looked at California in 2016 and you had taken a fucking poll amongst all Californians in 2016, I mean, it's definitely questionable as to whether or not this would have happened, but there's a chance that the majority of Californians would have voted to secede, and I think that's fucking absolutely dumb. Taiwan is a part of China, and that's all it is.
That is the Chinese government's position, yes.
If they want to secede, then they are going to have to guarantee, based on their own rights, that they can actually, leverage their own power as a sovereign country and secede without U.S. backing, right? Without U.S. armament.
So what you're saying in this case is that the might makes right here.
I think Taiwan could not. I don't think Taiwan could secede independently and form their own sovereign country without the supports of the U.S. empire. And if a country can't do that,
I could say the same thing about Palestine.
They shouldn't be guaranteed their own country.
So do you hold that opinion for Palestine as well?
Israel wouldn't be able to maintain dominance and control over Palestine had they not had all of the
nuclear weapons. Let's say we dropped it all right now.
Even if America pulled out and stopped supporting Israel, Palestine couldn't do shit about Israel. What? No, this guy is literally pro-imperialism beyond the wildest dreams of any fucking crazy American neocon. He literally is saying that a country only has a right to exist if they can protect themselves from other imperialist countries. Can you believe that? The funny thing is, didn't Destiny say that once with Vietnam? This was Luna Oi was like Luna Oi was like fuck. What did Luna Oi say? Oh yeah, socialism fails because US invades, blah blah. And then Destiny was like, if socialism was cool, then maybe they'd stop losing to American invasions or something. Some shit like that. That's funny because Luna Oi is also a tanky. So like, oh god, would they fall in ranks here? If Luna Oi was here, would she be like, that's horrendous? What are you saying? I don't actually know. Is it over here? Genuine question, isn't a country sustaining itself really important? Yeah, but we're talking about, like, morally what makes a country, you know? Also, America could crush, like, every country on Earth if we wanted to. Does that mean no other countries are valid? Okay, I saw there was, like, another island over there. Hold on.
Oh, well, now they most certainly have nuclear weapons.
I think we're in agreement here, but I think you are misunderstanding what I'm saying. Because I think I agree with you.
Okay, I believe Palestine should have its own independent country, and that what's happening right now in the West Bank is barbaric.
Are you a two-stater or are you one-stater?
I don't think.
I know you said in the past you supported two-state.
He's still not answering this.
I would say two-state because I don't think one state is.
Dylan needs to press him on this harder.
Unless it was under an Israeli government, which I do not want.
I think a two-state solution is far more impractical, but that's neither here nor there. What I'm saying is I'm in agreement with you in that I don't think Israel would be able to maintain dominance over Palestine or been able to expand as much as they have over the past several decades.
That's
without
not
US
agreeing
backing,
with Dylan.
which
That wasn't the
actually
point Dylan
further
was
backs up
making.
my point about
But then the
Taiwan.
question would be about, so right now, if let's say Israel moved in and they were like, all of this land is ours, we claim it all, nobody can stop us. Now we know that recently Taiwan has gone on a diplomacy beach, basically like blast, and nobody would practically stop them. Nobody would, either through alliance purposes or the fact that they have nuclear weapons. So under that situation, are you saying that the international community should just stand down and not do anything, because at the end of the day,
Israel took all of that?
Yes, if Israel took all of Palestine right now,
No, Dylan, I'm not saying that because you need to fucking listen to what I'm talking about. Israel wouldn't be able to expand the reach that they have if they didn't have U.S. backing.
But what if they could? It doesn't matter.
I heard
Okay, again, he's getting super mad because he knows he has no answer for this question. But guys, even if the U.S. wasn't backing Israel right now, even if we stopped, Israel would then... So wait, what about, like, America? America can invade almost anywhere on Earth. What about all the Latin American countries we did coups in? What if we just decided to make those ours? What about what we did in Panama? What about what we did, like, in Guam? What about what we did with the Dominican Republic? What about what we did everywhere? The United States is strong enough to do and take anything at once, because it's goddamn USA. Does that make it all right? All these other places aren't real countries because they can't defend themselves against us? That's the argument that he's making. It's might makes right, which is the most objectively conservative. He refuses to engage with hypotheticals. He's low IQ. Yeah, that's the reason why. Being able to engage with hypotheticals is an indicator that you have, like, the basic ability to process information and consider, like, reality outside of the narrow scope in which it currently exists. An inability to understand and process hypotheticals is unironically like an indication of low intelligence. Now, I don't know how much of it is stuff that he's, like, faking, you know, ignorance of because it's politically expedient for him to fake it, but... Hold on. Oh god, this is such a difficult timer. Hold on. Hold on. He said he was told not to engage in hypotheticals when preparing to debate you. Did he really say that? That is very funny. Hold on. Yes! That is a very difficult mission. That is an incredibly difficult mission. That's difficult even without the timer. Okay. Sorry. Whew. Okay. Whew. All right.
Out of my fucking mouth.
You.
You're not listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
But
and
now
I said that a country, if they cannot guarantee their own sovereignty without help, without support from another country like the United States Empire, then they should not be their own country. That's exactly what I just fucking argued.
Do you see how that, again, so America drops the support right now.
What about Vietnam? What about North Korea? Do you think Vietnam would have survived without help? Do you think North Korea would have survived without help? Really makes you wonder. Cuba too, yeah.
You think this example wouldn't work because America has supported in the past, so even if we dropped, let's say...
South Korea? No, North Korea. Would North Korea have continued to exist without the support of China? If it weren't for Chinese and Russian, like, geopolitical influence, don't you think a lot of countries that are currently independent would have been like U.S. colonies? Did those countries not deserve to exist? This is some really weird shit.
We stopped funding the Iron Dome, we stopped funding everything. We said, we're out, not our issue. We need to rebuild our infrastructure. We need Medicare for all, right? Which I know is something you...
What would you do to get around this defense he does through vagueness? Oh, Jackson Hinkle is legitimately, like, brainlet, like, below the dirt IQ, not worth engaging with. This guy exists purely to be made fun of. Seriously. I wouldn't, take it too seriously. Any debate that you do with this guy is going to end up with, like, gorilla grunting in both directions. He's not smart enough to engage with the points, and he's not knowledgeable enough to, like, pose anything difficult to chew on. So, yeah, it's gorilla grunting. It's very funny because Dylan Burns doesn't do the same type of stuff that I do all the time, you know? So, like, I feel like he's still hoping for a productive debate here, you know what I mean? I feel like Dylan Burns doesn't debate gorilla grug types that often. So like what we're getting now feels like the last gasp, an attempt.
You would support doing, right? We pull out. Israel could do what I'm saying. They might do. Just go in there. This is all ours. So what should the international community
He handles
do
it
then?
really well. I think he's doing pretty good, to be TBH.
If the Israeli, okay, Dylan, I'm just going to say it very clearly, and I'm also going to counter that point you just made, because it's actually an interesting point. If Israel hadn't had all the supports that they've had over the years, they wouldn't have been able to build up their military.
That's not relevant to
the
the current
where it
point.
can now do that without further U.S. backing. You again are just looking at this isolated situation rather than the complex history of U.S. foreign policy as it relates to Israel in the modern era. Had the United States not provided all of the carrots that we've provided to Israel over the past few decades, they wouldn't be able to just do this today without further U.S. backing. Now, what I'll also say to counter that point is there have been numerous assessments that have been drawn up surrounding Israeli security on their northern borders and whether or not they could actually maintain a stronghold on northern cities within Israel if resistance groups began attacking, and how long they'd be able to manage those. I mean, there's a reason why the Ben Gurion airport had to shut down for the longest extended portion it's ever been shut down for.
This is
during
not
this
at all
assault,
relevant to the
because
point.
the resistance has grown, and it has grown to a point where it can actually threaten Israeli defense. And also, you had the resistance launch multiple successful rocket strikes into Israel that passed through the Iron Dome, which also was a new, it was a new exhibiting of resistance forces. So yeah, I don't think if they hadn't have had all that support from the U.S. empire over the past decade or past several decades, they wouldn't be able to do that today. But also, I think their support is dwindling as is with U.S. support. And
are these leftist tankies or Nazbols or just conspiracists? Are they actually on the left as far as LGBTQ, anti-racist, or what? No, they're right-leaning. They're just right-leaning for a different set of governments. That's it. They don't actually care about progressivism. Caleb Maupin has talked explicitly and agreed with Nazbols, like literal Nazbols, and has frequently, basically talked about LGBTQ rights like their degeneracy. The best you're going to get from a lot of these guys with regards to progressive issues is not talking about them, or like sort of tepid support. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, yeah, this is a really trippy sun. Hold on. How could anyone have ever figured that out without a guide? Anyway, they're not left-leaning economically because they don't care about workplace democracy. They're just authoritarians for a different set of governments. And they'll believe any positions they have to. Like, for example, a lot of people on Twitter who claim to be tankies are, like, super progressive, right? A lot of them are trans. They promote LGBTQ rights and stuff like that. Are they mad about China limiting abortions, limiting the presentation of feminine men, like stamping over LGBTQ rights? No, they're not. Because their progressive values, at the end of the day, play second fiddle to their real beliefs, which is, other authoritarian governments. Hickle is an unironic patriot. Why would you trust people to call themselves patriots? Don't American neo-Nazis call themselves patriots? But then in the same breath, they'll talk about how America is like a Jewish-run country. Don't believe any shit these people say. When has Hickle said 2 consecutive sentences at any point in this debate that didn't contradict each other? I wouldn't take him too seriously. Anyway, okay, that's the last of these special suns. So now we get to do the blue coins, and then, oh my god, we're almost done, guys. Holy fuck. Guys, we're fucking doing it. Y'all having fun? We're having a good time? Enjoying the worst the quote-unquote left has to offer?
if U.S. support was cut, the time in which they'd be able to maintain their dominance would be questionable.
Okay. I think the example works, but just to be diplomatic, I'll move off of it and say, what about... Are you're familiar with...
It does, bro. It does.
Because this example is easy to
because
do.
you lost.
Because this
You didn't
example,
provide any evidence.
Do you
as to
really
how
okay? Do you really want me to
scam-
stand here and argue about this for 20 minutes, or do you want me to use an example that would
He
be
does.
more
No, I
precedent?
don't want you
Would
to
be
stand
easier
here for
to
20
use.
minutes and argue about this. I want you to accept
So
that you
can
were
we-
very wrong
can we
in that
please-
assessment.
because I won't, and then we'll have
Because
to
you're
argue about
uninformed.
this.
You claim to be a
No,
foreign
because
policy
I'm
advisor. You
trying
claim to be very
What do
informed about this.
I
You don't know your
claimed?
ass with your
So
elbow.
wait, I didn't advise those candidates, or what do you mean I claimed?
You did, but you
Okay.
claim to be someone who's
Anyway.
actually informed about this.
Yes, I
And
am,
again,
but if you really
don't
want
know your ass from your
okay,
elbow.
then we'll argue about this for longer. My point didn't have to do with American military support, and we don't know if without American military support, whether...
What was your point? What was your point?
My point was
He doesn't know. He's like, wait.
Another nation using force, or a people,
Specifically
or
about
a
Israel and
people,
US support for
yes,
Israel. What was your
Israel
point?
force. Yes, my point was that if America was to drop all of its support and all the international backers,
So it is about military support for Israel, right?
yes, it is in part.
Well,
due
you
to
just
this.
said
I'm
it
using,
wasn't about
well, no,
military
I'm
support for
using
Israel.
my example has to do because my
Yes,
example.
the example
this
we were
would
just debating about.
Looks,
You just said it didn't have anything
You're
to do with
not
US
letting me
military
talk.
support.
You gotta let me finish my
We're
sentences.
talking in circles. I can't
Well,
help
then
it.
how am I
going
going to talk?
Dude,
How are we going to go back and forth?
I
My
like
statement
your
is that if
words,
America
Magic
dropped
Man.
its military support for Israel, right? We
does.
stop supporting it, which you want to happen, right?
Yes, I would love it if the U.S. stopped providing military support for Israel.
Okay, wonderful. And so that scenario, we live in that world. We're outie, right? At that point, now we could say Israel. We could talk about the Spanish-American War in Cuba as a similar example, if we want to move to that one. But my point had to do with just because a larger force like Israel can dominate the Palestinian people does not mean it should be able to, that a people should be able to decide on their own if they want to be their own independent country through votes. That's why if California voted to be independent, I'd be in support of it. Same with Texas. A great example of this is if the Spanish-American War happened, right? 1898. After it was done, it was, yes? What?
I thought we were sticking to Israel. And you wanted
Okay,
to
we'll
keep
stick
arguing.
to that then.
So
because
you said you were talking about Israel. I really do believe that if Israel hadn't received all the support they've received over the past several decades, and if
I
they
no
stopped
longer
receiving
like your
reports
funny
or
words,
support starting
Magic
today,
Man.
That well, in the first scenario, they wouldn't be able to exert as much power and have as much control over Palestine that they currently have. But B, if they did stop receiving support from the U.S., their Iron Dome
This
would
has
crumble.
literally
They would
nothing
run out
to
of
do with what
rockets.
Dylan was talking
Israel
about.
ran out of rockets during the Obama administration during one of their assaults on Palestine, and they literally had to ask Obama to like immediately send them more rockets. I mean, Israel is very fragile. I don't think you understand this.
Israel
I know they're
is
like,
not
they're-
very
they're-
fragile. So
Israel?
the problem is in this scenario. Let's say
Israel
they run.
is very
They have nuclear weapons. If a force invades, they're going to nuke them, and millions will die. It's a
They
terrible
have chemical
scenario.
weapons as well. But how did they get those? With
They
the
got
support
them
of who?
With the support of the United States. But let me finish
So
my statement.
what's my
But
argument?
let's talk about 1948.
What
We
is
can
your
just talk- wait, we
argument?
can just talk
How did they
1948.
get them, Dylan?
We can
How did
talk
they get them?
through
Tell me.
help? I just told you through help of the United States. But let's talk about
Oh my
1948
God.
then. 1948. Israel wins its war of independence. America's not giving them nuclear plans. We're not giving them this. There were individual Americans who went over there, but that has to do with Zionism. That's not.
So you see, like, his cope laughing here. This is a really common debate tactic for people who are losing. They'll get like posture anger at you, and they'll start like loudly asking questions that have nothing to do. Remember Mike from PA? What's a TIFF? What's sewer socialism? This is exactly the same tactic, down to the fucking fake laughter afterwards. Yeah. Who provided arms to Israel? Like, everyone knows. The argument was never about whether or not America provided arms to Israel, because everyone knows that. But look, he's like taking the W right now, you know? He's very proud of himself. Very proud boy. A proud boy, I might say.
Directly America coming down like, here's all your soldiers and here's your everything, and they win their quote-unquote war of independence, right? They use the Balfour Declaration as principle, and they're like, here we are, right? There was still a Palestine-Israel issue then, and my same principle would still apply, that if they were able to dominate those people which they were already dominating in 1948, when we look at what the Lahai was doing to Palestinians, massacring them in some instances, right? That wasn't right. They're not allowed to just dominate those people. They should get a vote on whether this is the state of affairs they want. That's my point I'm trying to get out here. It didn't essentially have to do with American support, and we can remove this from the scenario if you want to and go back to 1948.
Because it does. I mean, Israel has lost wars to Lebanon. Israel has lost. Israel literally, people characterize what just happened in the most recent assault. They characterize that as a loss because Israel had to stop their ground invasion, which they were planning in Gaza, right? I mean, that's exactly what happened. And that's why so many experts on this issue claim that this was actually a loss for Israel. So I do push back on this notion that Israel is some sort of a innately strong country that can
This has nothing to do.
any of their neighboring countries.
This actually is a deliberate tactic on the part of Finkel. What he's doing right now is he's attempting to reframe the discussion to make it seem as though he's the expert on a position that is obvious and neither of them disagree on, you know? So now he's calmly explaining that, like, did you know that Israel relies on American imperialism? And by engaging with it over and over and, like, really fastidiously sticking to it, he's attempting to essentially, like, construct a W out of thin air. You know? God, yeah, we have to do the whole fucking thing again where we get the thing. Yeah.
Because they wouldn't be able to, they can barely do so with U.S. support, with decades and decades and decades of U.S. support, billions of dollars per year, and they wouldn't be able to. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt in my mind that they wouldn't be able to do that, and they wouldn't have been able to expand their country to all the settlements they have today if it weren't for decades of U.S. support. I mean, do you really honestly believe that if it wasn't for decades of U.S. support that they wouldn't have been able to do that?
I do think that they would not be able to do what Israel today would not look how it looks. It'd probably look closer to 1948. That's
so you agree with me?
Well, no, because my position.
No, because this does nothing to do with anything.
Israeli territory, 1948. My position would still work. Is that those Palestinians should still be able to decide? They shouldn't be made refugees out of their own ancestral homeland.
No, because the principal argument we had here surrounding Israel was that a country should not be able to stand on their own and be considered a sovereign nation if it has to rely directly upon another country for the majority of their military support or their economic aid. That's what we were talking about, and you just proved my point.
And we can move on to Cuba. Fine,
Listen,
for diplomatic reasons, I'll just say you're right, and we can move on.
My chat was about to get really excited. I was about to finish. You just made my point that if Israel, you said if Israel hadn't have had decades of U.S. support, it would look closer to what it looked like in 1948, which
would
actually
still
proves
be
my
imperialist.
point that we were having from the start of this.
Is occurred.
My point had to do with the fact that even in 1948, it would still stand that there would be Palestinians displaced by settler colonialism. Would you agree with that, right? And that's my issue, that shouldn't be decided just by the military force of Israel asserting itself in 1948, that the people of Palestine should be able to vote about their ancestral homelands, which they were being expelled from and turned into refugees.
It's not a matter of them voting. I mean, it's a matter at that point of international law and the disregard for it.
So it isn't just. So what you're saying is it's not just that a nation should be able to defend itself, or people should have to defend itself if it wishes to rule itself, and it should not. In that instance, it would be relying on other countries for support. That would be the international community getting involved.
No, that's just relying on international law,
which is supported by
not the strongholding of other countries, not the military support of other countries. That's just the rule of law.
So it should be a law that no one follows because the UN is a paper tiger. Because under the scenario, there needs to be countries that go in to enforce international law.
Where am I going?
It, law is just a paper tiger. A law that is unenforced is no law at all. It's just a piece of writing on paper. We saw that play down in Yugoslavia, for example.
No, I don't think that you necessarily have to have military intervention to guarantee the upholding of international law.
You do not? So what do you think would happen? And by the way, so would you say sanctions is then a okay way to support then? If the international community sanctioned Israel, then that would be okay. But that would not be the use of other countries to prop up Palestine.
I think every non-military example of like diplomatic means should be carried out before you are implementing sanctions that directly impact the citizenry of a country, or before you engage in military intervention. But anyways, I mean, we're kind of getting into another argument now. But I mean, I won that argument. So what else do you have for me?
You know, the ones who have to declare victory and prove to everyone that they won are usually not the ones that do the best. Right?
Bro.
Deontay Wilder, Adrian Broner.
I was literally explaining to you how wrong you were. And then you were like, I don't want to sit here and debate this for 20 more minutes. Man. And then I was like, well, I mean,
I beat Manny Pacquiao. I beat him. I beat Manny Pacquiao. I don't care what anybody says. I beat him. The judges are wrong. The judges.
I did. And then I was like, you know what? If Dylan wants to sit here and try to provide a new argument, then sure, I'll hear him out. but did I hear you out? And did you provide a? I mean, yes, I did. And did you provide a new argument? No, you didn't. And we're sitting at the same exact.
So are
place
you
we were just
saying?
at.
Wait. You had to secede the point that Palestine and the Palestinians in 1948 would need international support from other countries backing international law for there to be anything done about Israel. Without other countries using force, people aren't going to do shit. The state needs to use force to make people follow laws. If not, it's just writing on papers. Social norms, and social
There
norms
we
are not going
go.
to dictate that Israel doesn't abuse Palestinians.
Dylan, the primary argument we were having was that a country should not be allowed to stand on its own without military, specifically we were talking about military support from another country, right? That's what we talked about from the beginning. Okay, yes. Okay, so is the upholding of international law guaranteeing that, international law is upheld? That's not the same thing as providing direct military support for an imperialist country to, take over
Actually,
another
in many
sovereign.
ways it is. Example is the
No,
Scarborough
it's
Shoal.
not.
The
It's
China
not in any way,
China
shape, or
lost in
form,
an
bro.
international court when it came to the Scarborough Shoal. They ignored it and kept doing what they were doing.
I don't know
so,
what that is.
But you want to know why?
Exactly,
You want to know
every
why
diplomatic
it
means to be
failed?
tried before you engage in military
So what would you
intervention.
do then instead? If military support is the last thing, what would you do when it comes in 1948, Israel-Palestine? What would your strategy as the chief? Let's say the UN is actually something at this point, like actually doing shit. Like, what would you do? What would your means then if it wouldn't be the military would have no involvement? What would your message be? Because I don't see any other option besides the threat at some point of military force.
I was respecting the will of the international experts who, were guiding the
Not the position that he took on whether Assad uses chemical weapons, by the way.
location of where Jewish people were to be guaranteed a homeland, post-war homeland. I would have respected the will of that international community that were alleged to have been experts on this, that was made up of also, I believe, 2 members from the United States, which said that Palestine should not be the explicit guaranteed homeland of the Jewish people. I would have respected that.
And do what about it?
I would have said that Palestine, if these
You would have
international
said
experts, the
things.
Palestinian
Yes.
people are all saying that Palestine should not become the homeland of the Jewish people, I would not have issued a executive declaration that we are going to form a new home for the Jewish people in Palestine.
Okay, so
We're so
talk
close.
is one thing, right? Neville Chamberlain talked a lot, and what happened?
You just
right?
asked me what I would have done.
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
told you.
and you said you would have said this, and you would have said that, and you would have said this.
No,
and
I
this
said
would
I
have been our
wouldn't have
position.
guaranteed a president.
I'm actually insanely upset that Dylan forgot to get back to how he said the US thinks Taiwan airspace is actually China's airspace. That's the point of how guys like this argue. They know they're outmatched. So they run you through as many points as you can. That's why earlier he moved this over to whether or not Israel relies on US military support. Nobody disagrees with that. Nobody does. But if you, keep throwing shit at the wall, eventually you're going to arrive at a point that either you can do well at, or you at least don't do super bad at, or it's something that's kind of a non-point, and if you're right about something nobody disagrees with, you can call a W. He's literally calling a W on pointing out that Israel is backed by America, you know? I mean... Okay. Vosh, you say confidence is good, I present you the counter-argument. He's not confident. Like I said, this dude reeks of insecurity. Again, when you see this, this is not confidence. Not even remotely. That's on you.
An executive declaration which guaranteed the Jewish people homeland in Palestine. That's how they were guaranteed their homeland in Palestine.
So are you talking about the United States presidential, not the Balfour Declaration?
I'm talking about the U.S. support for the Balfour Declaration.
Okay, the U.S. support for the Balfour Declaration. So that would have happened with or without the United States. That was done in 1917 as a way. It was actually anti-Semitic.
Nope.
Wait.
Nope.
It was anti-Semitic.
Nope.
No, I'm saying it wouldn't have. I'm saying it's questionable as to whether or not it would have happened
But
without
the British
U.S.
did it.
support.
The British did it, and
But
they
you needed
propped
US
it.
support,
Well,
right?
they pro- well,
US,
but they
you needed
did not
everyone
need
to agree
U.S.
to it.
No, you did not need, because the thing is, we had the Sykes-Picot Agreement. We had the
Think if you
McMahon
had-
Hussein.
Dylan, think if you had
You're
a
making stuff up.
U.S. force, a competent executive branch that would have done exactly what we did in Iraq, right? You sway member states to support your foreign policy aims, and you would have gotten them to not support the effort to create a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine. But I don't even know how we got here, because we were initially talking about whether or not a country could stand up for itself based on you know, their lack of military armament coming
No,
from another
that's
country.
not
And
what you were
literally
talking
made the
about.
claim. You literally made the claim that Israel would be able to stand up for
Oh
itself
my
and
God.
expand its own territory
See?
without direct support.
He's doing it right now. He's like, dude, you literally made the claim that U.S. military assistance assisted Israel militarily. Well, yeah. See? You understand what I mean, right? Hopefully you guys can all understand these debate tactics for what they are. Jump off the bridge and hover onto the catwalk. Or ground pound onto it from the revolving gates in town. Clean the M graffiti on the city. Hover onto the catwalk. Catwalk. Some M graffiti down here. There it is. Jeez.
Now, yes, in 1948.
Whoa,
wait.
Dylan,
Yes,
you were
but that
looking
was
at
what I was
this in an
talking about.
isolated
Then we
situation.
moved it.
You're looking
we
at this in an
moved
isolated
it.
situation.
Fine, can we
Look
move
at
on to a different
totality of
example, which
history.
doesn't have your problem with it?
Totality of history.
Can we move over to
Look at
like
totality of history.
Look, okay, then let's look at totality of history. Cuba, it was 1898. Cuba, American-Spanish War, right? After the American-Spanish War, there was a lot of discussion about whether Cuba would become an American state, its own thing, or whatever, right? Now, let's say you or whatever, anybody in the world, and you see the United States say, you know what? Yeah, Cuba is a state now. Cubans, obviously, many of them would not be happy. Maybe they revolt, but if we just wiped away the Spanish military, there's not much they can do. So let's say the Americans beat the shit out of Spanish rebels, just like we beat the shit of native rebels multiple times. Would the might make right argument apply there? Or we just move over to native tribes in the United States?
Yep.
So you literally said that Israel today would be able to
He did not answer
exert
my
their
question.
dominance across Palestine.
He literally, he won't
You
answer.
said that you at the start of your statement, you just said that yes, you believe Israel would be able to currently, as it is
He
today,
literally will
exert
not
their
answer it.
dominance across Palestine, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
So I would question, what arms does Israel have to do that are not directly provided by or funded?
Shameless. Not only does he not answer it, he doesn't even acknowledge it. He's just like, so yeah, we were talking about Israel. So anyway, can you tell me more about how American military supported Israel militarily? Can we talk some more about that? Because I was having a great time talking about that.
In part by the U.S. empire.
Well, number one, if we stop funding...
Yeah,
them,
let's
it doesn't make
talk
all
about
their
the
arms
totality of
disappear,
history,
right? They still have
by
guns
which I
and
mean
things before,
only
but it's not
Israel.
just us.
No, I
It's
understand
also-
that. I'm not a fucking dumbass, you piece of
Okay,
shit. I'm saying in a hypothetical situation, you're saying that Israel would be able to do this without U.S. support.
Yeah.
But the U.S. has provided support for all of this
Yes.
stuff. That's my
right now, we're
fundamental
talking about
argument.
why going forward. Okay.
That's my argument.
Can we move on to something else, or do you want to keep yelling about this?
No, I'd love to move on. You were the one who wanted to continue talking about this.
Now, could you answer my question about Cuba?
I'm going to be honest. I didn't care what you said because I was going to push back on that, so I went and got water.
Wait! Did he get water? Hold on. Did he actually get wait, did he leave? He stood up? Oh, I didn't even see I was playing the game. Damn! Now okay, that might actually be confidence. This dude knows he's a dumb fuck and is so aware of it that he will actually physically move himself away from arguments that might force him to acknowledge he's wrong. That's a Chad move right there, you know? God damn. I await his next one, which is when he knows Dylan's about to ask a tough question, he quickly bashes his head against a wall, so the ringing in his ears keeps him from hearing it. Dylan's like, what are you doing? Are you okay? And Jason Hickle is like, yeah, dude, sorry, was just bashing my head. It was fun. What were you saying? I don't care. Not like he could make his brain any more damaged.
Want to say it again?
Okay. In 1898, we fought the Spanish, right? And we beat them pretty bad, right? The start of that war is still hotly debated today. And after the end of it, there was two debates in the United States. What to do with Cuba and what's to do with the Philippines. Because those were the two pieces of territory we were able to wrangle from them. Obviously, the Philippines never became a state, and that was never even up for debate. It was going to become America's biggest and, like, most pronounced... A lot of people say this is, like, the start of American colonialism overseas. I disagree. I think it started before, but it's one of the most cited examples. But Cuba, many Americans actually wanted Cuba to become a state.
Jason
And to be
has
honest,
already
there's not
lost.
much Cubans could have done to stop that. We just obliterated the Spanish military presence in Cuba, which stopped Americans from going in. So the Americans go into Cuba, we move Spanish soldiers. United States, let's say, they declared Cuba as a state now. Many Cubans don't like that. Is the fact that they can't push out the Americans because they don't have the means to do so at that point. And let's say 20, 30 years passes, we're occupying that. Is that a righteous or okay occupation to the international community to do nothing just because might makes right there and they don't have the means to defend themselves without the help of Spain?
If we had called them a state?
Yeah, we declared that they were a state because there was a debate about that in 1898.
Well, did they become a state?
What?
No, I'm asking in the scenario that we did declare them a state. We were like, they are a state. And the Cubans obviously would not be happy about that. Then what?
They never became a state.
Yes, I'm asking. Okay, I know
He
Cubans are a
literally-
state. But I'm saying in 18...
This guy's body needs to be submitted to like medical evaluation. I think he actually might not understand what a hypothetical is. He literally doesn't know. That's incredible. Fucking goldfish brain, dude. Holy shit.
1898, after the Spanish-American War, when that debate was going on...
But Dylan, I literally just spent like 20 minutes
This is a
talking to you
hypothetical.
about a real world example. With
Yes,
Israel
we're
Palestine.
moving to a
Now you engage
hypothetical.
in hypotheticals
Because you can't
your
engage with
point
a
was proven
hypothetical.
wrong. So you want to engage
What
in
do you mean
hypotheticals.
it was proven wrong?
This actually was one of the debate tactics when I was prepping
Oh my
for my
God.
debate with Vosh.
Oh my
This
God.
was one of the
What's wrong
debate
with the
tactics that
hypotheticals?
everyone told me not to engage with because everyone said, you know, when
Okay.
Vosh begins engaging in these hypothetical scenarios, you need to
But this
turn
is
it
a
back to
this
the
is a
real
thing
world
that was
example.
that could
You need to
really
turn it back to
happen.
the real world example.
This is a real thing
And
that could have happened.
hypotheticals are not material,
But
Dylan.
it was material. There was an actual debate about it, right? So my question to you is, 1989, I mean 98, there was a debate about whether this would happen. And my stance would be, we shouldn't just make them a state because we have more power than them and they can't defend themselves
Dylan,
without Spanish
Dylan.
help.
Prove you wrong with a real world example. Now you're
No,
dealing
you
in
didn't.
Dylan, it's not going to work. His brain literally can't process hypotheticals. This was where the Destiny debate tactics meme came from. They literally think that hypotheticals are like some kind of sneaky rhetorical trick. I've said this before, and I want you guys to know that I'm not being like, I actually do think this is a kind of mental deficiency. An inability to understand hypotheticals and their relevance, I only see it exhibited from debate types who are like unfathomably lost. This is one of those points where like all of my political analysis fails and I have nothing to say, but I actually just think it's some kind of just like problem. Yeah, their brain is just running on Windows Vista. I don't know what else to say, you know? Is this ableism? I'm really sorry. Do you think it's ableism to tell a parent of a child who has like severe autism that they might need to treat their child differently? Like, is that ableism? Like, if a kid had severe autism and you were telling the parent about how you need to avoid loud noises? Okay, to these guys, hypotheticals are loud noises, all right? That it's like that, okay? They hear hypothetical and they just freak out and their brain sends out alarm bells and shit like that, okay? It's rough, huh? It's actually it really is like looking into like the you know the darkness, the abyss. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, there's no point in actually engaging with somebody like, you know, Hickle. But if you wanted to try, you could ask about Native Americans, which he brought up earlier, because Native Americans did get wiped out. We did take their land. They weren't strong enough to fight us, and we did make all their territory U.S. states. So in that case, everything that is being discussed is actually happened in the real world. To which Jason would then not respond. He just wouldn't answer it. He would move back to Israel. So, yeah, you know, he would, he would go up for another drink. So, you know, there are limits to what he would go drown in the bathtub. He would go walk into the bathtub and pour out 3 inches of water and lie face down in it to avoid Larry. Oh, fuck. Okay. Alright. Bring it back. Dial it down 27 notches. I can't believe we're only halfway through this shit, dude. Holy fuck. Oh, man. God damn, dude. Okay.
Now you're coping. Why you're moving? Just answer the hypothetical. What's so wrong? What's wrong with the hypothetical? What's wrong with it?
I don't dictate arguments based upon hypotheticals. I act upon real world examples.
How do you have conversations then?
I'm not going to engage with your hypothetical.
Dude, can you imagine parenting this kid? He's super young, right? So it's still like, do you think he's like riding with his mom or whatever? And his mom's like, do you think you would like to like go get some food? He's like, well, that hasn't happened yet, mother. I like to deal with the real world. Is there food? She's like, I don't know. Do you want there to be? He's like, that's a hypothetical.
So you're saying Catalonia should not be its independent country if it wants to be?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know enough about that to speak to it, and I also don't speak on things that I don't know about. So I'm not going to talk about that either.
What about a Kurdish state? Kurdish people have wanted a nation for very long.
He'll never support Kurdish
Dylan,
state because he's
don't even
an
get me
Assadist.
started on this.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
even get me, you just made me so excited. This is a good real world example.
Yeah, because
that
he's
I'm
an
actually
Assadist.
informed
He's
on.
got like a million.
You wanna talk about that?
Yep.
Sure, why not?
Okay. So the Kurdish people could not guarantee their own sovereign entity until there was U.S. support prevalent in the region. The U.S. now claims to own and occupy, this is per Dana Strow, who now works for the Biden administration on U.S. Syria foreign policy, that the U.S. claims to own 1/3 of Syria, own and occupy. They are doing that with the help of the Kurds, but the Kurds could not do that on their own. They had to have U.S. support. They couldn't
Notice
do that
how
on
his
their own.
argument here is only that America's
So
involved,
what
not
you're
actually
saying
the
is
ethics
because
of like Kurdistan.
Since they don't have enough power to start a rebellion against Iran, Iraq, the Turkish government in Syria, because they're a people displaced by borders, because the borders of the Middle East were cut up in a very, let's say, hasty manner.
Oh my
right?
God, this game.
They should not have a state. So that's your reasoning.
I'm saying
I'm not
that
asking
Syria
about current
is a sovereign
American.
country.
I'm asking, should it be its
And
own country?
No, I don't think that the Kurds would be able to secede and create their own region without the support of U.S. or another
but why
imperial
does
power.
that support? Why does that remove a people's right to self-determination if it has to be violent? There's been many peoples who have been dominated by superior military powers. Native Americans is a great example. I would have supported international support for Native Americans struggling to maintain their independence against American Manifest Destiny.
This is the primary basis of my argument, though. If you can't support your own state, right? If you can't support your own state, then you shouldn't be trying to call yourself a sovereign nation because you don't have the means to defend yourself. You don't have the means to create a social fabric that will stand up to another country that is currently, is made up of the land that you claim to want to occupy.
You're American, right?
Yes.
You do know that France supported us during the American Revolution. Without French support, there's a good chance we would have stayed a British colony.
I mean, sure.
He didn't know that.
Would you have rejected French support and then had the American Revolution fail and stay a member of the crown to maybe?
I have many problems with the way in which this country was founded. Yes.
So you would have.
The greatest of which was the support of the French. That's yes. Of the many moral qualms I have with this country's foundation, our association with the dirty Franks was by far the worst of them.
Rejected French support.
Not necessarily. I just have many problems with the way this country was founded in general. But if you want to keep talking about Syria, because I do concede, I have problems with the way this country was founded. We can keep talking about Syria.
I didn't say number one. I didn't say Syria. I said Kurds, and Kurds exist across multiple borders.
Where would a Kurdish state be in part located?
In part,
Dylan?
Syria, in Iran, in Turkey, and Iraq, right? And I believe that if those
and
people,
where are they currently occupying?
The SDF, which is majority Arab, are occupying a part of northeastern Syria.
Correct.
The majority of its forces are Arab, by the way, so it would not just be a Kurdish state, by the way.
They want a Kurdish state. That's what they want.
That's not what they want.
They do.
The SDF has
That's
accepted.
what this whole agreement with the U.S. providing support there is.
No, that's not. The SDF has wanted to negotiate with Assad to get something very similar to the Kurdistan Regional Government of Northern Iraq. They've said this in multiple press releases. Their supreme commanders have said it. Multiple people in SDC have said this multiple times, that they do not seek independence from Syria. They seek something similar to a regional government, the way, say, Catalonia has its own regional government, where they say that the KRG...
Because there are though many people who make up that group who do want a sovereign state. I'd imagine you would sit on that.
Yes,
right?
I assume there are people who have many different diverse political opinions in northern Syria.
And for years, that has been the primary debate surrounding the Kurds is creating a Kurdish state. Correct?
Is Dylan getting paid for tutoring this little boy? It's nice for us to learn, though, right? Dylan Burns knows way the fuck more about foreign policy than I do. Me trying to learn where all the nations are, I think, is like a tiny first step to being a little bit more globally aware that I'm trying to take. Because as much fun as the like her I'm an American, I don't know what other countries are meme is, and it is very funny. It's probably something I should know more about. Jackson didn't go get water. He was opening a window to let the hypothetical out. Dude, bro, I don't have to listen to your hypothetical if it floats out of the window. Oh, God. Fuck, dude. It's so funny. These are the last 2 blue coins here, and then after that, we're literally done with all of the little worlds. Then we just have the big hub area, which has plenty of shit, don't worry.
The last time they tried...
So what I'm saying is, you have this group that in no way, shape, or form could be occupying the land that it currently occupies without the help of the U.S. Now, the U.S. did them dirty and said in a statement that Dana Stroud said we recognize this as 1/3 of Syria that we now own and occupy. They specifically targeted this land, not because it's Kurdish land or because it's land that this coalition wants to target and gain control of. They targeted it in their own words because it is the hydrocarbon and wheat-rich region of Syria, and they are going to cut off Bashar al-Assad from their raw resources, such as those. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking tankers of oil from this region across the border into Iraq. They're smuggling it into Iraq. This is exactly what they're doing. There's a Delaware-based natural gas firm that has been sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department to operate in this region of Syria. It's what they're doing. There's no other way to spin it.
That didn't respond to anything I just said. You just basically...
Does, Dylan.
How?
Because
Okay.
It does. You don't understand. America bad.
Yes.
Without support.
But I don't... But wait. My question didn't have to do with any of that, okay? All of that was important. I don't believe that your ability to use power and force dictate alone dictates your ability to be a people that should rule themselves. That is why I support Kurdish independence, because the Kurds across every country they are in right now, they are treated absolutely...
You can see the clip post-debate where his chat saw he had sewn a DSA patch in his jacket, immediately said it's fucking disgusting, demanded his chat mail him a communist one to replace it. Wait, his chat canceled him from a DSA patch? Well, Mao. That's fucking amazing. Dude, can you imagine existing in these communities? Like, Lance, can you fathom, like, waking up and then being in those communities? I actually cannot imagine it. It is unfathomable to me, you know what I mean? It's clown world over there, you know what I mean? How's that dude a DSA member? Well, he's probably not a member. He just has the patch or whatever. But even if he was a member, like, it's not like DSA membership requirements. Like, they take a look at your fucking social media profile, you know? Yeah. Fucking clown world. My favorite DSA memories when they chose not to support the strategy that had been endorsed by their own National Medicare for All Working Group, Force the Vote. Oh, the Force the Vote bitching. Okay. For later, here's the clip. Here's the clip. Okay, here's the clip. Hold on.
Rising. And we must win. You cannot humanize war.
Oh shit, he really does want to be Haas. Holy fuck. Imagine choosing an idol and then choosing infrared.
Yes, I do have a DSA patch, and I asked people multiple times this stream to send me a communist patch, because this patch is absolutely disgusting to me. Send me a fucking communist patch. This is...
What?
2¼ inches wide. Send me a communist patch. Please. Please. I will plug an address you can send it to.
Okay. It's like Ryan Knight asking where the hammer and sickle is on his iPhone. Oh my god, you're so right. Oh god, reality rhymes. Jesus. Okay, now we're gonna get all of the blue coins in Delfino Plaza, which I suppose we need 16 more of. And we're gonna do it.
God awful. In Iran, they're mowed down when they protest. In Syria, they were mowed down by both Bashar al-Assad's father and Bashar al-Assad himself in 2004 after the football protest.
Corona Mountain,
in Turkey,
don't worry.
they were called Mountain Turks. They had their language banned, and their children are shot by security forces. In Iraq, they got the thing that was closest to the Kurdish liberation in a way with the KRG government, but the government of Iraq still went in Kirkuk, and it was not a really good time when that happened. And so the Kurdish people have looked at the situation across all borders and said, we are treated like shit any other time when it is not a Kurd making policies, because the other people fear Kurds. They think we're rebellious. They think we're disgusting. They think we're bad. They think we're a threat to Arabs. We deserve our own state. And I do not believe just because they're a minority or because they are cut across multiple borders that struggle that they have should be dictated just by the means of not being able to take on one of the most powerful militaries in the world, in the Turkish government, for example.
He's not listening. He doesn't know. He doesn't care.
Okay, so that's your reason for supporting a Kurdish
Those are
state, I guess.
words.
But my argument here is that a Kurdish state would not be able to stand without U.S. support, and also it ties back into the original conversation quite nicely we were having. Actually,
What if I don't care?
Because what if you don't believe that?
No. I said, what if I don't care?
Well, I mean,
because I don't care, because I do not, because I don't
care
believe
about the argument we're having.
I don't believe that the American
care about the argument we're
Revolution.
having.
Well,
Okay.
well, the thing is, the
It's
same.
okay.
Wait, let me finish.
No, it's okay.
No, you gotta.
It's okay. Actually, I was in the middle of something, so I'm gonna finish. But,
okay, you finish.
It ties quite nicely back into the initial argument we were having, right? That if a country cannot stand on its own without military support from another country, then I mean, at that point, it can't call itself a sovereign entity, sovereign nation, and that's exactly what's happening in Syria right now. That's exactly what's happening in Syria.
My thing is, I don't think that just because another country comes in and assists somebody in a struggle for liberation, or even if it's for self-beneficiary means, like the United States is not doing it because there's some angel. I know there are Americans who support the Kurdish struggle. There's a lot of reasons why we got involved in northern Syria. Multiple strategic reasons. There were some who, of course, saw what happened at Sinjar, and the public outcry was enormous. But my main issue doesn't have to do with any of that. It has to do with the fact that I don't believe that just because they cannot, well, you gotta let me finish, okay? I let you finish when you said you wanted to finish. I do not believe that just because it could not hold up by themselves, that that their rebellion is not correct, that they should not be able to rule themselves. It's why I believe the French should have supported the American Revolution. It's why I believe that that the Kurdistan regional government has a right to exist and has greatly benefited the Kurds of northern Iraq. So did Operation Provide Comfort, and that's the same reason why I believe that the SDF.
Hey, guys, do you think Haiti would have succeeded in its revolt against France if it weren't for, like, the Polish? It really makes you think, right? I don't know.
Will hopefully get their regional government, which will stop more incidents like the 2004 Qamishli riots, the same way I will support, I would have supported Native American tribes against Americans going in and shooting Native American children, women, and men.
Dylan, we are dealing with the modern American U.S. empire. Okay. And the modern U.S. American empire is the only reason why this coalition of forces in northeast Syria is currently occupying that region.
Okay.
If it weren't for the U.S., they would not be able to do that. The U.S.'s primary aim, though, and every time we do something like this, is to balkanize a country. That's what I'm getting at here. I know you reject this notion that the U.S. acts in the modern U.S. empire acts in every imaginable instance as it relates to intervention or, or military backing in a way that only serves the interests of the U.S. empire, military industrial complex, corporate elite, transnational corporations. I make that claim, I make that argument, and I feel very strongly about that. And you can see that that's exactly what's happening in Syria. The aim is to balkanize the country.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. Why did that not happen in Iraq once the Kurdistan regional government formed? Because that was due to American creation. Well, that is a perfect example.
Hey, here's a question, by the way. Do you think that this guy would ever oppose geopolitical action taken by China if it, because it destabilized American regional interests? Because his argument is that, like, oh, they don't really care about Kurds. They just care about destabilizing Assad. So do you think that he would ever listen to somebody being like, oh, yeah, well, they don't really care about, like, you know, Afghanistan. They just care about, like, securing geopolitical interests of America? Probably not. Again, this guy just simps for one authoritarian over another.
Example, and that's the exact same thing the SDF is trying to create.
It's an example I can't really engage with because I'm not familiar with it.
Well then, but this is also literally right next to them, and this is what they're looking towards as an example. What happened was that
I don't even know what year that is.
What year what is?
When you claim that was created.
Okay, the Kurdistan regional government was officially created post the Iraq invasion, but it was unofficial for a long. Let me
But
finish.
it's
it was
so it's a
unofficial.
region- No,
Let me finish.
because it's a regional government. The U.S. is helping
Yes.
the Kurds and other minorities that make up those forces occupy that region and try to create a balkanized country. That's what they're doing in the Idlib province as well. They're trying to create their own territory within that region. It's not like a government that is acting under Syria. They're not acting under Syria. They don't allow the people in that region to vote in Syrian elections.
Yes, because right now they're in conflict with the Syrian government, the SDF, and multiple fronts. And so,
You wouldn't be able to occupy it if it wasn't the US.
Yes, I'm happy they supported them. Okay, now let me
No,
finish.
so
let me
here's my
finish.
point.
Jackson
If
Hickle,
they
I'm not
didn't have
listening to you
US
until you let me finish. I don't care until you let me finish. You have to let me finish. I can't talk to you if you're constantly angry, and I'm happy about it. Oh my God, Jackson. Okay,
you didn't have
I don't
US
care.
backing.
I don't care.
You
I don't
can come
care.
back
I don't
in a
care.
second.
I don't
If you
care.
didn't have US
Nobody.
backing, you'd probably have a
Okay.
regional.
Okay, now he's muted. Wonderful.
Yes.
He's muted. I'm muted. We're both muted. You finished? Okay, you were muted too. So nothing was productive there. Okay. So the SDF is not looking to be its own independent country. It has never claimed to be its own independent country. It is not doing anything that would be in the means to get its own independent country. It's not starting up embassies around the world.
Right now.
It's not. What?
What is it doing right now?
It wants to be its own regional government similar to the KRG.
What is it doing right now?
It is occupying a part of Syria because they want leverage in negotiations with the Syrian government.
They're occupying part of Syria that they no longer
And
claim
Assad won't
to be a
negotiate
part
with
of
them.
Syria.
Assad rejects negotiations with them. They specifically have no negotiations with all these people.
Because they're
And
a force that is
Let
aiming
me
to balkanize
finish.
the
Why
country.
that you have no proof that the SDF has that guide. You could say
They're literally occupying the country right now.
Okay,
They're not
because
trying to create a
but
mutually
it is
beneficial
very
agreement.
clear.
They're trying to
It is
occupy-
very clear.
they're
They
all
don't
occupying
want
the
mutually
country right
beneficial
now.
agreement. Of course,
They're doing
they
exactly
don't.
what the
They
US
want
empire-
I fucking love this so goddamn much, dude. Holy fuck, I love it so much.
You don't know what you're talking
stealing
about.
their raw minerals.
You
That is
don't know
exactly
what
what's
you're
happening.
talking about.
Dylan,
The SDF
Dylan,
has never
Dylan,
declared
why
this.
would
They have
would
never
US
pursued
be
this.
engaging?
I love politics.
Because a regional government, which let's say that the Assad government doesn't have troops in, they're not going to get a regional government unless they have military power. That's what happened in the KRG.
They wanted
That's
a
what
regional
happened.
government that bad. Why wouldn't the U.S. come in if they were such like fucking on a humanitarian mission there? Why wouldn't they come in and they can easily force Assad to do a lot of things right now?
We cannot force them to do this.
If
In
they
fact,
can
I can tell
take
you
over
about this. This
1/3
happened already. What you're talking about already happened.
Dylan, if they can force their occupation of 1/3 of the country and steal the raw minerals out of that 1/3 of the country, don't you think they could have conceded power and forced a mutually beneficial regional government agreement? They could have, but they didn't want to because they wanted
You're
to
not
balkanize the
listening. You
country
don't know what you're
and
talking
steal
about.
their oil
How can
and
you be so
steal their
clueless?
wheat and
You
cut off
said
the Syrian
you
government
said
and
you knew a
Bashar
lot
al-Assad
about this.
absorb their raw
You
minerals.
said you
That's
didn't know
exactly
any.
what
How do you say you know a lot about this and then know nothing
That's
about
exactly
Northern
what
Syria?
happened.
But
All right,
okay,
let me just ask you
Assad.
questions.
Wait, no,
Questions.
you just no. You just got your whole spiel.
Questions.
I'm
Questions, girls, you're a
I'm
beta.
not listening. I gotta
Beta.
speak. I have to speak.
2 questions, girls. You're a beta.
Okay, I don't care. I'm a beta. Anyway, I don't care. I'm a beta.
Questions.
I don't care. I'm a beta.
Questions.
You're just muted now, so I'm gonna talk to my own audience. Okay, audience. So here's the thing. The thing that Jackson
yes.
is that they have tried to get into negotiations with Assad before, and they have been banned by Assad and kicked out by Assad from having these negotiations where they want to talk to them about the future of Syria, creating that regional government. And the thing is, if the SDF declared independence as its own country, Turkey would invade them and slaughter them in seconds. Because the biggest threat that Turkey sees from Syria is not only from Bashar al-Assad, and they want to challenge him by backing jihadists in Syria, but is also by the idea, the concept of Kurdish independence flourishing in Syria would be so terrifying to them as a people who are so fundamentally afraid of Kurdish rights.
How do we get Durham?
They would immediately invade. So not only do they not seek this, if they wished to seek it, unless we decided to move tons and tons of troops, equipment, I mean, just make the border what South and North Korea looks like, which we have done the opposite of doing by disarming the border, it would be not only not in our interest to do this, it would be impossible
Cross
to do
the
this.
canal.
Turkey would never
Holy
allow
shit.
this.
Okay.
I'll unmute when he's done talking.
I've unmuted. There you go. Okay. Now that
you hear me?
neither of us has gained, you can ask your questions.
Okay, so if the U.S. can take over 1/3 of the country, the resource-rich region of the country, with the help of these why would they not be able to create a regional government?
Because Assad has stopped them from coming to negotiations multiple times. They have offered to come. Assad has stopped them because Assad wants direct military control of northeastern Syria.
Okay.
Yes, because it is Syria, and it would still be a part of Syria under a regional government.
Well, yes,
and
but
also, let me just finish.
That's not how regional
But yes,
governments
no,
work.
it would be. If it's a
That's
regional
not-
government
that's
under
no-
Syria,
no,
it
no,
still
no.
would be.
That's not
But
all the-
also,
you don't know.
why would he have? Why would he give up the resource-rich region, and why would he do any of that if he doesn't have to?
Okay, so the first thing is, if you look at the KRG, they have their own military. They have the Peshmerga. So the Peshmerga.
US backed.
What?
The Peshmerga, and again, yes, and I don't care if it's US backed. That's fine for me. Okay. I don't care. I'm not.
That's literally it for him.
Okay. I don't pretend to be a bread tuber. Okay.
Oh
I don't need to.
No, wait, hold on. Unironic criticism here, Dylan. You don't need to concede this point, okay? This guy's argument literally never extends beyond America bad. You don't need to say like I'm not a bread tuber. I'm not crazy lefty. There's nothing not crazy lefty about not being dogmatically opposed to anything and everything just because America backs it. America backs like 2/3 of the shit in the world. We're America, you know? And the shit that America doesn't back, China backs. And if you wanted, every argument could turn into soy facing back and forth, where people are like, oh, America backs that. Well, China backs that. And then, like, never, ever, why are you not picking up the fruit? You can't pick up durians. They're spiky. They're the only fruit you can't pick up. Anyway, you don't need to concede that.
Live in the delusional world where US bad all the time and act like a walking gray zone article, okay? I don't need to be.
Why is the US backing them?
The US is backing them because we want the Iraq to be our ally.
That's not gonna work.
And because it's strategically beneficial. And we're
Why is it
backing them.
strategically beneficial?
It's strategically beneficial because we have interests against Iran.
And
we don't like Iran? What do you mean, and?
You actually don't know what I'm referring to. Two things.
Okay, what's the other thing? Tell me.
We're cutting off Syria from their vital resources, the resource-rich region of Syria, and we're stealing it on top of that.
How? By supporting the Peshmerga?
No, by supporting the occupation of northeast Syria.
Okay.
And also...
I don't care.
You don't care about that?
I don't
that
care
we've gone
because
into
that... Wait.
Country,
no. The reason I don't care is because...
Cut it off from the government. Okay, but here's the other thing. Here's the other thing.
Wait. You gotta let me elaborate on that, or you're just gonna make me look like Satan. Okay?
Here's the other thing.
Jesus.
Okay, you can elaborate when I finish my second point. The second thing is that we're all doing it, and this is according, again, to the U.S. State Department. They said this in a statement. We're doing this in an effort to weaken Assad. Okay. Now you can go.
Okay. The reason I don't care is because it is the people of northeastern Syria who are currently rebuilding their territory. This is the same reason the Spanish government doesn't like Catalonian independence. It's because...
There's
let me finish. You gotta let me finish. I'm gonna just have to mute you again. Okay, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
Please.
Defend the point that you
made. We are giving them money for the oil. You do know that, right?
We're stealing the oil from Syria.
The oil companies are giving money to the SDF and the SDC for the oil. That money is then being used by the government of northeastern Syria, whether you want to call it whatever you want. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, you're just muted. I don't care anymore. If you're not going to let me talk, I'll just mute you and I'll just talk.
Okay, we can do this.
So we are buying the oil from northeastern Syria, and they are right now rebuilding cities. They are rebuilding territory. They are trying to provide public services. And I believe if those are the people who stand on that territory, they should be the
they're weakening Assad Areno. No.
Just like in Catalonia, even though Catalonian independence would be against U.S. interests. And the Catalonians have the majority of the resources. I hold the same position for the Native Americans when it comes to the United States. When we were fighting our wars with them, even though they were standing on tons of resources, they should have been the ones who dictate what happened to those resources because they're the ones who live there.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
So when you say that we're paying for the resources, you said that. Yes. We are paying the forces that are helping us occupy the region. We're not paying the Syrian government that resource.
Not the Syrian government. The SDC. Yes. The SDC, SDF.
I know, you dumb fuck. That's what I just said.
No, you don't know.
We're not paying the Syrian government. We're not paying the Syrian government that money. So the Syrian people are losing their raw resources due to these occupying forces that wouldn't be able to be there without the help of the U.S. empire. And, right, it's just going back into, it's being reinvested in the occupation. Now, again, I'm not entirely familiar with the makeup of the situation in Catalonia. Now, is Catalonia, this is a question for you, is Catalonia being entirely backed up and funded, their regional entity, are they completely backed? And wouldn't be able to call themselves a regional entity and wouldn't be able to even, try to fight for, self-determination for their own land if it wasn't for a major imperial power?
Would it? It's hard to say because the Catalonia independence movement has been long, it's been violent, but I don't think anyone's going to get involved in Spanish internal affairs unless there's a huge international backlash to some terrible thing the Spanish does.
Okay, so I mean, I don't even know too much about that, and I just picked apart your fucking
Wait,
argument.
no, because wait, you don't know what you're. Okay.
Dude, I
What
don't even know
the
what I'm
problem
talking
is
about, and
that
I
don't
still won.
believe just because they have guns and they can shoot people and they win, that determines whether people should or shouldn't
I don't
be
know if this is
independent, right? I believe if Catalonians want to be independent, then they should be able to be independent, whether or not they have the military strength to do that.
But you're saying that in Syria, it's similar to. You're saying in Syria,
Oh my God.
it's similar.
How did I not
in
think of this
Syria,
before?
it's. You said in Syria
Assad
it's similar to
survived
Catalonia.
because of Iranian and Russian intervention. If it wasn't because of the Russian and Iranian
Said in
governments,
Syria,
the
it's
government
similar
would have
to-
collapsed.
No, you're not.
So do you support that, or are you against that?
That is better.
I didn't hear it because I was trying to make my point because you got so butthurt when I interrupted you. So I was gonna keep trying to talk. In Syria, you said that it's similar to Catalonia, but in Syria, they are only there and only able to
that's
occupy
way
and
better.
only able to steal those resources and pay them to the occupying forces because of the U.S. In Catalonia, it's much different because it is a completely, you know, I would imagine an indigenous population that you could not prove is being backed by any imperial force. It's a very different situation.
One more.
So you're okay with the Russians and Iranians backing the government and their backing being the reason why they survive?
There's a difference between backing a defensive operation and backing an offensive imperialist
Do you
operation.
believe that?
Wait. There's a difference between backing a defensive and offensive operation. He said in contrast to the hypothetical of China invading Taiwan. Ah, yes, the offensive Taiwanese action of defending their shores against him. This fucking guy, dude. He fucked his own point. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have any points. It doesn't matter, you know? It's chess with a pigeon. Imagine playing chess with a pigeon and you notice that they, like, move their queen in a bad spot. Like, it doesn't matter. They're a pigeon. Eh. Sweet. Thanks to the person in chat who pointed out this was a better spot.
The bombing by the Russian government of a bunch of hospitals. They did 4 hospitals in 12 hours. Do you believe that was defensive? Like those medical patients were like carrying AKs or something?
I mean, are you talking about in Syria?
Yes, they bombed multiple hospitals. In fact, a lot of people
Were
were
those
fearful.
hospitals occupied by the white helmets?
Oh no! Going to
You
justify
actually gonna
bombing
defend the
hospitals?
Bombing of hospitals in Syria.
Were they
Please don't do this.
occupied by the white helmets?
No.
Assad has done many things I disagree
No,
with.
and
but
who
were they
cares if they were
the white
occupied by
helmets?
the white helmets? It doesn't change
Because
the fact
the
that there
white
were
helmets,
civilians in
they-
those buildings.
Do you know who the white helmets are?
Oh my
I don't
god, he's not
care.
going to
No,
answer.
wait. Listen.
They're not civilians, Dylan. They're not civilians.
So do you?
So wait, he's actually, so this is the same line that Israel does when it bombs hospitals that might have like Hamas in it. Yeah, he's doing the exact same thing. This is literally like point for point, like just raw imperialist propaganda that he's engaging in right here.
So, but wait, they're not just
In
white
many
helmets in there.
cases-
There's
Dylan,
there's
you
civilians in those
concede-
hospitals.
Dylan,
Oh
Dylan,
my
do you
god,
concede?
you're a
Dylan,
fucking
do-
war crime supporter. Jesus Christ, I can't
Dylan.
believe
That
it.
is a war crime.
Dylan,
Yeah.
Dylan, I know you think this is a really good gotcha.
Yeah,
but
it
do
is.
Do you concede that in many cases, military forces in Syria have completely overtaken, gotten rid of civilians in certain territories and regions within Syria, and filled hospitals and schools with like military operations?
This has happened in also the Gaza Strip. Yes.
This has happened in many countries. This is like a normal thing that
So
happens.
would you have
Hence why I'm
supported-
asking, are these hospitals controlled by?
These hospitals were confirmed to have civilian casualties after the fact. Russia doesn't even deny this.
Okay, then I oppose that.
White helmets are a literal aid word. Yeah. To them, like white helmets are like crazy mega bad because they like Assad, and that's it. Like it's just, you know. But even if like the white helmets were full on like giga terrorists, this is still IDF apologia.
Okay. Right, because if this was because if your thing is if you're so
Dylan,
against the white helmets, you would have to hold
Who
a
is the
position about
aggressor?
Hamas
Who is
is
the
right.
aggressor here? Is it the covert
Bashar
forces that are being
al-Assad is the
funded?
aggressor because he's the one who.
No,
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
The
Let me finish.
person bombing the
Wait, because
hospital.
let me define.
No.
If you don't let me say.
Who funded
let
the
me
Syrian
finish.
dirty war?
Let me finish.
funded the
Let
Syrian
me
dirty
finish.
war?
Let me finish my statement, or you're never gonna get an answer. Okay? Bashar al-Assad began to shoot his people while they were protesting. This is nothing new. He did it in 2004, and he did it in 2011.
No, he didn't.
And he has tortured children, done many things.
No.
This started, the Syrian civil war started because the people started to rise up, and then the parts of the army, of the Syrian army, defected. Then, international players and the United States, Saudi Arabia, America, with Timber Sycamore, and other stuff started to
Hinkle's
going to
talk about
wanted
State
to
Department
rebel
talking
groups,
points
right?
next.
But the Syrian civil war started, and then of course Assad got supported from Russia and Iran, and they boom, there's your Syrian civil war, and then ISIS of course.
Operations.
Right.
So who started the protests? or who, I shouldn't say who started the protest, but who expanded the protest, funded covert psyop operations to the point where it reached the level it reached.
Those protesters were getting shot despite, or in, wait, are you saying we supported, like, we like, what did we do to the protesters? What did we give them?
Bullets?
We did the same thing that we do here in the United States internally when we have discontent amongst popular groups. You have covert operations that take place that either promote or try to tear apart popular uprisings to foment regime change or to splinter groups.
What covert operation did we do? Wait, let me finish my question. You don't even know my question yet. Okay.
No, you're going to talk about specifically relating to protests in the Middle East, I'd imagine.
Well, yes, but you didn't let me finish my question. What's my question about those protests, right? So, are you alleging that before the protesters were shot, we were funneling like weapons and bombs and stuff in there through Timber Sycamore, and that Assad started, like, this is the second part, which I don't think you alleged, but the second part of my question would be, even if that was the case, is that okay then for Assad to mow down protesters? Because Russia and other governments have done similar things all over the world when it comes to, like, supporting protest movements against their opposition, but that doesn't mean that gives a red light to mow down protesters.
Green light.
You go and you try to do covert operations to deal with the international governments doing that. That doesn't mean you start shooting protesters.
Did you say in 2004?
He's not. Yeah.
Well, was the
Dude,
2004
wait, after like 5 minutes of talk, dude, did you talk specifically about the 2004 Assad mowing down of protesters? Well, I'll have you know that actually there was a white helmet in that crowd, and also I read documents that said that didn't happen. Holy shit.
Initially riots, and then there was the 2011 protest. 2004 has to do with overseas in Syria. That's why the Kurds don't trust
Was Assad president in 2004?
Yes,
I don't think he was even...
Yes, he was.
During that?
Yes.
Was...
You know, I feel like that's a pretty baseline level of knowledge you should be expected to have. Also, even if it wasn't Assad, wouldn't it be his, like, dad? Because it's like, isn't it hereditary? Even if it wasn't him, the person before him was his dad, right? I mean, what would that even change? Yeah, the other Assad.
Was he?
Yes, I promise you he was.
No, you're right.
Hafez al-Assad died in, I think, 2000.
So, what I'm saying is that this is just, I mean, it's an objective fact. This is like a common tactic that's used by the U.S. through
He's not answering. He's not answering.
The evidence of what I asked for.
We bolster propagandistic campaigns to try and tear apart either sovereign governments, democratically elected
I acknowledge
government.
we do that. Now,
okay,
show me evidence.
And Syria specifically?
Well, yes, that's what we're talking about.
We've done so through the white helmets.
Okay, so you're saying we were funding the white helmets before?
You know, I just want you guys to know that the curse of knowledge is a great burden. Okay, stream is fucked. Oh, it'll be back in like 10 seconds. The curse of knowledge is a tremendous burden. Okay, knowing all the talking points before they make them. It's rough out here. Okay. Website is now hosting yesterday's VOD, not the stream. Why the fuck would it be doing that? Hold on, I'll fix it. 1 second, Areno, Cappuccino, Deltarino, Bosch.gg. Oh, it is hosting the old stream. That is very strange. What shenanigans are taking place back there, huh? All right. Change that. Save. Manual embed. And it's still showing the old stream. White Nervosa is fixing stuff? Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I'm just going to go ahead and pee. Editors, when you're piecing all this together, just cut this bit out. Let me go ahead and pee. And we'll get all this working again soon. I can't believe it's taken us that long to get through this, but it's very funny, so... Protein. Gotta get your protein bar. Is it working yet? It's not. Oh my. Well, I'm sure it will eventually. I'm sure there's some incredible nuance to the thing. Well, how about this? How about if it's not working, you move over to YouTube and you just come back in a little bit, okay? Or you can embed it manually, whatever is your preference. Yes, last night's stream, it did go for 10 hours. Oh. I'm continuing. Fuck y'all. Let's go.
Before Assad started mowing them down. That's what I'm asking about, because that was
whether or not
because the question.
Alabaster, check the end of the last VOD. I did answer it. You can find it in there. Sorry, it took me a while to get to it.
First person to start this or not?
Yes.
Well, okay, think about this. Think about this. If you have a force within your country that's being backed up by, fucking a U.S. empire that has obviously ulterior motives, which I don't think you would disagree with me on.
U.S. bad. U.S. bad.
That stem far beyond providing humanitarian support for a just cause within a country.
Of course.
I would argue that's usually the least of our motives. That's the least important of our motives in any given intervention that we face or PSYOP operation we begin. So why is it, you think, that the U.S. would be providing support for these groups? Why is it, you think, that the Obama administration, for example, would allow ISIS to run rampant?
So this is a very common talking point, by the way, where they attempt to get you on a one-up by pointing out that the U.S. has ulterior motives. No shit. Nobody disagrees with that. Hey, guys, when the United States did healthcare reform, it had ulterior motives. Many of the SOCDEM concessions that countries give are only meant to placate the working class to prevent revolutionary action. That doesn't mean those things can't still be good. Do I have to talk to her first?
Rampant within Syria. Why is it you think that we would do any of this sort of stuff? It all has
Coconut
a
Island
covert operation at the in place, and it's.
I will answer all of your questions once you answer mine.
What? Ask your question again.
Okay. My question was, because we were trying to find out who's the aggressor, right? And Bashar al-Assad mowed down protesters, tortured protesters. This is nothing new. This is nothing disputed, okay? Now, you're alleging that we threw all this stuff at there. I don't doubt that through Timber Sycamore and multiple things, we have funded a lot of organizations in Syria that oppose Assad. We have done that clearly. Yes. My question to you is, you were like alleging that these protesters were like funded by the United States.
Fine. I think it's working.
And so I'm asking you, before
backed by the United States.
Yeah, backed by the United States. Wait, backed, not funded.
Funded would imply that there's a monetary transfer.
So if we said that we support those protesters,
yes,
does that justify Bashar al-Assad mowing them down? Because China has said they have supported protests in the United States at some point. They said, hey, look at the BLM protests in the United States. That wouldn't justify us mowing down BLM protesters. That would be disgusting.
I would say that no, not necessarily, and I would also say that the U.S. doesn't really care about that, but they will they will take any opportunity given to strike upon that and sow discontent amongst the public. So, for example, the U.S. killed 1 million Iraqis in our war there. Do you think the U.S. really cares about 23 Kurdish people?
Hold on. I'm sorry. If Iraq can't defend itself, can it really be called a country? Sounds like American territory to me. I don't know.
Who are fighting against Bashar al-Assad and want to create their own sovereign government. No.
Okay. It's not 23. There's hundreds of thousands of people in northeastern Syria, but
No. I'm saying the amount of people that wasn't it like just over 20 that were killed in that initial.
Yeah. It was. What you're talking about? Are you talking about Qamishli, or are you talking about 2011?
2004. Do you know
He's
directly whether or
Wikipediaing.
not like Bashar al-Assad gave the orders to kill those 23
he did.
people?
And the reason why they got really angry is because they started tearing down statues of Hafez al-Assad, his father, and he saw this as a challenge to his rule. He gave the order to send in tanks. There were tanks there. He gave the order. Yes.
So did they shoot them with tanks or did they shoot them with guns?
Machine guns. But
Oh my god. Dude. He doesn't know. He's literally trying to Wikipedia foo his way out of this live. He doesn't know. He's like, oh yeah, well, did Assad send in the tanks? Yes, he did. Oh, okay. All right, okay. Well, like, did, like, he give the order? Yes, he did. He literally has no fucking clue. He's just hoping that he can, like, catch him on a question.
the tanks were the backup troops.
Okay, so again, they sent in. He
they
ordered
tortured
them
children,
in
by the way.
tanks.
Just to be clear.
You're alleging that they had them send in
Well,
tanks.
not alleging. I'm stating a fact. What do you mean? Are you challenging this? Wait.
No, this is your allegation that he sent in tanks. So did he? That's
I mean,
different.
an allegation to like say that America invaded France during the World War. Yes.
You stated. Whatever. I don't fucking care. So did he?
I care a lot about this.
So that's different. That's different than saying that he ordered those troops to fire upon them with machine guns. Do you have evidence for that?
Is that a real question?
Yes, I mean, in the same way that the U.S. is providing military armament for Taiwan, we're not explicitly saying that we want Taiwan to start firing upon China.
I actually do not know if he specifically said shoot the protesters. But when
don't
he
you think
let me,
Guys, did you know that Adolf Hitler never actually gave a written order to begin the Holocaust? That's actually true, by the way. It's a Nazi talking point. Is that true? Yes, that is true. There was never a written order given. There was no direct historical evidence of him beginning the order to begin the executions. Yeah, I wonder what Mr. Hickle would think of that fact. Really makes me, really tickles my onions, you know?
let me finish. While it might be an important detail.
Yeah, Sir Political Banana, but it's not, like, direct again. And Assad literally sent in, like, the fucking troops on those protesters. There's more direct evidence of Assad's involvement in the massacre of those protesters than there is Hitler's in the Holocaust. We know the Holocaust happened, though, and we know it was Hitler's fault. This is just a common thing that authoritarian conspiracy theorists do. There's no direct order that this authoritarian who did 76 bad things did the 77th bad thing, even though they set up all the conditions for it and probably would have done it because it met all of their behavioral traits beforehand. You can't directly prove it. And by the way, if Dylan had proof that Assad gave the order to fire, then Jackson would then say, okay, well, do you know that the order to fire wasn't given after one of the protesters threw a rock at one of the people and then they freaked out, and then that Assad was given bad information about the threat from the protesters and then he fired? Like, there's no final answer to this. There's no point where he sits down and goes, oh, wow, I guess Assad's actually a really bad guy for torturing children and murdering protesters, for dishonoring his father. There's no, like, actual end to that.
If I set
military... Oh, yeah, this guy blames Biden for what took place in fucking Afghanistan with the missile strike on the aid worker. Can you prove that Biden directly ordered... Can you prove that Biden directly ordered that happen? Curious. Thank you, Annie. It's working. How does man think he's winning /1? He looks insane. Well, I mean, he is. These are tankies. It's the reason why I am so opposed to them. This is what they're like. Do you know if Assad was being sarcastic? Okay, I know what he did. But was it maybe a meme? Think about it.
Military troops into any part of my country where protests were happening against my rule, and they start shooting people. They shoot a decent amount of people. 30 to 100 is the estimate that is most widely cited, right? They start shooting these people, and then they capture many and torture children, women, and men. Don't you think there should be some repercussions for that, or there should be something done? Because if it isn't, that is a tacit endorsement, and it's not hard to assume that when he sent them in there, the goal was to put down those protests because they were staring down statues of his father, who I'm assumed Assad has a nice view of daddy, and he saw this as a challenge to their rule.
I'm just saying that, yeah, I mean, sure, I don't support, like, indiscriminate ordered killings of civilians.
But if they aren't ordered...
What I'm saying is that that's very different than alleging that Bashar al-Assad directly ordered those killings and knew about it and wanted that to happen.
He knew that these happened. He just didn't care. He was like, this is fine, whatever you need to do. He sent them in to do whatever was necessary to put down these protests. Like he's dropped barrel bombs. He knows that barrel bombs have been used. He doesn't care. He's done multiple war crimes that he does not give a fuck.
Dylan, come on. You know that so many of these allegations put forward surrounding barrel bombs, surrounding fucking
you don't believe he
bombing.
dropped barrel bombs? Do you want to? And hospital bombings is a proven fact. It's been proven time and time again.
I
In
know
fact,
it's a
the
fact, but it
Russians
matters who's
released
in the
footage.
hospital, you dumb fuck.
There were
It matters
people in
who's
the hospital. There were civilians in the hospitals. There were civilians in the hospitals. If there was Hamas.
Maybe it's a good thing Dylan didn't bring up the obvious Nazi parallel. I guess, but like, does it make a difference? Whether you point out that these guys are pretty much just Nazis for a different group of authoritarians or you don't, the conversations turn into like stupid fucking infinite, like regressively dumbass. That was a bunch of stars that we just got. That was 22 fucking stars we just got. Shines! Sorry.
Us in a building and civilians in a building that does not give the Israeli military the okay to destroy that building with all those civilians. I stand against that too, just like I stand against
We're almost there. We'll be there tonight.
But what I'm saying is, in the same way that with the OPCW cover-up of Duma or with Guba, for example, you have allegations from the international.
I can only go 15 more minutes. This is almost 2 hours. I need to get to work.
Facts on the ground.
Okay. First, I just need to say I have like.
And there have been many entities that have disputed claims. Not all. For example, like breadline bombings, those haven't been disputed. But there have been many entities that have disputed some of these claims.
Remember when I predicted he would do exactly this? I remember. I recall. Where the fuck am I?
That you're putting forward as if they're statements of fact.
Okay, so first, I just want to say I have 15 minutes left, and then we're gonna hit the 2-hour mark, and that's enough for me. I'm tapping out. I gotta get back to my girlfriend who just came back from Portugal, and I want to spend some time with her. So that's the first thing. But the second thing I'll say is, okay, there have been many things disputed. There have been things that have been proven wrong because it's a conflict, an active war zone, and everybody wants to make their side look good and the other side look as bad. So people are going to allege, for example, like when ISIS like attacked cities, they would say we killed these many people, and then the other side would be like you killed barely anybody. This happens all the time. But the things I'm putting forward right now are things that are undisputed. I mean, even Assad. Wait, let me finish. The barrel bomb claims have been proven by pictures. In the barrel bomb claims, let me finish. Assad has basically admitted to this
is the 100
on
coin star.
Russian
We want
television.
this.
He
We
had
already
an
got
RT interview. It was about 2017, and he was asked by a Russian reporter working for RT, which is not like a very American imperialist source, I would say. And they asked him like about the barrel bomb claim, and he said basically, well, we use whatever weapons are necessary to like win the war, and a bomb explodes. That's what it does. If I ask somebody, did you commit a murder, and they said I used whatever force was necessary, that's an admission. That is an admission of guilt from the 2017 RT interview. Not to mention, like, this is like.
How do you know he wasn't memeing, Dylan?
Is certainly more disputed.
So
Pivot.
What I'm saying is, a lot of this stuff has been disputed that you're putting forward as objective.
So, hey, dude, like, people dispute this barrel bomb thing. Nope, Assad admitted to it, like, directly. He directly admitted to it. He directly said it. Okay, yeah, well, like, a lot of this stuff is disputed.
Fact and
what things have I said
Dylan,
that's being disputed?
let me fucking finish. Jesus Christ! Every time
Like
I interrupt you, you have like a fucking bitch fit. Let me
Bitch
finish
fit.
talking.
Mad.
Let me finish
Mad.
talking.
Mad.
Every
Rage.
single time. Okay, there have been many disputed instances that have been alleged by the international community, which I have
international
defended vociferously
community.
when there's
He means the
evidence
gray
to back
zone.
up these disputes, right? In the case of barrel bombs, I understand, right, that there have been barrel bombs that have been used in the Syrian civil war. There's also been torture that has taken place. There have been civilians that have been killed. This has happened on both sides. I don't condone any of it. The question is, who is
Yes, but dude, both sides. Dude, you've got Assad, and then you've got the anti-Assad protesters, you know? Dude, this violence on both. Oh, BLM? Yeah, well, you know, I mean, hey, black people kill cops sometimes, right? Hey, you know, violence on all sides. Not a conservative talking point, by the way.
Engaged in
barrel
war.
bombs? There's been barrel bombs dropped by rebels?
Yeah, the Syrian protesters
I'm
are
saying as a whole,
dropping
there's been
barrel
torture,
bombs.
There's been crimes against civilians. There's been barrel bombs been dropped by Assad. By Russian planes too. I don't support that.
Okay.
I know you think I'm a fucking statist, but I don't support that.
What? No, I don't care if you're a statist. I'm a statist too. It just depends on like what the government does.
Well, that's a whole nother argument.
What?
I mean, I would question what country you're a statist for. But at the end of the day,
wait, can we just be clear? Wait. When you say statist, what do you mean? This is I'm generally confused.
No, I don't want to get into another question
No,
because
I
I'm in the middle of a fucking argument. So at the end of the day, there's been a lot of disputed points surrounding the crimes that have happened. I still have unanswered questions that I've asked Syrian journalists about alleged war crimes that have been committed by Bashar.
Again, I'm so sorry, but does this not sound literally the same as when we debated the fucking Holocaust deniers? Holy shit. Dude, look, I just have questions. Look, there are just people with questions, and some things are in dispute, and, oh, that's all been factually proven. Okay, well, there are questions, and, like, it's identical. Like, not just the general argument, it's word for word, the same shit they say. And no other people say this, okay? Neocons don't talk like this. Liberals don't talk like this. This behavior is exclusively demonstrated by fascist conspiracy theorists. That's it. There's no other political group that talks like this. We don't actually want that star.
al-Assad, and evidence that has been brought forward by the international community, right? I still have questions that have gone unanswered by Syrian journalists I've reached out to, and by people who've actually been on the ground, okay? Yeah. But also, the key aggressor here today is the United States and the UK, who are fomenting a dirty war in the country that has brought about an untold amount of...
Earlier, what's the death toll of the US and the UK and Syria compared to Assad? Let's look that up real quick. Syrian civil war. Let's see if we can, get to the bottom of this one. Main belligerents. Wow, there sure are a lot of angry people over here, huh? Let's see. Units involved. Casualties and losses. Okay. Let's see. 160,000 civilian deaths documented by opposition. Total killed, over 500,000. Estimated 6.6 million people internally displaced, and 6.6 million people made refugees. Damn, that's crazy. How many civilian casualties in Syria due to USA? U.S. airstrikes in Syria have killed at least 22,000. Oh, no, this isn't in Syria. This is in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Hold on. About 5,700 in Syria. Okay, about 5,700 in Syria. I doubt the UK beats our numbers in that. So let's add 50%. Let's say 8,000 civilian deaths on account of the US and the UK. And that's out of 160,000 civilian deaths. Well.
Casualties, suffering, loss of life, and bloodshed for the Syrian people, not to mention the fact that the U.S. is now occupying 1/3 of the country in the northeast, stealing the raw minerals, cutting off the Syrian government and the people from the profits of these raw minerals, and they also have indicated that Jolani, right, that's his name, the guy leading Hayat Tahrir al-Sham in the Idlib province as the de facto leader of the, I mean, that's the group he represented before he put on a suit and tie and the U.S. designated him as an asset in the region, right? Yeah. You can't push back on that. And who is Hayat Tahrir al-Sham linked with? They are an Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra rebranded organization. So I have no sympathy for the rebels. I have no sympathy for the White House. I have no sympathy for the extremists that are waging a war against the Syrian people and the Syrian government and who are occupying their land. You can look at these in isolated events, or you can look at it in the larger scope of what is happening in Syria, and you can understand that this is an all-out campaign to destabilize the country, topple Bashar al-Assad, and steal their raw minerals.
Okay, so the first thing, one second, there was a few questions I had. Let me try to remember the first one. Damn, I think I forgot it. So, whatever, I'll just ask this. So, the first thing I would say is you have no sympathy for the rebels whatsoever. Do you stand by that?
Yeah, no, I have no sympathy for the rebels.
Okay. So in 2011, the rebellion started.
What do you think the rebels are doing, Dylan?
You gotta let me.
What do you think the rebels are doing?
I didn't even get to start my statement, and you
Well,
immediately.
you're gonna list one time in which there was
No, you didn't let me
some
finish.
wartime
You didn't let me. You didn't let me finish. You gotta let me.
Primary motive
Jackson,
of the rebel.
Talking
What's
over
the primary,
me doesn't
can
do
you
anything.
name it? Can you name it?
I'm not going to say anything until I can finish my statement. I'm not
Name
going to
it?
answer any
Can
questions.
you name it?
I'm not going to
What's
answer
the
any
primary
questions.
motive?
I'm not going to answer any questions
What's
until I get to
primary
say my
motive?
statement. I'm not going to answer it,
What's the
Jackson.
primary motive of the rebels?
Jackson, I can't answer it until I finish my statement.
primary
I'll
motive
answer it
of
later
the
if you just let me
rebels
say
who
my.
are trying to
If you
topple
let
Charles
me.
Todd?
If you let me
What's the
finish my
primary
statement.
rebel of
If
Al-Qaeda,
you let me finish my
Al-Nusra,
statement,
Israel, Sham?
I
What is the
will
primary motive?
tell
What's the
you their
primary
motive.
motive?
I will
Tell
tell
me.
you your motive if you let me
Tell me
finish my
now.
statement. But I want to finish my
Tell me.
statement. I never got to say
Tell me now.
anything. Jackson,
Tell me now, then do your
you never.
statement.
I'll just.
This is pure undistilled politics, by the way. I'm sorry. Anyone who thinks this isn't raw political action, right? Like this is the most honest expression of political disagreement. Jackson Hinkle coping. Hold on.
Look at this. This is absolutely incredible. This is hilarious. Soy boys coping
Oh, please.
and seething. Guess their preferred body type is bloated pedo bear with a ponytail. Anything better equals cringe. OMG. Because this was trending on Vosh's sub. Jackson Hinkle, cringe masculinity. This is from a Guardian article. Don't underestimate the harm of brittle masculinity can do to the world. Strength brings problems and weakness brings others. But weakness posing as strength is the most dangerous of all.
Is he gonna pop a
I
flex?
obliterated him in a debate. I obliterated Vosh in a debate. I absolutely swept the floor with Dylan Burns. I never understood, why call this like brittle weakness posing as strength? I literally wrecked both of you, and
Dude, why are people making fun of me? Dude, why are people... Guys, come on. Why are people making fun of me? Dude, come on. Why do people keep saying this stuff about me?
had plenty of objective observers who guaranteed that's exactly what went down. The internet agrees with me. The internet claims that, you're nothing more than people who just repeat Wikipedia Bellingcat lies, and I think they're accurate in that assessment.
All right. I love these guys, dude. Many people are saying this. This dude thinks smiling in a debate is equal to winning it. Well, I'm a big smiler. Remember that clip I sent you when I flex to right-wingers? This is how I do it. Unlike Vosh, I really flex. Unlike Vosh, look. Yeah, dude, that shit makes my asshole fucking pucker. Holy Christ. I can't imagine being that embarrassing and not being, like, aware of yourself. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ. This is why, holy fuck, dude. This shit's, like, dangerous. Never ever show a bottom. A fucking Jinkle Hickle clip, okay? Because your dick will be cut in half, like one of those little cigar clippers. Jesus Christ. It's rough out there. Fucking damn it. Should be a goddamn fucking common warning. Did you check the back of the police tower? I think I did. Did I not? I'll check again just to make sure. If it's not the one behind the police tower, then it's one of the ones in the little subterranean area. I love how he says Bellingcat CIA lies that he couldn't rebuke any of the arguments presented in the articles. Yeah, he says it the same way like Nazis talk about Jews. When they're like coping, it's like, oh yeah, Jewish lies. Again, other groups of people don't talk like this. You know? There's a very particular, unique union of positions. Very expressively delivered by these two very distinct political groups.
Do you want me to just mute you again and we'll do the thing again? Or do you want me to say my statement first? That's the two options you got. I either mute you and I'll just say my whole thing and answer your question, and then you don't get to hear me, or I'll say it now, my statement, and then I'll answer your questions. I never got to respond to anything you said. This is not how our conversation goes.
Daddy's Lil Kidney Stone cheered.
X100.
Okay,
What's
are
you
the
done?
kick, Dylan?
Hello? Jackson, I guess Jackson muted me.
And left.
Okay, I'm happy that you finished talking to your chat. So...
I wasn't talking to them. I was waiting for you to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I was having a quick jerk off, dude.
My statement has to be that in 2011, when the rebellion started, there were many different people with many different interests. For example, the people who fled from the military, those were not people who were just all rank and file Islamists. Those were military defectors, unless you want to say Al-Qaeda had infiltrated deep into the Assad military, and that's where they all broke off. There were, of course, people who were a lot more moderate. What happened in the long run is that those people got fucking slaughtered long run. 2012, 2013, those people got destroyed. A lot of them were in territory that was first targeted by Assad first, and they were jostled out of power. And then post 2013 is when the more Islamist types who were fucking disgusting, like your al-Nusras, your Hayatir al-Shams took over. And those organizations, I don't want to see them control
He's
Syria
not listening
ever.
and he doesn't know what these things
disgusting
mean.
Islamists and engage in terror tactics many times, right?
He doesn't
and so
know.
my
He's
question
not-
would definitely be for the 2012 2011 period, where there were
He
a lot-
doesn't know
there
what
were
those
a
are.
lot
He doesn't
more
know what years
diversity
are.
when it came into the rebellion, and the defecting military troops, which were not terrorists,
His,
unless
Dylan, he can't hear you. He's scrolling through photos of his ex from high school on his phone. It's just such a wasted effort. Oh my god. Okay, the last blue coin is definitely somewhere in the underground tunnels.
the Syrian Arab Army or just a bunch of terrorists. My question would be to you is, what would you say about the 2011-2012 period when there was a diverse rebellion against Bashar al-Assad and the other international forces got involved? Would you have supported Bashar al-Assad being overthrown then if we could have had the more moderate wing take over?
I'm referring to the current rebels in Syria.
Okay, well, I'm asking you a question about 2012.
Well, I'm talking about the rebels that are waging war crimes against civilians in Syria right now.
The rebels that Turkey supports, and for example, in the Afrin region, which they took in a terrible, barbaric operation, those are majority jihadists, which I do not like. And Turkey is doing terrible things there. And you will get no objections from me. I don't think Turkey should be even in NATO at this point. I'm a huge...
A turkey, Jason thinks. But Thanksgiving is still years away, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Usually, I will condemn Erdogan any day of the week.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
He wasn't
so I'm talking about the
listening.
rebels in Syria right now.
He wasn't listening.
Did you want me to say something?
Well, yes, I answered your question. I said I hate the jihadists. They're terrible. I hope they all lose, and I hope Erdogan stops with the support for those terror groups. And now my second question is, would you have supported the Syrian people in a successful overthrow in 2011, 2012, since the groups that were more dominant then were not?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I'll answer the question. But oh my God. You're literally reading this all off of Wikipedia right now. This is hilarious.
No.
This is hilarious.
I'm not.
Oh my God.
It's not.
There's
This
no
has
way,
nothing-
bro.
No.
You're literally on
I'm
Wikipedia
not.
right now.
Joe-
Oh my
Jackson,
God.
this is the 2004 Commission
Wow.
riots. Why are you swaying over?
Wikipedia.
The Wikipedia article Dylan Burns had to do with the Khamishi riots, not Turkey's support of rebels in northern Syria. It doesn't matter. People like this get triggered by Wikipedia because Wikipedia has more knowledge on the subject than they do. They just don't like information. If you actually have an issue with Wikipedia, like if you think there's something in an article that's inaccurate and you know more than that article, you should be able to like own them. If Dylan Burns said something wrong, that he was just reading off a Wikipedia article, and you knew they were wrong, you should be able to like bring up a counterpoint, right? If all you have to say is like, bro, you're reading Wikipedia, well, all you're really doing is telling on yourself, saying that a cursory read on Wikipedia would have been all it takes to point out how wrong you are. That's your problem. But yeah, apparently it wasn't even about that. It wasn't even like about the subject they were talking about.
Wikipedia. I know this. I've read about it, okay?
Oh
Daughters
my
of Kobane.
God.
Look it up.
Wow.
I've read this before. I know
Wow.
about this.
That's
I brought it
hilarious,
up.
bro.
I brought
That's
it up.
hilarious.
I brought it
That's
up. Who
hilarious.
cares?
Okay,
Who
okay,
cares?
That's funny.
I
That's
don't
funny.
care.
I'll answer your question.
I don't. Why are you so disingenuous?
At that point in time, the Obama administration was already moving forward with an explicit policy of allowing these extremist rebel groups, as they define them, which included ISIS, to
There are
run
only
rampant
9
within
more, and
Syria
they're all in
and
fucking
destabilize the
Corona
Syrian
Mountain.
government. It means that they could have used their forces, either proxy or their own forces within certain regions of Syria, to try and stop ISIS from gaining more military control of the Syrian country, right? John Kerry admitted this. He admitted this. He said, during the Obama administration,
I'll pause while people get reconnected. OBS had a little oopsie doopsie for a second there. Had a little poopy whoopy. Had a little stinky winky. Had a little dumpy chumpy. Yeah, a little fucky wucky. That would have been for everyone. It's been known to happen.
But I can also just send it to you.
Just send it to me.
Okay.
Let's go.
So
They're
I've
all
actually
here.
tweeted this out multiple times. It's a crazy clip, regardless of what your take is on Syria. It's John Kerry admitting that. Okay, here's what he said, and I'll send it to you. The Obama administration was watching ISIS grow in strength in Syria, and that they were, and then this is me paraphrasing, they were going to, paraphrasing because I don't have the rest of the quote right in front of me because it's audio and I'm reading a portion of the quote right now. They thought that Russia was going to potentially stop them quicker than they did, and it ended up being that Russia had to come in and actually intervene more so in the country to try and save the country from these ISIS militants. I encourage you to listen to the clip. It's really interesting.
Okay, can you send it to me then?
Yes.
Okay. Would you also acknowledge that the majority of ISIS defeats in Syria and the
Didn't know
fighting
it
that
was an
ISIS had to go
insta-kill.
through was fighting American-backed proxies?
That ISIS was fighting American-backed proxies?
Yes. The
in
SDF
part-
had the vast majority of casualties against ISIS. They did the vast majority of attacking and taking back ISIS's territorial territory. They took their capital. I mean, it's undisputable.
Oh my God, I didn't know that. I would say that it's directly relevant to U.S. backing of these extremist groups, which also had other ulterior motives that do not align with protecting Syrian sovereignty.
Okay. So this is a link. Wait. This is a link to your tweet.
I'd be remiss to point out if like Russia and the Syrian forces and the PMF also didn't suffer many casualties in fighting against ISIS.
Oh, of course, the PMF's definitely fought ISIS, even though the PMF's mostly in Iraq. We're talking more about Syria at the moment.
Oh boy.
The majority of fighting against
fucked.
ISIS was done by the SDF. So if the
Yeah,
idea was ISIS is going
I'm being
to
dumb. I'm
depose
skipping
Bashar al-Assad, and we're gonna
platforms.
have and that's gonna do all that work. Why did we fight ISIS the most in Syria?
Because we were so John Kerry in that clip I just sent you.
Yes, could you send me the original source and not one of your tweets, please?
I mean, that is the original source. You can hear his voice.
If your tweet's the original source.
John Kerry
just wanna
broke
read
this on my Twitter.
Listen to. I got it from. I think I got it from a YouTube video. It may have been. Do you know who the new Atlas is? I think it may have been one of his videos actually. But this is. I mean.
Hold on. I just got to know what type of YouTube videos this guy watches. Okay. What was it? New Atlas. The new Atlas. I gotta know. Formerly known as the Land Destroyer, the new Atlas provides geopolitical analysis by Brian Berledick with a focus on Eurasia based in Bangkok, Thailand. Okay, well that sounds fine. What are the video titles? US versus China, Singapore, where does the city-state stand? What would a US-China war look like? US versus China, Vietnam, where does it stand? It looks like a lot of this is about Western media covers up US-backed mob violence in Thailand. Why is Western media lying about Thailand's protests? I can see the potential for some bias here. US invests in infrastructure, but only to compete with China. Yeah, okay, I think I know where this person's cards lie.
It's John Kerry's voice. No one has ever disputed that.
Okay, because I just like original sources. Because they didn't want a Daesh government and they supported Assad. And we know that was growing. We were watching. We saw that Daesh was growing in strength, and we thought Assad was threatened. We thought, however, we could probably manage, that Assad might then negotiate. Instead of negotiating, you've got Assad, you've got Putin supporting him.
Putin.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying that the United States
Blue coins ahoy.
could have jumped in and got involved to fight ISIS, right? But didn't because we wanted ISIS to depose Assad, right? That's what you're alleging that John Kerry said, correct?
So that was during a different period in which it was isolated from when we were backing the proxies that were the extremist proxies that were fighting against ISIS and trying to
Yes, but we
destabilize.
started Operation Inherent Resolve, at least the groundwork for it in 2013 in the Battle of Kobane when we dropped the YPG, AK-47s, ammunitions, and then eventually we got involved with airstrikes, and we even coordinated about 150 Peshmerga fighters to move in and help what was the YPG at the time fight and the early remnants of the YPJ. And so that was in 2013. The uprising started in 2011, and ISIS was still gaining territory. In fact, most of the world thought Kobani was going to fall. Erdogan famously said, don't worry, no matter what the Americans would do, Kobani will fall. And then it didn't. It was an amazing show that they saw what happened in Sinjar and didn't want it to happen in Kobani. So my question would be, if that's the case, if that was the plan, it was still happening. Why did we stop it then?
Why did we stop what?
Why did we stop ISIS continue to grow in Syria? We stopped that.
Because the United States, wanted to occupy certain regions in which ISIS was gaining a stronghold. We eventually realized that it would be more effective rather than letting ISIS run rampant across the country, gain more territorial control, destabilize Bashar al-Assad. We thought it would be more beneficial if we took the current approach. If we backed these proxies in the region, took over a third of the country, also took over the Idlib province, and decided to steal the resources on our own and reinvest the profits into the occupying
When did John Kerry say this?
So
no,
that
was
was before we started supporting the proxy forces.
No, this was in 20. This says he was speaking in September of 2016. We started Operation Inherent
No,
Resolve.
no. He was speaking in December of 2016, but he's referring to a much earlier point in the Obama administration before. Well, that wouldn't even make any sense. Why would the
all
Obama
that he says
administration-
here is
No,
that they
Dylan, let me finish, because that doesn't make any sense. He was speaking then, he was secretly recorded speaking then, but it wouldn't make any sense for him to be reflecting on a period that happened in the future or prior to the point in which the U.S. was providing support for these extremist groups that were fighting ISIS on the ground. That would make absolutely zero sense.
The problem with this statement is what this is statement.
There's no problem. It's
let me
him
finish.
saying it.
Let me finish, because you're alleging that this shows that we were just letting ISIS go free and go wild. And the reason why was to depose Assad, even though we then took a contradictory policy immediately afterwards. I mean, 2011 to 2013, that's only 2 years. So you're saying we did a complete 180 in 2 years, right? And all this quote is saying is that the American government thought that the chaos that was ensuing in Assad's country would basically cause him to have to negotiate, that he wouldn't have any options due to rebellions, his government defecting, and ISIS, another terror group, gaining ground, which that is usually how governments fall, is that their government falls apart, the country falls apart, and then they have no option to negotiate or flee the country. And so this is John Kerry basically saying that, like, we thought that ISIS and all these terror groups were gonna basically, and the rebels, were going to tear across the countryside and force them to negotiate. That didn't end up happening. But literally, 2 years later, we were fighting ISIS in the countryside in Operation Inherent Resolve. And so you need more evidence in this to suggest that our plan was to let ISIS depose Assad, when we just thought it was all the governments.
I mean, you're nitpicking the statement here, so let me just read it out.
Because it's very important.
He says, this is the former Secretary of State. Yes, U.S. foreign policy absolutely makes no fucking sense. I agree.
Oh, okay.
But this is exactly what he
No,
said.
you see, the fact that it doesn't make sense is actually
this is what he's alleging. He's saying right here that this is what the Obama administration did. Daesh refers to ISIS. I'm sure you understand that, but I don't know if everyone in my chat and your chat does. Daesh was threatening the possibility of going to Damascus, which we all know is like the major city in Syria, which would have been absolutely horrendous. That's why Russia came in, because they didn't want a Daesh government, and they supported Assad. And we know this was growing, referring to Daesh. We were watching. We saw that Daesh was growing in strength, and we thought Assad was threatened. And then he goes on to say, we thought, however, we could probably manage, that Assad might then negotiate. Instead of negotiating, you've got Assad and you've got Putin supporting him, meaning that the strategy, this is why they did this, because John Kerry admits that the strategy of allowing this extremist group to try and run rampant across the country.
Is his words or your words?
Okay, I'll use his words, Dylan. Grow in strength, and was willing to go into Damascus. That's a pretty appropriate, I would say, run rampant across the country is kind of similar to saying that.
This is John Kerry.
Let me finish. He acknowledged that that was their preferred method of getting Assad to negotiate. Negotiate for what? Okay. Any of the things that they're currently doing. Probably. I'm speculating, but that's probably what, because the ends haven't changed, but the means have. So he said that we saw Daesh growing, they were growing in strength, and they were planning to go into Damascus, and we thought that we would be able to manage the situation by Assad negotiating with us, but that didn't happen, and Russia came in to support forces on the ground that would counter ISIS. Therefore, the U.S. had no option but to change their means, their course of action in Syria to support these extremist groups, overtake ISIS, and occupy the land, which is what they're currently doing in the Idlib province and in the northeast of Syria.
Okay, so first, there's two things I want to say here. The first thing I would say is, if this is what John Kerry said, John Kerry is not that intelligent.
That's what John Kerry said.
Okay, so the problem is, the first thing is I have a problem with what John Kerry said. I disagree with John Kerry. The idea that Russia was going...
Secretary of State, why do you disagree? You need to be more specific.
Well, I'm about to say why I disagree with John Kerry, if you let me finish my statement. Okay. So the reason I disagree is that it was proven immediately when the Russians got
Stop,
involved
please.
that their main goal was not to fight ISIS. They said that publicly, but what
that's
they
not how
immediately
physics
started
works.
doing was bombing rebel strongholds, right? They bombed rebel strongholds. The majority of their bombs hit rebel strongholds. So if their priority was to fight ISIS, like the Russian government said and John Kerry said, why was it that they immediately targeted the rebels, not ISIS?
I got it.
When you say
Wait, I
immediately, when
didn't
are you referring to?
save!
Like right when they get into the country and start bombing campaigns, because that's the main way that they supported the military.
So what were they doing before they got into the country?
They were supporting Assad through other means.
They were I mean, I think I misunderstood you.
Okay, so
I mean, you're not alleging that the U.S. Who are you saying they?
The Russians.
Okay, so what was the U.S. doing before they started supporting these extremist groups?
Well, we were saying the protesters good. Like, what do you mean? Are you talking about before Timber Sycamore? Because Timber Sycamore, like, basically almost immediately.
I'm specifically referring to the point that you haven't been able to refute yet, that John Kerry said this, and that
Well,
he
no,
was.
I never said he didn't say this. I just asked for the evidence.
This is the evidence.
No.
Yes, and now I'm talking about the quote.
There's a reason why there's nothing on the books about the U.S. providing direct, open pathways for ISIS to run rampant, or as you put it.
What you're saying is, but this is John Kerry.
We do have evidence of Israel, who is our close ally, providing direct support for ISIS and Daesh, and providing medical support and providing strategic support. But we also have this evidence, this audio clipping. This is evidence from the former Secretary of State claiming that prior to launching these, proxy extremist missions in the country to occupy regions of the country, which only had to have happened because Russia came in and helped Assad defend the country from ISIS. This was the preferred method, the preferred means of the U.S. empire in Syria.
Okay, so you didn't engage with anything I said. So listen to what I'm saying.
You did. You did.
You gotta listen if you're going to speak.
Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where John
The
Kerry's
physics
wrong.
on this thing are so fucking
said
dumb.
That if John Kerry thought that the Russians were going to get involved,
We're
to
almost
then
there.
stop
We're so
ISIS,
close to being
why
done.
is it that when they got involved, they then fought
lived?
the rebels primarily?
That who fought the rebels?
The Russians.
Because the U.S. didn't think that Russia was going to get involved.
So that's why I'm saying I disagree with John Kerry. Because he was wrong about it. He was factually wrong. He was factually wrong about the Russians.
The U.S. made an assessment. They thought that they were going to be able to get. They thought that nothing would have come out of this. They thought that it was going to be the end was going to be that ISIS forced Assad to negotiate with the U.S. to come and provide some form or another of strategic support.
Okay.
That
No,
didn't
you don't have
happen,
evidence.
So we did it anyways, and we
have evidence of
occupied
what
the
you just
land.
said. Now you're making more claims that are.
Yeah, Dylan is
You don't
still
have-
trying
okay,
to
you have
engage in
evidence.
good faith. The man's patience is admirable.
You just said
no. The basic tenements of what was happening.
I don't claim to
Syria.
be.
You
I
don't
did that work.
understand what's
I
happening in
carried
Syria.
the water.
You
I already did. You don't understand anything about Syria. You just come here and make claim after claim while not understanding the history of Syria. You didn't even know about the Qamishli riots. You didn't even know that Bashar al-Assad was the leader in 2004. You don't know anything.
Should I talk to this guy? Shoot, this guy literally admitted, like drunkenly on a live stream clip, he doesn't care about anything but clout. I mean, you could give him a big boost if you wanted to, but yeah, I don't think. Yeah. Imagine talking with Alex Jones, but desperate, sweaty, insecure. Well, Alex Jones is pretty sweaty. Desperate, insecure, and like clout sharking off of you, rather than the other way around. I don't know. That seems like a bad bargain to me. You're still describing Alex Jones? No. Alex Jones is not insecure. Oh yeah, Alex Jones, but not funny. God, what do you even have left? Oh, God. Hold on. What was that important convo you were going to have today? Oh, yeah. Sorry, son. You're adopted. Okay, we're just about done. We're just about done. Oh. Remember when this was about Taiwan? No, honestly, I fucking don't. Okay, there's only one more to get, and that's it for blue coins. That is every blue coin in Super Mario Sunshine acquired. The only collectibles remaining for us to take are the Shine Sprites still in Delfino Plaza, which includes the Pachinko machine and the lily pad level, so we're not exactly out of the water yet when it comes to tough content. Yes!
You didn't let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
She even holds differing policy viewpoints than
and I
you
helped.
do on
Yes,
Syria.
that's okay.
You
Wait,
have
no,
such
wait.
incredible
Back
brain
up,
rot
back up,
that You
back
don't
up.
understand.
You don't know. You
are
just
I know I
lied.
offended
You
I
lied
know I
again.
offended you because
You
that's like
lied
the one
again.
label that you
Stop.
tout around and claim is
Please,
that you are
back
someone who
off.
should be trusted
Listen,
with
okay?
public information and
Praise
public
Jesus,
narrative. But you're
hallelujah.
actually
This
wrong
boy
on
needs
this.
to be
You're
saved.
wrong on a lot of issues.
This
You're wrong
boy
on
needs to
Taiwan,
be
you're wrong
saved.
on
You
Syria,
haven't
you're wrong
done
on tons of
anything.
issues.
My God,
US
listen to him go. He's like a
has
wind-up toy. He's like the
a
Energizer bunny.
humanitarian
Just
mission
keeps going.
in Syria at the moment. They do not have a justice. You're stealing Syrian oil.
He just keeps going. He just never stops. Okay, just muted. I'm not listening to him anymore. Okay, we're just gonna wait until he's done doing his little like shindig, done whining, and then we'll unmute, and then we'll talk to him again. Okay. You done yet? I don't know if he's done yet. He's still going. Number one, I know Michaela Wilkes doesn't disagree with me on that because
she does.
I wrote the press statement that she released on Syria.
She does.
I wrote the press statement.
She does. Go look at her website right now. It's different. He was a former
yeah, and guess what?
advisor.
And I don't agree. And I
now.
don't work for her now. So when she worked for me, she took my advice.
She chose that your statement was such brain rot that she had no other choice but to alter her
You know
position.
that? You talked to her about that? I can call her. I can call her right now. Do you know how bad it would look if I called her right now and she told me she agreed with me?
She agreed with you, but does she
I
agree
can
with
call
you
her.
now?
Yeah, you want me to
Does
call
she
her right
agree with
now?
you now?
I can call her.
No, I don't want to bother her, but she doesn't agree with
okay.
you now.
You don't want to bother her. She's okay because she wouldn't take
No,
the time.
you-
She's a very
you-
lovely
you
woman.
concede-
She's a
Dylan,
very
you
lovely
concede
woman.
that She doesn't agree with you now.
I don't care.
That's
But let me talk to her because the thing is, I don't even know. And who
She has
cares?
a different opinion on this.
So she got a
because
worse
you have
opinion.
such an
That's
imperialist
not
take,
even
and
true.
Michaela
Oh
Wilkes
my
is a
God.
true
Why would
anti-imperialist.
this doesn't
She is a
even
true
matter.
anti-imperialist.
This doesn't
She
matter.
does not support U.S. warmongering or
This
psyop
doesn't
operations
matter.
in Syria.
This
She's a true
doesn't matter.
anti-imperialist. She
This
doesn't
doesn't.
agree with
Okay,
your
I'm gonna call her.
opinion on Syria.
Let's call her right now.
She doesn't agree with your
You're
opinion
gonna
on
look.
Syria.
I can call her right now.
She does not agree with your.
You don't want me to
current
call her.
opinion
Why
on
don't you
Syria.
want me to call her?
She doesn't agree with your current opinion on Syria.
Want me to call her and I can ask her?
I can look at her own website. I've done it.
Okay, well, you have a nice day. It's way past the 2-hour mark for me. I gave you an
Accept your
extra 12
defeat,
minutes. What do you
fucking
mean?
Imperialist shitlib. I accept your defeat.
Wait, can I ask you one last question? Since you're
Infrared is rising.
Oh! Oh, that is so fucking cringy. Dude, you're gonna Infrared is Rising as a comparably sized content creator? Holy shit. Guys, can you imagine if I finished a debate after that performance and it was like, dude, Hassan is rising. Holy fuck. Oh my god, that is really embarrassing.
Let me ask you, why are you funded by pro-Assad lobby groups? Why are you funded by pro-Assad lobby groups? You're funded by pro-Assad lobby groups. You accepted an award named after anti-Semites. Named after anti-Semites. You accepted an award made by anti-Semites. Made by anti-Semites, and you accepted it. You are funded by pro-Assad lobby groups. You accepted their money. You accepted their award.
One in the chat.
You accepted funding. You are so fucking stupid.
Pinkies are rising.
Why are you
I
so
see only
stupid?
ones in the chat.
Yes, this is the level of engagement. And by the way, guys, I love breaking this point open every time, but quick question. When we debate liberals, do they, after getting angry, finish by talking about how their movement is rising? I'll wait for your nose. Do conservatives, when after a debate, talk about how their movement is rising? No, not really. Well, they talk about the MAGA stuff, but usually when the Trumpers do, it's kind of like QAnon, the Storm stuff, isn't it? It's usually like the fasci element of the right? Now, the group that does this the most consistently is the Nazis. Guys, you have no idea. I have muted people while debating them, I think 3 times in 2.5 years. But you have no fucking idea how many times I've muted people, Nazis who I've argued with, who after, like, they've lost and they're just, like, hardcore coping and shouting into the mic, they start screaming stuff like Third Reich again, whites are rising up, shit like that. I've probably muted people, like, right as they started doing that, about a dozen or so times. It's happened a lot. So, anyway, yeah, you know, just type of behavior. Never seen socialists do that, that's for sure.
Wow, look at your chat. Your chat agrees with you.
In the chat. Tankies are rising.
Okay, chat, spam Omegalo if this man needs Jesus.
Only ones in the
Spam
chat.
Omegalo if he needs
I see
Jesus,
only
okay?
ones in
He
the
needs,
chat. I see
he
only
needs
ones
Jesus
in the chat.
Christ.
Only ones
Look
in
at
the
him.
chat.
All of them
I
think
see
you need
only
Jesus.
ones in the
I'll
chat.
convert you.
I see only
I know a
ones in
pastor
the
who
chat.
can convert
I
you
see
and bring you
only
to
ones in the
God,
chat.
which you
I
most
see only
certainly
ones in
need.
the chat.
Jesus,
I see
amen.
only ones in the
Save
chat.
this boy from
Tankies
his
are rising.
damnation. From
Infrared
his
is rising.
damnation. From
Infrared
his
is rising.
damnation. Oh, amen. Jesus Christ, save this boy
Dylan.
from his damnation. Save him from his ways, from his pro-Assad lobby group money taken as he takes awards from anti-Semitic awards. Oh boy, he loves it. He loves that pro-Assad lobby group. But why'd you take that Assad money? Why'd you take the Assad money? Why'd you take the Assad money? Why'd you take the Assad money? Why did you take the Assad money? Why did you take the Assad money? Why did you take the Assad money?
This is politics.
Why'd you take the Assad money? 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 Why'd you accept the award from an award funded by pro-Assad lobby groups, and it's named after a journalist who worked for an anti-Semitic news organization called Press TV, which is also the official arm of the Iranian government, their official news organization. And you want to know something about Press TV? They have talked about how Jews steal African babies for their organs. They have said terrible, terrible things about Jews. They have questioned and platformed Holocaust deniers and questioned the Holocaust. Why did you accept that award? Why did you accept an award from such disgusting people? Why would you do that while claiming you care about civilians and you accept their money from people who support those with blood on their hands? And you won't answer my question because you know you took the fucking money, because you tell other people they sell out while you sell out. You claim to say AOC sold out, yet you sold out. You accepted that money, and you're talking over me because you can't accept that. You can't accept it. You can't accept it. And so you know what? You go home, you accept that more Assad money, you continue to hang out with your anti-Semite friends, you have a good fucking time, okay? Maybe you can talk about how the Holocaust didn't happen, just like the award you accepted from—
Hey, there we go. He has the patience of a saint, but it is an inescapable conclusion. Yeah, these guys are basically Nazis. At long last, the truth of the matter. Ready TP Rage? Yeah, wait, hold on. We gotta put it together. There's a post about me on Landlord Love. Wasn't Landlord Love originally like a satire subreddit, but then like all other satire subreddits that about reactionary things, they end up turning to an unironic advocacy for the reactionary thing? Is it your rent take? Darn tootin'. If some of you are still fans of this gross human, reconsider your activity here. Dude, I'm like, this is a 19,000 view video. I am far from the only person on YouTube making videos in favor of, like, renters over landlords. me thinks, what, hater bot? What is this person's political affiliation? Makes you wonder. Oh, they posted in late stage capitalism. Wait, how do you post in late stage capitalism, but also be in landlord love? Getting mad at me. They post in our communism. How does this work? Something tells me the reasons for disliking me have nothing to do with my position on renters. Wait, what is this? What did he do? He apparently posted a video claiming renters should be held accountable for property damage. Wait, what? Wait, isn't this me? In an effort in solidarity, landlord love has partnered with multiple leftist subreddits. Oh, is this one of the subreddits where they, anytime you post Vosh, there's the bot that comes in and tells you shit? I think you've got the wrong read in the sub. Oh, I'm thinking of Love for Landlords. Oh, I see. Okay, so they're mad at me here because they're mad at me. Okay, I gotcha. I didn't realize there were two subreddits with similar names. Sorry. So they're mad at me here because I think renters should be penalized for property damage and evictions have to be legal. All right. Wait, why does this matter? I don't care. Getting sidetracked.
A news organization named after those who work for Press TV, a Holocaust-denying news network that works for the Iranian government, while you claim not to sell out. Okay, that's enough of that. I hung up. He'll call it a debate win, but he just does the infrared rising fucking bullshit, okay? These people don't know what they're talking about when they talk about foreign policy. They have no clue. And he says that AOC sold out when he literally sold out to pro-Assad lobby groups. We can talk about this right now. And he talked over me because he doesn't want to talk about this. But he did accept money from pro-Assad lobby groups. That's a massive claim. Did I substantiate that claim?
Ashamed to show his face moving forward.
Let's see if I can find this. By the way, when he accepted to debate me, I didn't think he would. That was the worst decision of his fucking life. He looked like such an imbecile. He couldn't substantiate basically anything he said and basically just made an argument of might makes right. I don't understand how he can claim to be left-wing and then...
Dylan, it's not going to affect his numbers at all because he's not left-wing. The sooner the broader left community acknowledges the fact that people like this are literally just what the Nazis did when they LARPed at being like socialists before pulling the thin mask off and then just being not... The sooner we can acknowledge that they are just that it's just red fascism, the happier and healthier we can all be. There is no allying because they don't believe in or agree with anything that we believe in. So, yes, they are socialists. National socialists. The Hickle debate ending is much worse on Jackson's stream. Wait, what does he do after? Does he, like, shit and piss himself? Hold on.
She doesn't agree with his Syria policy planet.
Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism.
Oh yeah, okay. He does the cringe, like, play dramatic music and like do the rant over it thing.
Has been able to stand against the test of time and combat all odds, all shit-libs, all imperialists, and reign supreme.
Wait, out of curiosity, embarrassing shit aside, does is this guy is he even a socialist? If I look through his channel, will I find literally anything on collectivizing the means of production? Oh my god, this was an hour 40? Holy fuck. Wait, yeah, didn't he run for office and then stop being, like, supported by the DSA because there was some right-wing policy? Wait, didn't he literally run for office and he was endorsed by the DSA, but they rejected their endorsement because he had, like, anti-homeless policies or something like that? Really? Yeah, I'm not fucking with you. Hold on. Yeah, literally. The OCDSA endorses Jackson Hickle San Clemente City Council. Better hope not. Is this for real? This is from his previous 2018 run. Do you know if they're backing him this election? We haven't endorsed him, and with his new pro-police and anti-homeless stances, I doubt we'll ever endorse his current run. Literally. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Like, these are the people we're dealing with. Because, again, China is, you know, pro-police and anti-homeless. I mean, again, it's not left-leaning. Seriously, if I If I look through their channel, is there anything here that's like actually left-leaning? Oh yeah, I did see this. Wait, hold on, Shu, hold on. I have you in chat. Can I just, because you said this to me because you thought it was so stupid. Can we just get the official confirmation? This guy clickbaits like crazy. Where's that damn video? This is a 1 hour, 40-minute, I don't know how he does it, live stream. Live. Shu on Head exposes Vosh's Jimmy Dore hypocrisy. Shu, did you expose my Jimmy Dore hypocrisy or even like say anything negative about me? Was there anything? Shu? Hello, Mao. All right, there we go. Thank you. Didn't mention you once. Yeah. 1 hour and 41 minutes. How much of this is for the money? There's no money. Okay. They had like 400 Twitter followers. There was nothing else. I could make an organization if I want, you know, like the Washington State Chad League or something and get a couple hundred followers. And if I added people onto that, it would have about the same institutional legitimacy. Isn't he talking about Shuanhead's fucking dumbass red-brown alliance shit? I have no idea. What is this? This guy does everything for clout. All right. What are we doing? What we're doing is finishing the Dylan Burns video.
Might makes right arguments. If you cannot get independence on your own, then fuck you. What does that say about Native Americans? What does that say about Catalonians? What does that say about Kurds?
Why would he care?
Any people who wish to be themselves. Okay, let's see if I can find this tweet I'm talking about. Let's see if I can find this Jackson Hinkle tweet. Okay. Anybody got the? Yeah, this is the organization I'm talking about. But I'm trying to find my thread where I tore it apart and talked about why this
calculated
is absolutely god awful, and they give you money. We know they give you money, and it's funded by pro-Assad lobby groups. And he accepted this award while claiming to not have sold out. You want to know who this journalist is? This journalist died. Very sad. But you know what she did? She worked for Press TV.
Those
Same
top
Press
ones are
TV,
tough.
which has claimed on multiple occasions the Holocaust didn't happen, that the Jews like abducted babies to like sacrifice organs and like push these terrible anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. And Press TV also so happens to be what?
A Kurd is a Kurd.
It also so happens to be an Iranian state-owned news and documentary network.
Okay. What?
So it is in Iran. It's the arm of the government of Iran. Okay, let's go through this quick. Okay, so he has been calling me out for a while, right? And he doesn't talk about this, but let's dig down into it, okay? So Irrelevant rolled in for it, and I rolled Hinkle, okay? We should be the tag team, okay? They can only get back their honor in a tag team between me and Irrelevant. People like Dylan Burns have nefarious reasons for pushing talking points that they push. Everything is a conspiracy, huh, Jackson Hinkle? People can see who supports my work. Besides some video game sponsors, there's 100% viewership backed. Can you say the same? Recently, you announced with joy that you had been awarded and accepted.
Wait, why do I
can never pronounce it? But it's like the
over
Sharina
to the
Shim
right
Award
like that
for
when
the uncompromised integrity in journalism. It's named after Sharina Shim, a journalist who died in 2014. Very sad. While working for Iran's state-owned news outlet Press TV. The outlet has a long history of pushing anti-Semitic remarks, Holocaust denial, and messages beneficial to the Iranian government. Once in 2009, they published a 100% false report that Jews were harvesting the organs of Algerian children. They gave a platform to David Duke, who, for those who don't know, is the former Grand Wizard of the KKK, to say that America is totally in the hands of Zionists. They would platform him multiple times. Press TV claimed that Jews and or Israel were behind the attack on the Charlie Hebdo office in Paris, the creation of ISIS, and the 2011 attacks in Norway that left 77 people dead, and the 9/11 terrorist attacks from the ADL. I could talk about how Press TV tried to connect Israel to the development of COVID-19 or any other number of incidents. Moving on from Press TV, the award in question says that it honors...
Dude, okay, I just want to say, by the way, all the people in my subreddits who tell me I call people Nazis too readily are stupid cunts, okay? Fuck you. This is... guys, I can only deal with this shit for so long before calling a spade, okay? I fucking hate you guys. Stand by me, okay? Fucking quit strike breaking. I call them Nazis because they're Nazis, okay? I'm sorry if that's too morally black and white for you. I'm pretty sure this is the same award Aaron Monte got as well. Yeah, I think the same of Aaron Monte as I did with any member of these groups. Anybody who considers themselves a leftist, the idea that you would ever support Assad under those circumstances. Assad? What is left-leaning about Assad? Yes! Why were you defending landlords? I wasn't. Also, I've never had a DSA endorsement dropped on me because I was anti-homeless. so we're talking about it's legitimacy. Oh, God. The memes. Nice! Chinko machine ain't that bad. Hey, by the way, guys, keep in mind all the people right now who are doing all the things that are indistinguishable from what Nazis do are also the loudest voices in calling for the right to work with the left. Really makes you wonder about their ulterior motives. When Jimmy Dore's on his show being like, you know, the left is worthless unless they have an answer to the questions of this member of a militia, far-right militia group, the Boogaloo Boys. You know? You know, I don't want to be a part of a left that isn't welcoming to far-right militia groups. Really makes you, really makes me, really massages my almonds. You know? Like the guy you had on yesterday? Nah, I'm really important to Lib. He doesn't want, he wants bipartisanship like John McCain and Obama shaking hands. He doesn't want like far-right MAGA hats like working together with the left to, I don't fucking know, whatever the fuck they think that's gonna happen to. Okay, we've only got 2 more Shine Sprites. Now, one of them's the lily pad level. And one of them is the gold bird. Gold bird floating around on the island off the East Beach. Wow, we're pretty much done. That's crazy.
There's non-mainstream journalists who continue to tell challenging truths in difficult times, and funds provided by this award enable those courageous and journalists to continue their work in an environment that penalizes them for the clarity of the vision. By the way, can I just say,
so Hinkle and Dore would be okay with fascists taking over the USA? Well, I don't know. They're okay with fascists taking over China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. They're okay with them taking over Russia. They're okay with Assad, a fascist, taking over Syria. You know? I don't know. Makes you wonder.
a person by the name of Jimmy Dore also got this award. I wonder why, you know, Jackson likes Jimmy so much. The winner of the award gets money in conjunction with the award itself, meaning that the organization helps fund the winner's platform through a cash prize. There is no transparency from the org on how it chooses who they award money to, sadly. You can look at who they have given the award to in the past. The recipients include Peter Ford, director of the British Syrian Society, which is headed by Fawaz Arkraz, Assad's father-in-law. I wonder why Assad's father-in-law would be getting this award. Vanessa Beeley. She met Assad in 2017 and described it as her proudest moment. Eva Barlett, who hailed Assad's fraudulent election in 2014, writes for Russian Today quite frequently, the same Russian Today that alleged that Jews controlled Hillary Clinton's campaign, and has praised and edited AK-47s and rocket launchers under the backs of Afghan refugees, and has praised the North Korean government after a state-sponsored visit, and many more. What is similar between most of the recipients of this award, whether they be in person or organization, is that they support or play defense for the government of Bashar al-Assad. They function as a pro-Assad organization who gives money to those who aligns with that worldview. Now, tracking the origin of the money given to recipients is difficult to a lack of transparency. The links you can find with it is currently publicly available.
Can you believe these guys call everybody else sellouts? Not only have I never taken money from another organization, I've never really been offered it. I've actually, hold on, for full transparency's sake, I have actually been given money exactly one time. One of the speaking events that I attended, those Zoom calls, the Better Future Discourse, I think it was called, they pay their speakers $500. That check is uncashed in my drawer. I accept no money from people. Zero. All the money that I make comes from donations and me guiling YouTube AdSense in my favor. And these guys are literally taking money and fake awards from political orgs, like, associated with the fucking relatives of the nations they defend. This is a bit virtue signaling, take your money, dude. I confess that half of me not accepting the money has to do with me not caring enough to go to a bank. But, you know what? As long as I haven't gotten around to it, I stand by my principles. I think I haven't done this. Can't you mobile deposit that shit? Do you have any idea how much YouTube AdSense money I make? Do you have any idea how much money I would lose spending 30 seconds taking a photo of the check? I'd be bankrupt, okay? It'd be over for me. I'm sorry. That's not true. That's not even remotely true. Okay, well, we got the star. There's not really anything wrong with taking money, IMO. There's nothing inherently wrong with taking money, but there is something wrong with taking money from partisan political organizations while calling everyone who disagrees with you a sellout. Aaron Mate calls other people State Department assets when the dude literally presented for Russia at the UN. How the fuck do you call other people state assets? Dude, do you think the US State Department likes me? Find a US government official who likes me. None of them even know my name, okay? Jesus Christ. These people literally work with the Russian government directly. Like, they have lines into these states. The idea that they would ever call any other people, like, state assets is fucking insane. Yes, hi, hello, I'm a city council person. Okay, sorry, I probably have some city council people who like me. Would you ever disclose income? I've disclosed income plenty of times. It's just been consistent. Okay, hold on. So I did the water slide minigame. Hold on, let's finish this video.
Is the Association for Investments and Popular Actions Committee. The owner of this organization is Kamal Obeid, who is a well-known 9/11 truther. Their treasurer is Paul Lundre. He had appeared on formerly mentioned
If
Press
she was
TV,
still
the
here, she's about to type
Iran
base.
State News Agency, on many occasions, and went to Syria to be an election observer in 2014. The observers called it legitimate democratic expression of the Syrian people. Richard I forget Richard, it's not Richard Mendez. Richard, what's his face? Richard, somebody will remind me, but he's this person online who does the same stuff, you know what I mean. Right here, you can look at some of the many totally legitimate elections of Bashar al-Assad. Medhurst, yes, Richard Medhurst. And this is 2021, of course. This individual, by the way, I could go in length
Over 9/11 trutherism,
if anybody
shoe
wants
on
to challenge
head?
me on that, I'd love to do it. This individual repeated the claim during the 2021
Already
Syrian
got that
elections,
one.
even though it was similarly fraudulent. The organization is open about how they lack transparency.
There we go.
It says on the website, we invite inquiries, but will not provide a list of sponsored projects beyond what we have described herein, except with the permission of the projects themselves, and only after a vetting procedure. I wonder why said organization
Okay,
doesn't
tall
want
grass
transparency.
minigame. The
Let's
person in
go
chat
into
was
that.
right.
Thankfully, though, you can find out more by looking, I dug deep for this, through the U.S. Treasury EIN number 20-516191, since it is a tax-exempt nonprofit. By looking at the EIN number and the IP address, you can see that the Syria Solidarity Movement has the same EIN number and IP address. This group is an openly pro-Assad, and the founder just so happens to be the first winner, Eva Bartlett, meaning she funds this organization and then gave herself an award.
And then
which,
gave
I gotta
herself
say,
the award.
Really jerking yourself off there.
What
This
a
is the same
Chad
woman who praised
move,
Assad's
dude.
election and a North Korean government, by the way, on a state-sponsored government visit to North Korea. This is the same organization that has done things like paid Dennis Kucinich $20,000 to make a speech in Britain about Syria. Dennis has a long history of making statements in defense of Bashar al-Assad.
I don't remember this
Records
one.
from 2018 show that the Association for Investments and Popular Action Committee has paid out large, decently sums of money to the winners of the award. Here's a great example. Max Blumenthal got $20,000 fucking dollars. $20,000. Oh my God. That's a lot of money. I could get through college with that type of money. If I was getting lovely pro-Assad lobby money like that, my God, that would be beautiful. Now, Jackson Hinkle does not get $20,000. Of course not. He's not like Max Blumenthal. He's not that big of a fish. But I am interested in exactly how much money he got from this. Fun fact, Dennis Kucinich eventually gave the money back to the organization after he was confronted about the source of his...
I'm sorry, hold on. An insider has brought me information on Hinkle's YouTube comments. In reference to me, I don't believe half his audience is even real. His millionaire dad is active in his community. I wouldn't be surprised if he and Vosh run massive bot campaigns to boost his presence. We already know it's always a conspiracy of these people. We already know Vosh has some insider connections because he hasn't been shafted by the algorithm. Jackson, a normal dude getting blacklisted. Vosh, the man that talks about horsecocks. And got me on that one. My millionaire dad is active in the fucking... Oh, God. You know... Oh, by the way, you know, my dad actually ordered a copy... this is funny as fuck. My dad ordered a copy of Caleb Maupin's book. That shit slaps, dude. Explaining to my dad, like, okay, listen, so I talk about politics online. All right, also, There are like 47 conspiracy theories about me. There's a lot to explain here. But anyway, basically, here's a book from one of the crazier guys. That shit is funny as fuck, man. I'm glad that my parents have a sense of humor. Is that an enemy, or is it just a patch of fire? I don't think I can put that out. Anyway, that shit is so good. Super sweet. Has he read it? Yeah, he fucking texted me. He's like, oh my god, these people. Yeah. And true. These people. Very true. Very true. Very known.
$20,000. At the time, he said that, this is from Dennis Kucinich, anyone who stands for peace must be able to remain above the appearance of influence. And here's my communist and CIA picture. Here's my CIA picture that he can use against me. And here's when it was made worse. And here's when it was made even worse to be used against me for propaganda purposes to dismiss what I just said about Jackson Hinkle. The person who calls out AOC for selling out before accepting awards like this. So there you go. Not only can Assad not Assad, but Jackson Hinkle not defend his positions at all. He's a fucking moron. But he's also paid and given awards to be a moron. He's given awards and money to be a moron.
I don't get given awards to be a moron.
From organizations that push.
This is fucked up, man. I have to... My stupidity has to go through the usual channels on YouTube, you know? I've got to play the algorithm game. This is fucked up, man. People are... This better not drop me out of the map. Oh, God. It's dangerous out here. Jackson Hinkle is pestering Destiny on Twitter now. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Like I said, dude just did, like, just clout. That's it. Just raw clout. Nothing else. Hasn't Destiny been, like, raiding Infrared or something? I have a feeling that Destiny actually kind of likes Infra and, like, these guys because they hate me more than anyone else. Like, it's like, you know, it's like you have the roaches, but then you get, like, the rats to get the roaches, but then you have the cats to get the rats to get the roaches. You know what I mean?
Pro-Assad interests.
Occurred is occurred.
Named after someone who worked for an anti-Semitic news agency that just...
Oh, they're on bad terms due to the recent Ana drama? Oh, yeah. I saw that stuff with Zerker and Infra. At least I saw the subreddit talking about it. Wow, who could have imagined Infrared and Zerka were clout shark pieces of shit who don't have very strong moral compasses? That's insane, dude. Well, no prior information offered. Now we know, I guess.
So happens to be the state arm of the Iranian government. So, who is above influence?
It's time!
Mr. Hinkle. Who is above it? The world may never know. But, that's enough for this.
Thank you for the quality content, Dylan. You slap. Alright, editors, have fun putting that 5-hour monster of a video together. Excuse me. There's only one Shine Sprite left. And it's the worst one of all. Not just for the Shine Sprite itself, but also for what you need to get there. Alright. We only have to get there once. How can you focus while playing games? I mean, I can't. Can't you see? When I'm listening and talking to chat, like, I'm constantly running around in circles. Yoshi boat! Okay, guys, it's like this one, right? This one, then you stop there, and yeah, okay, it's this one. This boat, that one right there, that's the one we're taking. Not that one? But that one crosses over there. So not that one? Oh no, it's this one. We have to stop. That one stops at the island. Oh god, what a process. Alright, we wait for that one to come, then we go to that island, wait, go onto that boat, then cross over onto that pier, and then go onto that boat, and then we go over. Alright! Let's go! You can get to Coconut Island through a manhole to skip the first boat. Oh, that's true. Well, at this point, the timing is right, so let's just wait it out. Now we wait. I hope Yoshi doesn't starve. Yeah, me too. Maybe we should, no, there are coconuts on that island. We'll be fine. Insider info. Okay, here's another one from the comment section. I'll bet anything that Vosh has woman's lingerie in his closet that he stole from his mom. He definitely wears it. He's almost certainly got a bra on in this video. I hope they're doing okay. Yeah, that's a pretty rough self-report right there. Okay. 1 second. I can feel like a weird hold on. Sorry. I did a big rush job trimming my beard a little while back. And ever since then, I've had like these scraggly little fucking beard hairs that are pissing me off whenever I feel my beard. How does it feel now that the bra's off? Such a relief. Hey, since you've all been so good, okay? How about we celebrate ending this? I'll show you the other fit. I'll put on the brown jacket and the gray-blue dress shirt that I got. So we'll do the other fit, you know? Okay, we're going on this one. With or without the bra? You'll just have to find out yourself. You'll have to guess by looking at me. I'll read a couple donos while we're on the boats. Cunty Cat with 10 bucks. Richard Spencer's gotten way more insane. Very kind of Dylan to discuss Taiwan with him like this. Nice meme. True. Cannabus, thank you for the tier 2 sub. If we crashed on a deserted island, I'd let you hoard all the coconuts, if you know what I mean. Yes. You mean that you want to suck my dick. I get it. Chris Morlock and Blame It on the Bubble. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I know Kyle Kalinske has promoted Jackson Hinkle. I'm aware. Why do you disguise American hegemony as socialism? I can only answer that question for $20. The real answer, though, is that you can never be a real socialist if your understanding of these issues is as simple as, does America benefit from it? Then it's bad. If they don't, then it's good. China is, by most standards, more right-wing than America is. You don't have a problem supporting things that benefit Chinese hegemony, do you? No, of course you don't. Your goal here isn't really socialism, it's anti-Americanism. There's nothing inherently wrong, by the way, with being anti-American. Not even close. But there are good and bad ways to do it. The Nazis were anti-American. That wasn't good, right? They weren't anti-American because they thought America was a colonialist, imperialist empire. They were anti-American because they thought we were run by Jews. So, clearly there's it needs to be principled, that's all I'm saying. Vectoid, thanks to $2. Quite a lot, I imagine. Sake with the 10 bucks. The God Emperor of food, cheese could not happen without the Kurds. True, they gave it to us, you know? Deck the Nerd, thank you for the 10 bucks. I've heard you talk about Magic the Gathering a few times. Do you have a favorite deck or archetype? No, every time I've talked about, Magic the Gathering, it's to say that I hate it. I'm very sorry, I'm not trying to be mean. I just don't like playing it very much, you know? Altvax, thank you for the 5 bucks. Hinkle's ass must be jealous of the shit that comes out of his mouth. Who wouldn't be? I guess I like white decks. White and green, I think, are my favorites. Matthew H. 25, thanks to 5 bucks. What stops authoritarian conspiracists like Jackson Dorr from going full QAnon, saying Donald Trump was the savior from the demonic pedo-democrats? They do. Guys, Remember Kim Iverson? Kim Iverson and a lot of other people in this group said that Biden would have been worse than Trump in a bunch of issues, including foreign policy. They were saying that, like, you know, at least Trump shakes things up and is a challenge to the American hegemony. I've heard arguments like that from their communities. Let's go! I love this mechanic! This lily pad doesn't last forever. It has a finite life. Cool! Okay, we learn. The stream kind of carries us, so we don't need to worry about going forward past a certain point. We just need to... Oh, right, it also explodes when it, What happens when you take the pipe? Saying that Donald Trump and Biden are basically the same is a pro-Trump position. You get teleported back to Delfino? Okay, gotcha. How mean. Okay. Shit. Okay, we're practicing. Okay, it's not bumping that killed us. It was the timer. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Damn, that's bad. You have to do a full stop, because that thing... You don't keep your momentum. Ooh, that's rough. Okay. What did you send me, Mr. Kazuma? Okay. We got 25 lives. Shit. Okay, it's fine. The practice is still valuable. We need to come in on that a little bit slower. But you slip off so easily. This is not my favored... There's a reason why I left this one for last. I'll say that much. Shit. Okay. Again, always with... I don't know why I tried doing that. Okay. We slow down on that one. We shoot forward. Okay, we need to be very specific. Okay. First, we go forward, straight line. Get some momentum going. And when it's time to turn, we want to slow as well. Sooner than that. Sooner. Okay. Okay, hold on. That's fine. If I can correct that curve. If I can correct that curve. Okay. Yes. You jump forward. Nice. Okay. That's very doable. If we just perfected that first curve, the rest of it can be done. You can walk back? Is that intended? I won't complain. It is quite a distance to cover, though. I anticipate falling off anyway. Hover across with the nozzle? How far do you think I can hover? Oh god. This ground is slanted. The hitboxes here aren't perfect. Oh shit, can you see that? Did you see that? Does the lily pad really respawn? I don't even know. Sorry guys, this game is not the most precise when it comes to movement while turning. I would actually say that in a lot of ways, Super Mario Sunshine actually has worse controls than Mario 64. Not holistically, but there are some elements of it that are just... How close are you to you 100% of the game? This is literally the last thing that we have to do. Oh, son of a bitch. Looks like we made it. The lily pad doesn't respond. No, I can see it right there. We're probably gonna fuck up again, but I won't do this every time. We'll do this time. This is like a Hail Mary, okay? Please, there. Oh, come on, come on. Please, just get a good angle. My control stick is only so precise. Okay. Now... Okay. I don't know why I started off like that, but you know what? Let's... Now we just have to make it to the end. Thank you, camera, for resetting. Very cool of you. Just don't move. Well, we are on a timer. And with that, we actually 100% Super Mario Sunshine. Yeah, first person to do so, if you can believe it. The game doesn't give you anything for that, does it? No, it doesn't. The game doesn't actually give you anything for it. That kind of sucks. There's no, like, big shine. It gives you shades. You can get shades before then. Isn't there a secret island? I don't think so. Yeah, just a postcard at the end. If you beat Bowser again, which I'm not doing. You also get a shirt? Oh, hold on. There we go. Finally now, we can enjoy our goddamn vacation. Yeah, I know you get the shirt for beating the game normally, but you know what? It's something, okay? Where should we close it out? Hold on. To the top of the shrine. Let's go. He looks like a cop from Chicago. Are you thinking of Miami? Chicago is cold. There we go, lads. And all the worlds we've conquered. You can see the maps all around, too. You know? The village, somewhere up there. You can see the theme park over there. Rico Harbor's around that corner. The beach is around there. We did it! Nicely done, guys. Always a touch of melancholy finishing these classic games from my childhood. You know how it is. Oh, Kazuma, you should email me about it. I'm not fully sure if I understand what you're talking about. Vosh, what now? Well, first of all, I should read donos, and then second of all, I should show you the drip. Actually, we can reverse that order. I'll show you the drip first. There's another ending slide. We're not doing the other ending slide. I'm not going through the whole final segment again just for a postcard thing. Here, we'll do the drip, then the dono, okay? Oh, and you're gonna have to excuse me. I'm not taking these shorts off. We're doing shorts and the drip, okay? At the same time. We're gonna bring it all together. Okay? We're bringing it all together. Of course, you know, in retrospect, these shirts don't look very good when they're not tucked into like a, you know, a pair of pants, right? I mean, that's kind of part of the aesthetic. Well, give me a sec. There we go. Now, personally, let's get up close. I think these colors match real nice. The, yeah, we got that professor drip. Better than I expected. Thank you. Shorts are pretty groovy too. Yeah, that's the real killer, dog. That's what the bitches crave. It's the goddamn cotton shorts. Anyway, I gotta say, alongside the other benefits of weight loss is definitely more standard dress fitting. You know what I mean? You gotta work out the legs. I have nice legs. Shut up. Once again, they're fine. They're not small. Maybe they could be bigger, but they're not small. You guys have been getting a lot of streaming lately, haven't you? Yeah. Vosh, looks like you've lost some weight. Lies. Who told you that? Let's read some donos. All right. Adam Halperin with the incredibly kind $40. Thank you so much. In my opinion, Jimmy Dore, Jackson, Hinkle, Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, etc. should be referred to as the alt-left. They're basically just like the alt-right, except they claim to be leftists. I prefer, like, the QAnon left, or honestly, maybe, like... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just calling them radlibs would be funniest. The problem with alt-left is that the alt-right are on the right. They're not on the left. I feel like we're conceding too much to them, you know? By calling them alt-left, like they're not on the left, you know? Yeah, I know the dumb left is like an existing term. Heckin' Pupper thanks the 5. Yes, he certainly does seem to like shoe. And Sammy Depresso, thank you for the kind $5 now. Now you're just an educated racist now with the context of African geography. Yeah. Madeline Gibson, Radical Reviewer, thanks the $5 both. Is the Dono Lizard gone forever? It shows up from time to time, doesn't it? I think it does, right? HTB Lovecraft, thanks the $10. The Burgundy looks good, King. Thank you. Yes, I promise we'll do the Outer Wilds DLC stream soon, okay? And happy birthday, even though it might be a bit late. Now, 4 minutes till it's not today anymore from my clock, you know? Sake Tanuki, thanks the very kind $10. Yeah, honestly, the custom Wojaks of me are so lazy. Use the ones that we use, you know? Carson Harvey, thank you for the $5. Watched the Dylan Burns-Jackson Hinkle debate today. Funny, so did we. And he sounded way more unhinged than when he talked to you. He sounded indistinguishable from infrared. Yeah, well, he tried to keep it together a little more, but I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, his community doesn't care. If he acts like a fucking lunatic, it doesn't change anything from his community's perspective. Yeah, red fash is a fine term. Electro Retro, thanks the very kind $10. Yeah, hard to donate from Twitch chat these days, but always happy for the kindness. Carson Harvey and Illa Devine, thank you for the $5 both. Thank you very, very much. So I just watched the Dr. Heem convo with Professor Flowers. I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt earlier, but now I just think she's racist. Yeah, funny how that works. Jason and Henry Falconetti, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Are you planning on doing Politics 103? Maybe. Yeah, I should do more questions from conservatives. I have an email account with literally like 2,000 emails in it of people asking me questions, you know? Iridian Knight and Baby Girl 730, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. X Baby Girl 730X says, thank you for exposing me to different political opinions. You're really insightful, and sources help me round out my political opinions. Thank you. I admit there was a degree of unseriousness in your name that prepared me for a bad dono, but I'm very happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sake Tanuki, rip OK Buddy Vosh segment Sag. Fuck you. You got your goddamn segment. Oh, wait, that was from last night. Lamau. Latin Dutch and Bionic Meatloaf, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that. Next time you do OK Buddy, wear that same suit, but eat your nuggies during the stream with a fork and knife and chalky milk in a wine glass. That would be an extremely evocative performance. Latin Dutch, the $10. What do you think about the territorial dispute between Guyana and Venezuela? TLDR, the Brits took away land from Venezuela and gave it to Guyana before leaving. I don't know any of the details, but I'm so happy that now when you say Venezuela and Guyana, I know where both of those things are, and I can picture them in my head next to each other, and I can imagine where the territorial dispute would be, rather than it just being some abstract country somewhere in Latin America, you know? I'm very happy about that. We're learning. Addison Grinder, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. And then we have the linkers. And boy, do we have a lot of them. $8D5D Derek with a very kind $5. This meme aged out of the last month feed. Too bad. It's a good one. Fake socialist house versus true socialist sewer. True and good. Very fucking true. I promise that from now on, I'll do OK Buddy on a more frequently than a month, so we don't miss any when we're doing the top in the past month, you know? I'll try my best. I'm trying to do more, like, fun late-night shit. You know? Liz Squared, thanks the $5. This TikTok's pretty relevant to both your past and your current geography obsession.
What do you have on your phone?
Oh, just a map of Africa, that's all.
Yeah?
Yep.
So,
hey, Rebecca.
right down here.
What country is that?
Can I play this?
What is it? What?
Spawn killing her chances of college. Sorry, 2-year-old. It's all over for you. God, that's funny. One Shook BPI, thank you for the very kind $20. One more Chrome of OK Buddy content.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ah, look at the top of his head. Look at his lips.
Dude, how does this only have 48 upvotes? This slaps. That's funny as fuck. Absolutely. Is there any community that delights in making fun of me? Or sorry, that delights in making fun of their like lead as much as mine? I feel like the all of OK Buddy Vouch, literally all of it, is self-deprecating, you know? Or like attacking me. I feel like Asan has to be close, but like maybe Jerma. I think I top Asan in terms of relative antagonism from the community, but I think Jerma might beat me out. In terms of total antagonism, Asan beats me out because he's much larger than me, you know? Nemesign13, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we saw the clout clip. It's pretty fucking damning. Jesus. Prospect 2, thanks the $5. Is this just me, but I can't donate? Yeah, we had some site issues earlier, but apparently you got the dono through. Also, this OK Buddy Vouch segment is the true Vouch segment. True! This is the true soul. How to pose, copy, image, Kubj. By the way, if your windows don't look like this, you're not a real Vosh fan. You know what I see? Chat, subscribe, 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 and then the actual video. This is what I want to see, okay? You should have, at any point in time, multiple credit card windows open, ready to donate, okay? Throw it out there. Absolutely. Toss it to me. You get one tab? That's not enough. That's not enough. Ban cringe. I saw Socialist Stepdad. Ban cringe with a 320. Baby. Furry. Baby. Ooh. Ooh, another baby. I assume. Double babies. So close to the ceiling. Cats love being tall. That's their favorite thing. ManRay23, this is my favorite white people don't season chicken video. This is 100% real.
Thanks, champ. Hey, you really gonna season the chicken?
Yeah.
For real?
You scared about that?
I don't look scared.
This has to be a meme. I refuse to believe this is real.
Hey, what do you think?
I don't know what it's gonna be like.
You're not gonna get too upset when I throw it on the other side too, right?
Wait, you doing both sides?
Yeah.
You serious?
Both of them. Pretty good.
Dang, that's good.
I can't. This has to be fake. Nah, Sage, the white dude, is just super sheltered. Is this like from a TV show with like bodybuilders living together or something? What's the? It's MMA. Okay.
Boom.
Boom.
Well, I knew it was gonna be good. That wasn't in question.
That's really good.
Wait, this person. Wait, who donated this? This person follows me. 27,000 followers. I normally know when big accounts follow me. Now building a little news. Wrote every mean-spirited award in WWTDD for 7 years. The movie's TV. Now little. I don't know if there's shit's porn. Hold on. Let me see. Probably not. Well, I see them shit-talking Kirsten Cinema, so yeah. I follow back. Like a good Samaritan. Didn't white people colonize India for the spices? Well, I mean, British people did. You know? British people did. Not all white people. I don't identify with the whole white people don't spice their food thing because I grew up in LA and everything in LA is touched by Mexico in the best possible way. All the food that you eat in Los Angeles has had like a magical Mexican fairy like fly over it and sprinkle like hot sauce and salsa with a wand, and it just improves everything. Actually, in the community that I grew up in, Beverly Hills, it wasn't Mexican food. It was actually Persian food, Iranian food that was most common. And their shit is super fucking good, dude. Their rice is super flavorful, and their chicken. It's been so long since I've had it, but yeah, yeah, their food is super super good. It's like kind of near Mediterranean food, you know? Yeah. And God, if you can get shawarma, there was. I mean, that's Greece, not Persia, but there was a really good shawarma place in the UCLA Village, the Village, West Side. Anyway, Sake with $10, but can you locate OK Buddy Vouch? Just fucking did. Joel G, please come with the 666. In Germany, Social Democrats finally won the election after like 16 years of the Conservatives. Nice. I'll look into it. I might do a short segment on it once I've read up a little more. Cypher23, yeah, I heard that The Right Opinion made a video on Blair White. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard that it's pretty based, which is pretty interesting. The Right Opinion always struck me as someone kind of like skeptic-y. I mean, for God's sake, he's got like a monocle and top hat in his like rage sona, and he's got a British accent, and I don't know. But I watched some of his stuff, and he seems pretty cool, you know? I'm just kind of Anglophobic, I guess. Yeah. Geralta Boring Trivia with a $5. German election proves the Nosbel vortex is real. The pink arrow are former voters from the leftist party shifting vote to the fascist party. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. I read about this. The fascist party in Germany lost voters to every other party except Die Linke, the like Stalinist party, which funneled into the AfD. That is wild. How can you tell me the Nosbel vortex and red fascists aren't a thing when the only fucking place that the fascists got supporters from were the Stalinists? Like, come on, dude. Jesus Christ. It literally means the left? Yeah. They're a democratic socialist political party founded in 2007, direct descendant of the Marxist-Leninist ruling party of the former East Germany. Yeah, okay. So this is the legacy of the Soviet Union being thrown down right here. Social Democrats, descendant from, East Germany. And then if we go to Wikipedia, the AfD Germany, Alternative for Germany, is a nationalist and right-wing populist political party known for its opposition to the EU and immigration. It's on the right-wing or the far-right political spectrum. Can we get some of their views that apparently aren't that bad to a ton of people in Die Linke? Let's learn about homosexuality and feminism. They're against same-sex marriage. They advocate old gender roles. They oppose feminism, sexualism, and migrationism. Family values. Nice, nice. Very cool. They oppose energy transformation policies. They want to scrap the Renewable Energy Act. That's super cool. They're pro-USA and pro-Israel. Dog! The descendants of the East German Marxist-Leninist Party are moving over to the pro-USA, pro-NATO, pro-Israel right-wing German party? Literally, what the fuck are you guys doing, dude? Die Linke is not really Stalinist. Those voters going to the AfD were probably protest voters. 110,000 protest votes only coming from Die Linke? I don't know, man. I don't think they're like Stalinist in the sense that that was what they were advocating for politically, but they're like a descendant of, I mean, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but like the East German government was basically an extension of Stalinist rule at its time, right? You know? I mean, they called it Marxist-Leninist, but Vosh, this is a cringe take. Delinka is just a leftist Demso party. If anything, those were Stalinists leaving Delinka. Right. To the AFD. Wouldn't that be my point? Does nobody else think this is, like, meaningful? The Delinka is Stalinist is a common smear. Okay, direct descendant of Marxist-Leninists. You guys know my opinions on Marxism-Leninism, right? Does this mean nothing to you? There's nothing indicative of this at all. There's nothing at all weird that the only place the AFD is getting votes from is from ostensibly the left party that is descendant from the ML tradition in the country. I'm not saying they currently are ML. I'm saying that they're descended from... And by the way, what is ML but reactionary social democracy? You're kind of painting it like Delinka today is bad because it descended from an ML party. No, I'm just saying I think it's interesting that that would be the one place the AFD gets votes from, the party that you'd think would have the least in common. Delinka competes with the AFD over East Germany, so naturally they switch voters all the time. I'm sorry. This feels odd to me. Do you guys not understand what I'm... Through PDS, the Party of Democratic Socialism, the Party of Democratic Socialism merged with Labor and Social Justice, and the Party of Democratic Socialism was the legal successor to the Socialist Unity Party of Germany as a state party until 1990, was the governing party from October 1949 until the Berlin Wall fell. You know what I mean? So you have a direct ideological transference from the East Germany's ruling government for 54 years to the post-Berlin Wall government, the Party of Democratic Socialism, the party that it transferred into, which then dissolved after it unified, and now we have Delinka, and this is the party where over 100,000 people moved over to the far-right populist party. I just think it's interesting. All right, sorry. I think it's interesting. Yes, Delinka lost voters to all parties. I did hear that. Can you talk to a German? This is so cringe. We've talked about this before, chat. If you have a problem with what I'm saying, screaming, this is cringe. All right. Perish. If you have an issue with what I'm saying, either express it or be silent. But don't like, dude, this is cringe. Shut up. Fuck you. It's 2 days. You'll live. All right. What are we doing? If I ever talk about German politics... Wait, hold on. This is cringe, not even... Wait, Demsoak, weren't you agreeing with me? Yeah, if I talk to a German, I'd want it to be 3 arrows, right? I trust them. Yes. Anyway. Jin Omega, thank you for the very kind tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. The other link of the previous donut was not complete. What is this? What the fuck is this? Code Miko? What is this? What? Why are you linking me a conversation between Destiny and Code Miko? I don't know what this means. Sir Political Banana, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Are you going to watch Arcane? What the fuck is Arcane? What the fuck am I looking at? I guess it looks cool. I have no idea what Arcane is, though. I'm losing my mind right now. The meme about Vosh calling everyone preemptively fascist is true. Uh-oh. Hello, Uraban. Let's find out what you've been talking about. Let's delve into you. Bro, what the fuck? They're not Stalinist. Bro, what the fuck? They're not Stalinist. Vosh. I just lost so much fucking respect. They're literally just democratic socialists. They're literally just democratic socialists. They are not fucking Stalinist. The Die Linke is Stalinist. Die Linke? Is a common smear. What the fuck? Vosh, please. I am a German socialist advocate, activist. It has a lot of context in German history. Let me explain this. I'm losing my mind right now. This is explained by German history. The Linke and the AfD are strong in East Germany because they have the same area. East Germany is poor and for that reason more politically radical. The Linke and the AfD compete for the same constituencies. This is 90% history and 10% Nazbo vortex. Talk to me, please. I'm a Die Linke activist and I can put a lot of nuance to this. 3 Arrows is based. Talk to him about it. I'm losing my mind right now. The meme about Vosh calling everyone preemptively fascist is true. Deep breath. Oh, no news post since then. Please chill. Oh my god. Please chill. Holy shit. Please. Calm down. Just chill. Okay? Please chill. Nothing that you said here disagrees with what I've said. Okay? Stalinists are just Marxist-Leninists, and Marxism-Leninism is democratic socialism or social democracy as actually like put into practice in a reactionary context. They're the descendants of the Stalinists in East Germany. That much seems to be clear. We can chill out. And if they compete for the same constituencies, I still think that's indicative of something. Are they really? That's not my understanding of it at all. Stalinism doesn't mean anything. Guys, Stalinism is just the smear term for Marxism-Leninism, and Marxism-Leninism doesn't mean anything because every fucking communist state invoked Marxism-Leninism as an explanation for its behavior. That's why you have Marxism-Leninism with X characteristics or with this or with that. It doesn't mean anything. In practice, social democracy is... Marxism-Leninism is usually just social democracy at its best. Usually undemocratic social democracy. I have not seen any exception to this. I don't know what Marxist-Leninists advocate for, because every time they defend Marxism-Leninism, they end up defending, like, the welfare state at its best. Like when fucking Dengists defend China by saying that they've lifted people up out of poverty. None of this means anything, okay? Guys, is Die Linke the most direct descendant from what would be called the East German Marxist-Leninists? Is that the most direct political descendant in terms of available parties? Okay, that was my fucking point. Shut up. Jesus Christ. As far as major parties go? Sure, as far as major parties. Yes, but they broke with that tradition every imaginable way. Okay. Well, don't you think sometimes people's associations with parties might be in part motivated by the legacy that clings to a party and its association? I mean, the breakup of the Soviet Union was, like, not that long ago. There are boomers in East Germany who remember vividly their time before the Berlin Wall fell. It would not be surprising to me if there was some association there that influenced people's voting patterns. Die Linke is more popular with younger voters than older voters, though. That doesn't take away from what I said. Arcanos is a League of Legends Netflix series. Oh, God. Maybe. Anyway, I don't understand why you guys are so triggered over this. Holy shit. There's going to be a thread about this in the sub tomorrow. Oh, there's going to be a big fucking post. I think Vosh is saying Delinka isn't cringe, but that MLs and Delinka have moved over to AFD or cringe. Is that a charitable interpretation? Wait, guys. Did I ever actually condemn Delinka? Or did I just say it was interesting that their constituency seemed pretty liquid and transferable with the AFD? No, at your time, chat. No, it doesn't, Demsog. Shut up. The Delinka Party is also extremely isolationist. Ah, well. It felt like you did. Don't tell me it felt like you did. What did I actually say? I think you implied it and chat essentialized it as usable. Didn't I just said like they're the Stalinist party? Did I say anything beyond that? Okay, they're the party with the most direct ideological descent from the country's political roots as of 30 years ago, which was Stalinist. No, but Stalinist parties are pretty hard condemnation. Oh. Now, do you think maybe this could have been ameliorated a little bit better if you guys just in chat, instead of screaming this, were like, oh yeah, they are the descendants from that. I don't know how much that influence actually carries over into their modern constituency, though. You realize that with, what was that, a dozen words? Jesus Christ, it's midnight 20. Someone brought it up in a reference to the Nazbol Vortex, and you're calling it Stalinist, which are both usually considered bad things. So the Nazbol Vortex thing has a lot more to do with the parallels between far-right populism and what people still cling to Marxism, Leninism, or red fascism, or however you want to call it. And I have no doubt that the people in Germany who are like Stalin-loving Marxist-Leninists, if they vote for a major political party, they would probably vote for Delinka, right? Are there any other parties that you think would better? Like, that's probably the group they would most likely trend towards, right? Just as a guess? If they were voting for a major party, they would probably trend towards there. Right. So those people, in my opinion, the MLPD or the DKP... hold on. The German Communist Party. I said major party. The membership of the DKP is less than 3,000. Please, stop. Now let's take a look at the MLPD. The Marxist-Leninist Party of Germany, with a membership of less than 3,000. Okay, yeah, we're done here. No, fine. No, fine. No, fuck you. How many people are in Delinka anyway? 60,000. Yeah, okay. So more than 10 times both those parties combined. Okay, yeah. Yeah. It is like 5% of the voter share. How many people in society do you think are tankies? Not that many, right? I'm trying to see their positions on shit. Hold on. Internal caucuses, membership and electorate. They've suffered constant decline in membership. Yikers. Guess nobody's biting that getting rid of NATO talking point. Arisen, highest political portion, a lot of young people, blah, blah. The party's gender quota requires at least half of the party's ruling bodies and representatives must be female. Yikes. Why not exactly half? Can we end the stun lock now? Sure. Fine. Gaming Shrink, thank you for the very kind $5. Thank you for the kind words, and I'm happy to keep the positivity up as much as possible. AD5D2D Derek, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Andre says hello. Thank you for the $6. You should go over Upchurch, who's friends with Adam Calhoun. He's the biggest name in Hick-Hop. Has a big following on main page. He's bad. Upchurch opinion on Black Lives Matter. Well, this guy's got a Confederacy flag behind him, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably pretty dumb. I'll add it to my videos to look over, though, on stream. Talos Stormcrown with a very kind $15. You've linked a video because it is funny. Curious. Oh yeah, I saw that. Woke bully shames comedian, instantly regrets it. I think this is this not on my... Oh yeah, we have to go over this one too. We got to go over a lot of videos. Prince A? 6 million subs. I don't have 6 million subs. Her dad is a savage. Well, that's nice. Foxy Mulder, thank you for the $5. Did you see Destiny on Code Miko's show? He was a complete dick to her and admitted that his girlfriend made him do it in order to reform his image. No, I didn't see that, but at least now I have some context on why you later provided a link to Destiny talking to Code Miko. So this is the missing context. Context is very important. But no, I haven't seen it. I eat my own feces. Thanks to the $2. Can you please react to Rashida Tlaib's Iron Dome response? Maybe. JSauce1, thank you for the $5. Email that got sent to all black students at the University of Massachusetts. Pretty wild shit. Reading. What it's like to be black in UMass Amherst. You mind your business, then you get emails like this. Hello, black students of our caucus. I'm writing to you from a group sharing the sentiment of many students on campus of all races and creed to inform you what we think of the N-word / that lovely N-word you hate / African Americans on campus. I don't think I can read this. We are naturally writing from a non-student account, so we are not victimized by the predictable cries of racism and not being inclusive. I'm seeing a little bit of racism in here. We look down on you, broken form of Ebonics, ghetto speak, third world sewers, hood rats, big lips, average IQ. Yeah, I'm going to say a little cringe. Jesus Christ, how long is this? Is this like a false flag? I feel like nothing's going to like unite black power on a campus quite like a mass email being sent out like this. You know what I mean? Like, because no doubt this gets brought to like the dean and like people are going to talk about it afterward. I mean, you get attention, everything. I feel like if anything, you know, this is only going to lead to like a consolidation of campus power. This is one poll dork sending shit around. It's literally one email account, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wild, but... This has to be a psyop. It sounds like something Poll would come up with. Oh, well, yeah, of course, yeah. John Oliver for PM of USA. Thank you for the $3. TJ Kirk mentions you. Oh.
Vosh cock! Hey, Vosh's cock, what should I do next? And Vosh's cock points this way and you go that way. Vosh's cock points up, you go up. Vosh's cock points down, you go down. You just follow the cock. You fucking Vosh cock hungry motherfucker.
That's completely true. Completely true. My cock never points down, though, because I'm always erect. Apart from that, accurate. Mongolian Beef, thanks to the tier 1 sub. My dog says hi. Do they? Dog and the son with the dog. Ooh. Love him. Robin FR, thank you for the $5. You should check out these articles on how disturbingly cultist the Black Hammer is with testimony from former members. You linked me a 404, but I think I see what you were meaning to link to. Yeah, I can give this a look over. That's fucking itchy. Ah, God. Oh my God. The itch. Holy shit. Yes, how very cuddly. Mythaldo, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Incoming German Chancellor being hilarious and based leftist towards Britbongers.
It took 6 months to form a government. How long will it take this time? And will it be, is this the wrong signal that Germany sends to the rest of Europe about instability? And secondly, if you don't mind, are you prepared to send German truck drivers to Britain to help us with our petrol queue?
The free movement of labor is part of the European Union, and we worked very hard to convince the British not to leave the Union. Now they decided different, and I hope that they will manage the problems coming from that, because I think it's constantly an important idea for all of us to make it happen, that there will be good relations between the EU and the UK. But this is a problem to be solved. Let me just add, it might have to do something with the...
Oh, God, I didn't realize this. Jimmy Dore liked the tweet where Jackson Hinkle was flexing. Oh, God. Hey, if that's happening, that means that, hey, Dylan, Jimmy Dore has probably seen at least part of your debate with Jackson Hinkle.
Question of wages. If people want to decide for a certain job, they want to know if it...
All right, hold on, real quick. Guys, I don't care about this video anymore. We'll get to it in a second. We got to talk about the Discord, man. We got to talk about the Discord. You people are insufferable. It's time to answer the Discord question. Vosh's content has been unbearable lately, and it's frustrating. Sorry. Vosh needs to reevaluate his new style. I hate you guys. Wait, did I say Discord? Reddit. I'm tired. It's late. Vosh's content has been unbearable. I missed the old Vosh before he started focusing on drama. There's literally going to be a government shutdown soon. What with the issue of the debt ceiling that the Republicans are voting no on? The American Haitian envoy has just stepped down after the Haitian migrants incident that was then accused of wanting Biden to send troops over Haiti. 19 Republicans, including Mitch McConnell, are voting in favor of the massive $1 trillion bipartisan bill. Dog, I'm not a news show. When you go earlier in my... You want to go back to beginning, Vosh? I didn't cover news at all. I just went over videos and did debates, okay? This is not a news stream. I do not do news. I do news when I want to. You really want my opinion on the debt ceiling? That's what you want? You really want... You really need specifically the Vosh take on this. With all respect, a fucking child peddling newspapers on the street could give you all the information that you need on the government shutdown, okay? This happens every time. This happens every couple of years. It's forever. You want me to comment on the rising of the morning sun? No. I'll cover news shit when I feel like it, but my authenticity is the thing that makes my content special. My content was never special because I covered the news. Guys, ask people what they think of Vosh, okay? Do people answer, yeah, he's the guy who covers the news? Nobody does this. He's the guy who talks about social issues. He goes over these videos. He does debates. He's the Bloodborne streamer. That's what people say about me. Nobody fronts the info. Oh, Vosh, he covers the news. There are a million people who do this, man. Go, guys, David Pacman and Sam Cedar. David Pacman and Sam Cedar. They do it better than me. They do it better than I can. They're both news guys. I'm not a news guy. I will wake up on a day. Guys, remember January 6th? You know why I streamed January 6th? Got record viewers that time too. Nearly 50,000 concurrent viewers. You know why I streamed it? It's because Vermin told me to. I was off that day. I knew there was supposed to be a protest, and I was off that day. Because I don't give a fuck. And then Vermin was like, oh shit, shit's going wild. And then I rushed on stream. I don't have a mind for news because it requires constantly tracking, fastidiously updating, paying attention to Washington. That's not my thing. I'll do it when I want to, but that's not what I'm known for. I don't know what this, like, I miss the old Vosh. You mean old Vosh is in, like, late 2020? You mean the less than a year old Vosh? Also, we're in between election year and the midterms. A lot of what happens right now is vitally important, but all Vosh wants to do these days and talk about Twitter drama. I'll talk about whatever interests me. Look at these last few videos. Nicki Minaj 12 Rules book review, kinda. Some dumbfuck Antifa Professor Blair White on some Jubilee knockoff. Protester, sorry. Hold on. You can fault it if you want, but, like, I try to do stuff that people are engaged in. You know what I mean? I have fun with that. My goal isn't to cover the minutia of the news. My goal is to deliver information in a way that people find informative and entertaining while promoting ideological positions that I hold true. If covering drama does that, then I think that's valuable. Aren't you guys always telling me to do normie drama? Do normie drama, do normie drama. And then I do Nicki Minaj, Blair White, Jordan Peterson's 24 Rules for Life, Adam Calhoun, Contra canceled again, and 2 things on cancel culture, all in the space of a week and a half. And I'm in the wrong here? I don't know. It feels like it's difficult to, like, parse these things, you know? Yeah, the Shane Dawson video is still my most viewed. If you look at the most popular videos, how far down do you have to go before you find news? I guess we have the election coverage stream, but that doesn't feel like it counts. That was the fucking US election. But if you go down past that, how far do we have to go before we find coverage of a recent event? This is also a live stream. That was storming the Capitol. Again, I don't really think that counts. That was a live stream, and it was, yeah, I don't know. But just like a video on news. A video on news. You can say I'm clout sharking, but, like, I care about what people care about, right? You know? Whatever information people find entertaining or interesting, you know? It's inevitable that some factions of your viewers will enjoy some content more than others. That's totally okay. That's totally okay. But it does bother me a little bit when it's like, this is unbearable and frustrating. I miss the old Vosh. And it's over, like, news. News has just never been my big thing. What's your favorite thing to cover? I like debates. I like doing them and covering them. I like making fun of videos. I like riffing off of that. That's a lot of fun for me. And I do like finding ways to talk about social issues by extrapolating from current events a little bit, you know? Like recently when I talked about self-deprecating humor, or the times that I've talked about incel stuff. I like that stuff a lot, you know? I feel like I actually have a really good grip on, like, the incel, like, that whole range of discussion. I feel like I have a pretty involved, nuanced set of takes on it, you know? So I wanna talk about stuff like that. I want to talk about stuff that matters to me. What bothers me more than anything is when I'm giving a segment that anyone else could have done. You know what I mean? Like talking about the government shutdown. Honestly, talking about a lot of the stuff with Afghanistan as well. I feel like I'm just reporting on the news and then I give the standard lefty take on it. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like, yeah, I don't feel like I'm at my best when I do those things. I feel like I'm running through the motions. You know what I mean? You guys get what I mean, right? Like when it comes to like a lot of like the infrastructure bill, the only thing I can really do for you guys is read out loud like a Reuters or like a news article. Like, yeah, I guess you come here for the personality, not the news. But you guys know that, right? Like, I literally can't really do much more than just read out like an article on, like, I don't know. I mean, I can do it in a funny voice, I guess. But when it comes to like breaking news from Washington, what do I have to add to it? I don't know. It's a skill that I don't have. Kyle Kalinske can do it, or a thing will happen. He'll immediately talk about it, put out the video. He's got his take. Even if he's repeated that trick 45 times, 1,000 times. I can't. Yeah, Sam Cedar can do it. Yeah. David Packman. I feel like there are more Important things going on right now, but we're focused on dumb React Andy shit. Is Vosh only going to cover politics and legislation when it's election year every 4 years? I thought we were going to bully Biden to the left. Wait, do leftists over-fixate on legislation or under-fixate? I'm getting pulled in all directions. I thought we were going to bully Biden to the left. No, we moved the Democratic voter base over to the left, so they no longer want to support people like Biden over people like Bernie. And you do that by roping them in with dumb drama and trying to give like a lefty spin, you know? Yeah, well, you can also bully Biden if you want, but 8 months in, we've already given up so we could LARP as Hassan and do React Andy shit. I don't like this as well. Hassan didn't invent React Andy content, so I don't know. This just feels a little bit mean-spirited. I miss when he used to pull dumb fucks from chat into debate and react to conservative instead of doing panels and reacting to drama shit. Wait. Don't we do that? Sorry, I'm not trying to pick on these comments or anything like that. It's just sometimes it feels like these criticisms are like mutually exclusive. Don't we do that? React to conservatives, I know we do that. This is reacting to conservatives. This is reacting to conservatives. This kind of is. This is reacting. This is reacting. We do that. The reason we don't pull dumb fucks in from chat is because you guys are... I can't do that anymore, you know? We've talked about this, but back when I was a small channel, when I was on Twitch, I would have 40 viewers, and a person would come in calling me like, you know, like a commie or whatever, and then I'd pull them in. It was really simple. But now I have 3 chats, only one of which I look at consistently, a website where people have to make an account to get on it. And in YouTube chat, it's constantly being bombarded by people who are not favorable to my content. And oftentimes when I bring people on who want to come on, they're fans who are just trying to get a rise out of me. Yeah, they just want 5 minutes in the spotlight. They don't see, the problem is it's a matter of like what people's incentives are. When I was a small channel, random people would want to debate me because the enjoyment in doing so was owning some lefty. But now they don't have to own me to get the enjoyment out of debating me. Merely getting on my stream is like, you know, something like that's all they want. You know what I mean? Now that I'm a really large content creator, just being exposed to me and my audience and my attention is enough for some people, for a lot of people, which means we get a much greater proportion of trolls or people who are just looking to get a rise out of you, you know? And that's not fun for anyone. Like waiting for people to set up on Discord, then you wait like 5 minutes for them to get on, then they come on and they're like, hey boss, Coconut Island, and then they like leave. That's not fun. I try to pull people in from email sometimes, which, I mean, I can do more often. I try to do it fairly often. The last time we did that, didn't those debates go to the Vosh pit? No, one of them went over here. How long ago was that? It feels like it's been a little while since then. We did Professor Flowers. That debate was fun. But there was another one, wasn't there? Woke generals want a trans army. Yeah, this one. 3 weeks ago. I know it's not crazy often these days. It's just... it's kind of difficult to pace all this stuff out sometimes. And I don't ever know when these people are debating in good or bad faith. And when they're debating in super bad faith, it feels like they're just trying to get my attention. And when they do that, I feel like I'm giving them what they want by platforming them even further, by making a video out of their content. And maybe a Sir Political Banana. Anyway, I just want you guys to understand my frustration. We need to hit the perfect trifecta of things I enjoy, things my current fans enjoy, and things future fans might enjoy. Because you always need to grow, of course, as well. Nice copy pasta? Is this true? Is this a copy pasta? I don't know. The people in here, fine. Thought Vosh would go harder on liberals after the elections. I try to have liberals on to debate with them, but it's kind of tough because, like, the existence of, like, the MAGA movement makes the differences so much less stark. If it wasn't for Trump, it would be so much easier to bring the hammer down on liberals. But unfortunately, because of how limited our government is, a lot of, liberals will agree with us, you know? Oh yeah, we should get rid of the electoral college. Oh yeah, we should work on having multiple parties. Oh yeah, we should get rid of like Trumpers and MAGAs, yeah. And you can talk about them, about like socialism, whatever. But that's so laughably far away right now. You know what I mean? Like bringing someone on and we're both agreeing in terms of immediate strategy. And then it's like, all right, well, let's argue about whether 50 years from now we want to democratize our businesses. I don't know. There are edge cases where it's, you know, meaningful. You just debated I'm really important. Well, that was more of a conversation than a debate. And then here was the other one. I think I saw this one. Yeah, okay. I checked on this one right when it came out. Vosh needs to reevaluate his new style. I get that he's mellowed down or whatever, but I found Vosh in 2019. He really helped pushing me left. If I found current Vosh, I have no doubt I'd still be a centrist. Nobody is being moved over from this new hyper-obsessed with drama and obsession with optics to the point of basically being a lib content. What is... Guys, what does optics have to do with being a liberal? The liberal thing that you're thinking of is respectability politics. The idea is that that people and ideas are more meritorious. They're more meaningful when delivered in a kind or polite way. I haven't made that argument. I'm not making any prescriptive arguments about whether or not ideas become more valuable through their delivery. I have been very active in my advocacy against respectability politics. Optics are adjacent, but not the same thing. Every movement concerns itself with optics, from the far right to the far left. You can't be mad that people are flocking to total dumb fucks like Dor and Shu. I'm not mad about people flocking to Shu. People who flock to Shu end up flocking to me. When they're still bringing passion and anger to the stage while all you bring nowadays is game streams and Twitter drama. Is this really the standard by which I am to be judged? You aren't as stupidly performatively angry as Jimmy Dore? So, like, people aren't flocking to you? What do you want me to do? I get canceled. I go trending on Twitter 4 times a month. Literally, what the fuck do you want from me? I'm already accused of being the angriest, most performative fucking debate bro in the entire left sphere. How do we... You want me? What do you want me to get, like, performatively angry? Do you want me to, like, soy face my way through, like, everything? Like, every time anything happens, you want me to drop all the nuance and respectability and just give you the same dumb fuck takes you could get from any Twitter, like, thread? Is that what you want? Is that what drives engagement? I'm asking hypothetically. I know that it does, by the way. Yeah, I'm so mad at this infrastructure bill. Yeah, dude. Instead of being like, hey, this infrastructure bill could be really great, you know, hopefully we get the votes needed to pass it. Some Republicans are still being a bitch about it, but some of them actually did vote for it. I could be like, the Democrats and Biden are not doing enough to push for it. Like, is that what you want? Like, do you want me to, like, fake, like, all this shit? I can. But again, authenticity seems like it's the big drive here. As someone who's older, while I laugh at Vosh's older vids and we only seem to see his edgy insults during debates at times, I much prefer him talking about his ideas. I find it well more mature. If the ideas are good, anger and edginess shouldn't matter. They should just be toppings in the main course. Hey, my guys, me thinking that anger and edginess don't matter is how I got the 17 trillion clips that constantly circulate and deny me the ability to grow my community. If it weren't for this idea that good ideas mean you can, like, deliver them any way you want, I would be the fucking god king of the online left. There are 17 trillion fucking clips and screenshots everywhere around the internet now that border my sphere of influence that prevent me from expanding outward. Every organizer that I talk to, every content creator that I speak with, all of them, I reach them after the bad faith clipping does, okay? Trust me, I learned from this inaccuracy to not pull me back into it. Also, I was cringy as shit back in 2019. Rose goggles. This person's saying they don't care much for my older style, which is cool. It's fine to, like, dislike some of the stuff that I do now or whatever. It's just sometimes I feel like people have a really bad idea about what I do or should do. That's fine. I feel nostalgic about Tactical Vosh. Guys, Tactical Vosh is still all up in here, okay? The shit that runs through my head, fuck me, dude. Like, all up in here, it's still like South Park tier edginess or worse 24/7, okay? Me not constantly talking that out loud is just me growing as a person and becoming more mature. So we should all be thankful for that. Anyway, I feel like what I'm doing right now is I'm bitching about just a few people so I can get hug boxed by the thousands of people who are watching. I swear to God, those aren't my intentions. You have to understand, though, my Reddit, for some reason, they like multiple threads every day with these like, what criticisms do you have for Vosh? Which, again, I like criticism, but it feels like this performative effort. I can't complain that much. Before he started banning everyone, Destiny's community was like that for years. Before the Chapo mega ban arc, I feel like not a day went by without people shit-talking him for something he was doing or saying. And to an extent after that, too. If he could put up with it, I should be able to. Yeah. Here's that attention you ordered, God King. Yeah, thank you. Trying to, Fall Guys streams where you screamed at chat about anime was your best content. True! Very, very true. Doesn't get better than that. That is the top shit. What was I clicking on here? Is there another thread making fun of me right now? Let me see. Voosh is gaming. Vosh is gaming too much, enough, too little, the wrong games, and I shouldn't have any say in the matter like the professional Bloodborne streamer he is. People are saying I'm gaming too much. Yeah. We'll do another drunk stream someday. Yeah, we just got to find out if I have the calories for it. You're really going to be at Fear Future Fest with D in October? Yeah. Well, I'm not going with Destiny, but he will be there. Well, what do you think I'm going to do? Like, never show up to political conferences because he'll be there? Like, that seems like an unsustainable... that seems kind of dumb. You mentioned you weight training, fuck, with bands. Did a band ever snap and hit you in the balls? No. Also, these things are pretty tough, man. You'd have to really, really, really pull at these to... The last drunk stream was fun. How much do I weigh now? Hold on. Find out. So, I weighed myself, and I was doing the math in my head for how much I should remove from my clothing. And then I pulled the scale up, and I hit myself in the balls with the corner of the scale, and I forgot all the numbers, so I don't actually know how much I weigh. I'm sorry. Anyway, let's finish. Let's finish this stream. I got invited to the prestigious secret OKBuddyVouch Discord. Nice try, but no thank you.
It's something very good for their whole life, and if you understand that being a trucker is something which many people really like to be, and you find not enough, this has something to do with working conditions, and this has to be thought about. First, my idea is that we will be very fast in getting a result for this government, and it should be before Christmas if possible. On the other hand, you should know Germany always has coalition governments, and it was always stable.
I assume they're riffing at England there, Britain. Good, fuck Brits. Get cuckered. Get cuckered, get tuckered. Vinyl, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'll be sure to watch MLP as you've requested. Mindforge, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Much appreciated. Thank you kindly. Wimert, thanks to 5. I might play Breath of the Wild 2 on stream. It'd be a fun one, yeah. And Luis Flores, thank you for the 5. Yes, Hinkle is literally a young Jimmy Dore, both erratic and actually a paid shill. And both of them used to be fairly authentic and reasonable guys. Money's just too good. Rudesi, thanks to $5. This is my current favorite clip. What the fuck is this?
Best. And I know. Wait, hold on. We're gonna get back to this. Wait, what was the speech bubble? You guys are being fucking weird. What? Yeah, I saw that he featured my fucking response. What else? What did he say?
That it's for charity, but it always is such a way with people dressed up like involves someone in Pan Am and the Capitol. But actually, one of the stories that blew, she put out a barrage of tweets and regarding the Met Gala. She wrote, "They want you to get vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met."
Does Hassan seriously not know how to advance a YouTube video frame by frame?
It'll be once I feel I've done enough research. I'm working on that now. Which we saw the light.
Where's the speech bubble?
I'm getting
Hassan.
secondhand embarrassment.
Hi, chat. I know Hassan can't resist watching something with his face on stream, so hi, come subscribe over to me. This son of a bitch did.
Piker responding.
Yes.
That's
He's
good.
right, though. All right, let's get back to the...
That fucking slaps, dude. That's good. That's so fucking good. God, dude, can you imagine being so big that you're getting Easter eggs thrown in Philip DeFranco videos because he knows that your community will be watching him? How fucking massive do you have to be? Jesus Christ. Len Sikal, thanks to 569. Take your mind off things. React to this TikTok.
This is a Japanese soda splitter. It's designed to allow two friends.
What?
What's wrong with your cat? This is a Japanese soda splitter.
What?
It's designed to allow two friends. Splitter.
Interesting. Well, I hated that. Thanks. Talieson, thank you for the very kind $20. Hey, comrade, I totally understand why you don't like talking to random chatters, but thank you for the ones you do. Thank you for making my day fun. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do enjoy the conversations with people that I get to have. I really do like bringing people on stream. It's just, it's not always possible to do. And Xeon, the $5, wasn't a fan of the gaming streams, but the debate review gaming has been great. Can you do other stuff like TRO on Blair during one of them? Also, hi. Hello to you as well. Going over the right opinion on Blair. Ooh. Do you think the right opinion would mind going over that on stream? It's been a couple days, right? I think my rule is that it's a 2-hour video. We saw a 2-hour debate today, didn't we? 2.5 hours. It's the same length. I'll think about it. All right. Well, I love you all very much. I still have 400 calories that I'm probably going to dedicate to eating gummy worms and dark chocolate because that's my favorite late night snacky snack, you know? Let's raid Riverboat Jack. Yeah, I've had multiple friendly conversations with her. There you go. Get on over. Be kind. Yeah, Vinyl, I did. I specifically remember your name. Go on over, be kind, don't be cringe. You're Vosh fans. You can't help it. I'm sorry, that was insensitive of me. Do take care of yourselves, and I will see you all when I see you. Good night.